Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'll speak about BRI implementation in Nepal, opportunities and challenges, and interestingly, it's a very great deal of overlapping among the speaker of this session.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Before I start my major speech, I would like to share some humble idea of my understanding of BRI. Before I come here, this dialogue, in our office there's a discussion regarding what's the difference of between FDI and BRI. To me, when we're talking about making profit and creating jobs, that is FDI. But when we're talking about profound meaning in the future, we're talking about BRI. I cannot apply to my government to invest a fast food factory in Nepal because they will ask, how does that help Nepal in the future? No offense to the fast food factory, you can still do that. Sometimes we cannot see benefit right away. Of course, there is challenges. On behalf of SCIG International Nepal Hydro Joint Development Company, it is our honor to be invited here. I would like to share a commercial practical experience under BRI, Manang Mashangdi Hydropower Project, the first of 3 Cascade Hydropower Project. The Sichuan Provincial Investment Group, SCIG, was established in October 1988 as a comprehensive investment group under the Sichuan provincial government. In response to the Belt and Road Initiative, SCIG, in collaboration with the Butwa Power Company of Nepal, Chengdu Xingcheng Investment Group, and Sichuan Qingyuan Engineering Consulting, jointly established our joint venture company in November 2017. This initiative marked the group's active expansion into overseas investments, with the Mashangdi Cascade Hydropower Project in Nepal being developed as a flagship BRI demonstration project of Sichuan province. This project is located in Gandaki region of western Nepal. The project, there are 3 projects. One is Manang Mashangdi, 135 megawatts, the lower Manang Mashangdi, 139.2 megawatts, and the upper Mashangdi 2 hydropower station, 227 megawatts. Total installed capacity, it's about 601 megawatts. The project, with a total investment of about $1.2 billion, developed under BOT model with a 35-year development, construction, and operation period. These projects will be constructed in stages over time. Currently, the Manang Mashangdi Hydropower Project has commenced construction, while the other 2 stations are steadily progressing through the preparatory phase. This achievement is not only a result of our collective efforts, but also a vivid demonstration of the deepening China and Nepal cooperation under the Belt and Road Initiative, fostering mutual benefits and win-win outcomes. The project is located in a very beautiful area with fast-flowing rivers, yet it also presents complex topography, unpredictable climate, and extremely high construction challenges. However, our first challenge was not construction conditions, but rather the policy environment. At the beginning, we can feel the determination of the government putting effort to improve the policy environment. But when we come to the practice, there are a lot of challenges. We try to follow and adjust our progress as per the new regulation. To get clarification and confirmation become a routine of our daily work. 2021 was our initial target to produce the electricity. 2024, we just started the construction. We can recall all the points where we got delayed and debate on the reasons. Of course, the pandemic must win the first place, but we want to focus at where it should be focused, the future. Now we have lessons, and what we should do next, that matters. Even though we experienced and will continually experience challenges, but having faith of the future of Nepal has always been and will always be the reason for us to continue without hesitation. You can see this year's works. It's a long way for 3 projects. This is a typical commercial project. What makes us work this far, it is the effort from all shareholders. The Chinese embassy, of course, the government departments such as DOED, IBM, DOI, NRB, NEA, and so on. It is the first Chinese-funded hydropower project in Nepal to sign a project development agreement, PDA, with the Ministry of Energy, and also Nepal's first cross-border RMB financing project. It provided Nepal with a new financing option. There are 3 aspects I would like to share regarding this commercial model. First is the market-oriented financing model. The project financing comes from China Exim Bank's commercial loan, rather than government concessional loans such as bilateral government framework financing. The project's loan repayment relies on its own operational revenue rather than government fiscal allocations or subsidies. Second, the commercial investment decision made by the shareholders. The shareholders' investment was not politically driven, but rather based on commercial evaluation and risk assessment, with the decisions made independently according to market return expectations. The shareholders' return on investment is from electricity sales revenue, in line with the profitability logic of commercial projects, not rely on government subsidies or sovereign credit support. Third, the market-oriented operational model. The electricity price is contracted by power purchase agreement signed with the NEA to guarantee the revenue source. The project follows an enterprise-led market-oriented operational model, not direct government management, ensuring efficiency and profitability. Under Nepal's full commitment to payment, the project development agreement provides a certain level of protection for the key investment return factors during the construction and operation phases. At the same time, shareholders also provide guarantees ensuring a relative fair risk allocation among stakeholders, which has been recognized by financial institutions. This financing model can be further refined and promoted to facilitate the successful implementation of more Belt and Road projects in Nepal. To our site work, currently is ongoing, including the headworks, powerhouse, turnout zones, and water diversion system. And the company continues to refine safety and civilized construction standards, strictly implements environmental management requirements, strengthens environmental training for construction personnel. These are the pictures from our site. We try to build monitoring mechanisms to ensure the water quality, air quality, and noise emissions meeting the standards. Construction areas managed under a closed-loop system. Waste is collected and processed centrally. Meanwhile, Nepal's Department of Electricity Development, DOED, has closely monitored project progress. It established a project monitoring unit, PMU, and conducted a site visit in February this year to ensure transparency and accountability. The project company submits monthly progress reports to the DOED, demonstrating a well-regulated and efficiently manage the construction process. With continuous optimization, the project is advancing steadily while ensuring environmental compliance, quality control, and progress oversight. At the same time, we are actively engaging with the local communities to promote regional sustainable development. This is the road before and after construction. And you can check on YouTube video site to see the road to Manam. There's many bloggers now driving motorbike into our site zone. The progress is undergoing so well due to sufficient pre-construction preparation, which also benefiting the local region at multiple aspects. The travel time from Manam Danangyu to Besi Sahar is about 60 kilometers. The driving time has been reduced from 7 to 9 hours to just 3 hours. And we applied to NEA to install a high-quality power grid for the project, which also provided local villages with a stable electricity for the first time. Previously, there is no signal towers at our site zone. Now we have a signal tower in Tachi area. The signal coverage has greatly improved. Right now, the project has provided over 800 jobs and will create more than 2,000 jobs at the peaking construction period. It is also driving local tourism development. Additionally, we have established a community support program that allocates dedicated funds annually to support local education, healthcare, water supply, and transportation infrastructure, helping local communities improve their livelihood and thrive. Upon completion, the Mashangdi Cascade Hydropower Project will significantly alleviate Nepal's electricity shortages with a total installed capacity of 601 megawatts. It represents a substantial portion of Nepal's national grid. This will not only bridge the local energy gap, but also asserting our presence in Nepal's energy market, using Mashangdi as a starting point. We plan to expand into solar, hydrogen, energy storage, and smart grids to create a sustainable energy ecosystem. After 7 years of practice, we are more confident than ever. All the challenges will become opportunities, and the history of the transformation will be memorized. With all hands joined together, the faith to practice the BRI is enhanced, and we will return a green energy hub at Mashangdi River to thank the trust of Nepal and create a better future together. Thank you all.
Thanks a lot. It's very small. We shall wait for some questions later. So now this moment we have our presenter, Leland. I don't need to give long introduction about him. Mr. Paul was our Chief Secretary for the government, former ambassador of Nepal to the People's Republic of China. And more than that, we are friends for the last 40 years. हामी दुईजना 40 वर्षदेखि साथी पनि छौँ। यो मैले यस कारणले भनेको कि उहाँले 20 मिनटभन्दा बढी समय दिनु हस्। With this very brief introduction, may I request for your presentation.
Thank you, Professor Boju, chair of the session. Although you said we are friends, but I'm your student. Actually, thank you for your magnanimity. Distinguished chair, panelist, respected former Prime Minister, friends from China, and the participants, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste, ni hao, good afternoon. Wansanga. Hey, man. Being last speaker, I have the privilege just to say that whatever has already been said, more or less same. That's why I don't need to repeat it and then say goodbye. And that might be a little bit injustice to the audiences if I say that much. That's why I will briefly share some of my thoughts, and then which has already been said by this way or that way with the previous speakers. I will basically talk on the not working. काम गरिरहेको छैन? Not this one? Oh, yeah, okay. This one. Okay. Briefly, we have been listening about BRI quite often, and then quite frequently a lot of us have no need of new types of definition for BRI, but what I understand is that it is the largest ever financing program. They focused on basically the connectivity to synergize trade and investment and the economic activities, generate new economic activities. As Acharya mentioned that there is a excess capacity of China in terms of there is a huge the reserve of foreign currency, and China wants to utilize. But what I understand is that the China wants to introduce a new development model. Conventionally, we have been accustomed with the Bretton Woods Institute led development modality, and the China wanted to introduce a new development modality that is basically they used to say that the creating community of shared future or win-win cooperation. That China's excess capacity and the China's excess reserve, the foreign currency reserve, if can be utilized by a country like Nepal, where we have the investment deficit as well as the infrastructure development need for the economic prosperity or the improving people's living conditions. And then there can be a win-win cooperation. That there are certain, definitely the conditionalities applied. And this is not a charity fund. Like our political leaders say that, oh, no loan, no loan, no loan. And then if you want to have a no loan, and don't talk about BRI, no? And then this is particularly any fund cannot be any money, yuan or dollar or yen or sterling pound or IC, whatever the currency you name it. Neither can it be a source of trouble or the debt trap, nor it can be free from any kinds of the maladies. This is the way people, how we utilize it, accept it. Either it can be a boon or it can be a bane. That's why this is a new development investment window and opportunity for us. If we properly negotiate it, as the Professor Acharya mentioned about the Indonesia's example, and then it will be a boon for us. If we fail, and then that might be a trouble for us. It applies not only with the Chinese investment, it applies with any kinds of the investment. Either it is in dollar or sterling pound or whatever it may be. It has already been, the BRI is not a new thing. It has already been invested more than over $1 trillion US dollar. More than 3,000 projects in 150 countries. Several literatures have already been developed. That's why we can go through and then just understand that what is it and what is not. And then how we can benefit, how the countries benefited, how the countries could not benefit. There are a lot of examples. then we can learn from them. Yes, everybody in this platform, today's meeting know that the BRI agreement was signed in 2017 with lot of exchanges of views on to and fro. At that time too, there were some our friendly friends who used to say that don't sign, don't sign, don't sign. And we didn't listen because we thought that if we jump into the bandwagon of this BRI, there is a possibility of getting advantage, benefit in terms of our enhancing the infrastructure development or the connectivity, promoting connectivity. Through that we can develop our economy. That is what we thought. But the several years remained basically unimplemented, the major flagship projects. Though there was substantial progress in terms of people-to-people connectivity, cultural connectivities, boosting investment tourism, up to 2019, I used to say. In the beginning of 2019, from 2016 to 2019, tourism growth was 74% from China. And the investment, 80% of the foreign direct investment was from China. More than 40 agreements were signed, covering every aspect of the people's life of Nepal. That was for the benefit of Nepali people. This was a period that we actually have the very bright prospects of benefiting but through the engagement of this BRI. But later on, rather than picking up projects that can, Surya Raj Acharya used to say that game changer projects, identifying projects, and then implementing in a sustainable manner, and then benefiting the country, we used to bog down on the debates so-called created by the Western medias and the so-called global North. I used to say global North. The India is not global North, but India joined on that group of propaganda against BRI. And then our so-called intellectuals, some think tanks, some politicians used to borrow their views and ideas. As Acharya mentioned already, more than $1 billion invested by the US Congress for the propaganda against China. And then we were preoccupied with those propaganda, and then we could not actually implement any flagship projects during this period. We missed it. That's the reason for we delayed. We could not implement the project was the grant versus loan. And then second was the debt trap. Let me share some statistics. I used to talk on statistics. These are the two years budget. The current fiscal year, government has a plan to take a 217.67 billion foreign loan. 217, almost 218 billion loan, government has a plan. But the same authorities who put this figure in the government budget and parliament passed, they used to say that, oh, no loan from China. And then we don't ask them question, and why? And then who gives this money and which terms and conditions? And then we are talking about grants. See that the budgeted grant amount for the whole fiscal year is only 52 billion, this current fiscal year. This amount is less than 3% of the total budget. Then how you can develop your country by just less than 3% of the grant you expected from the entire world, and then part of this would be from China. And then if you want to finance, I'm not advocating loan. If you want to finance your project from your revenue, that's fine. But see the revenue. The revenue is not almost equal to the recurrent expenditure. This year, 1,260 billion revenue collections, and the recurrent expenditure is 1,140 billion. The revenue probably would not meet the target, but that recurrent expenditure will probably surpass the budgeted amount, and then it will be at par. By that count, we cannot develop without getting money in terms of loan or grant, and grant is very small. That's why we need to take loan. The grant and loan versus debate is a worthless debate, and that derail our whole development dynamics. And the China has been providing grant. I said that if you don't want loan from China, and don't talk about BRI, because the China has been providing grants without BRI, without talking BRI. If there was no BRI, even then China is providing. Started providing grants in 1956, and then it was 800 million RMB until 2015. After 2015, the earthquake, that amount was increased to 1 billion RMB, and then we received 3 strands of this 1 billion, 16, 17, 18. I was one of the signatories of receiving this 1 billion grant for 2017. And then President Xi Jinping's visit, he announced to provide a 3.5 billion grant for 3 years. But these all money are underutilized because we don't have a proper project list. And then even if we have a project list, we cannot implement the project on time. And then if we cannot implement on time, and then the money cannot be fully utilized. That's the reason. In 2022 too, again the 800 billion RMB was committed when our foreign minister, the then foreign minister Narayan Kaji Shrestha visited China. But this money is also not fully utilized. This grant project was allocated in those projects. High-tech laboratory and blood cancer treatment, that is already been established. Chemical fertilizer plant, we don't know where it is. Disaster relief already provided. COVID-19 assistance done, and cross-border railway lingering around. The beauty of Chinese grant until now is that it's channeled through the government. It doesn't have that like USAID, DFID, NORAD, KOICA, JICA, and they use that grant money through their own channel and then create a parallel government and sometimes fund for anti-government elements. Create a trouble to the government. China has not doing this. That's why the Chinese grant has a beauty different than others. If we can properly utilize. I don't know how long it continues. Maybe in the future, and then they learn the same story of the Western, the global North. They provide grants through the different channels, their own channels, and then this advantage, we will not have this kinds of the advantage in the future. And then debt trap. See that we have all together 1,253.19 billion debt by the last Ashad Masanta, we called the fiscal year, that is July 2024. And then this amount is increased twofold in last 5 years' time. We have been taking loan. While talking BRI, no loan, but we have been taking billions of billions loan during this period. Almost the hundreds of billions of loans we have been taking. We have been continuously receiving loans, and then public taking the no BRI loan from BRI. What is that? This debt trap, see that. Professor Sangraula mentioned without a statistic, but I have the statistic, see. SDR, this is the Bretton Woods institutions loan. World Bank, IMF, like that. US dollar loan, mostly the global north banking sector's loan. Japanese yen 4% and Chinese yuan is 2.82%. It was 3.4% just 2 years back. Reduced to 2.8% means then we added loan from the other sources, and then that's why the China's share on the total global total loan is only 2.82%, and then we have been arguing and debating that debt trap. As I said earlier, no SDR, no USD, no yen, no yuan is a source of debt trap. Source of debt trap is the ill-conceived project, financing an ill-conceived project. Source of debt trap is the poor implementation of the project, cost overrun and time overrun. The Melamchi is 30 years, we have been running it. The cost has gone several times, 5-6 times. This type of project implementation, even if it is a very highly feasible project at the time of introducing the project, and then we fall in the debt trap if we don't implement on time. This is not the in as a source of debt trap. The source of debt trap is the poor implementation, poor conceived project, corruption, mismanagement, time overrun, cost overrun. These all are the elements that contribute for the country pushing towards debt trap, not the what type of currency it is. When China gives money and it's a debt trap, when India gives money, no debt trap. Absolutely nonsense things. Economists, no any economist can say it's like that. And then no loan from China and no loan from this country is okay. It's a nonsense idea. We have a huge financing gaps. We need about 15% of the GDP in the infrastructure based on the study done by World Bank itself in 2019 for our achievement of the Sustainable Development Goal by 2030, but our investment is less than 3 or 4%, around 5%. That's why there is a huge investment gap. We need a lot of funds if we want to achieve our Sustainable Development Goal, or if we want to be a middle income country, whatever we say, prosperity, so whatever slogans we have been talking. And then we need additional funding. That additional funding, the BRI is one of the potential source. It depends upon how we negotiate. The benefits depends upon how we negotiate and then how we implement the project. Growth, competitiveness, efficiency, that brings in through the investment definitely improves our overall economic well-being. Revenue is shrinking, and then we have not been able to finance from our revenue, and then we need to take a loan. Grant is shrinking. That's why we must be judicious enough to spend it, not foolish enough. Building very lavish buildings, you see that from the loan money, Singha Darbar, Prime Minister's quarter, Parliament buildings, Chief Minister's lavish buildings, cars, very expensive cars. There is no parking space in Singha Darbar. These all are brought in by loan, no? This is rubbish things that we have been doing, pushing country towards a debt trap, but talking that no BRI, this is a debt trap. No real, that is a big debt trap. Real never can be a debt trap. Real is a game-changing project, but it depends on how we finance it, how we implement it, how we operate it. These three things are vitally important. And the connecting through rail is making Nepal a really sovereign country. Until now, we are not fully sovereign because of the 4 times we have the blockade. And then our economy is so much dependent, and we cannot take any decision independently. Otherwise, there will be blockade, and then we'll have a lot of trouble. If we can have the connectivity towards north, and we can reach to the Europe, Southeast Asia, East Asia, Central Asia, West Asia, all over the world. From China, every year, thousands train travel from China to Europe carrying goods, to and forth, back and forth. We can connect Nepal to Europe by land. We are a landlocked country. If we connect through the most efficient world's most efficient logistic industry with railway connectivity of China, and then we can benefit from the China's industrial value chain. Southeast Asian countries did like that. They connected with China's industrial value chain. And then for that too, we must be smart enough to negotiate with China. It does not come as a windfall gain. Not, absolutely not. We must be smart enough to negotiate. I will take 5 more minutes. Currently, we have been excessive dependent on Bretton Woods institution for loan. Excessive dependence on consultant, very expensive, exorbitantly expensive consultant imposed by the Bretton Woods institutions. Their development model is to sell their consultant and then push the country like us to receive loan. They have been pushing loan these days on climate change. They damage the climate, now they are pushing loan to us, making pushing to our dead burden to the country like Nepal. And then they exercise excessive authority but never take accountability. And then when the new source of funding is available, BRI, and then they have been propagating the propaganda from tooth to nail to stop it, because they have been benefiting from this. Yes, I already said that debt regions are not the source of money. Yuan, Chinese yen, yuan is not a source of debt trap. Source of debt, wrong design, excessive dependence on foreign consultants, and so and so. Just the Chinese colleague just presented. They were supposed to produce power by 2018. Now the 2014 they have just started construction. Imagine how cost has gone up. The project when conceived was a very highly profitable. When that completed, it will be a completely unprofitable project. Becomes like that. That's why this is. And then another debate, I was surprised that the interest rate. The MCC project, you know that the transmission project cost was 3 times higher than the normal project cost built by the NEA. If the project cost is 3 times high, I can give you a free interest money. You are foolish enough to borrow it. And then without talking about the project cost, if you talk about only interest rate, that's the foolishness. I don't want to give name of some certain project. One so-called very successful project financed by Global North is almost 2 times expensive, but interest rate is 0.75%. And then people cite an example, oh, this is very cheap, and then why Chinese loan is 2%? And then I was shocked and surprised listening from so much economists and then so much business analysts. That's why interest rate itself, if the project rate of return of the project is 20% and 12% loan is no problem. If the rate of return of the project is 10% and 4% interest is no problem. Still you will have the 6% advantage. But that interest rate must be negotiated with the total project cost. Not in isolation. Just see only the interest rate and then take loan. It's a nonsense thing. Sometime I was in civil aviation secretary. One European ambassador came and said that, okay, 50% grant, 50% loan, all Nepal's airport we will build. And I said that, okay, then all tender will be done in Nepal and then we will control all the projects and that's fine. No, it will be done in Europe. No, absolutely not. You will make the project 7 times costlier and they give 50% donation and then make us full. We don't need this. And then from next day onwards, it never appeared. This is what has been happening every year. Now and then, when we are talking this has been happening in Singadarbar. Way forward, just bullet points, I will finish it. View China from on Nepal own eyes, not from the other side. Because there are some countries consider China's development is a threat. We consider China's development is opportunity. And then there is a fundamentally different divergent views. If we borrow their views and then make our mind, and then we definitely with the wrong platform. That's the fundamental thing, is that prepare a project bank with detailed study. Which project is the national game changer project? Which project we need to prioritize? And then identify the project, which project is funded through revenue, which from grant, which from loan, which from private sector investment or PPP or joint venture. These two things must be finalized through major political parties who are supposed to reach in the power in the coming 10 or 20 years, because the investors want to see that what happens after 10 years or 20 years. Their investment projects return receives after 15 years or 10 to 12 years. And then after 12 or 10 years, and there will be entirely another type of government, and then which is hostile to their investment, and their all investment will be gone. That's why they want to see the conformity of the continuity of the all major political forces. The political forces should have consensus on this. Then only we start negotiation with the funding agencies. BRI or Exim banks or Indian Exim banks, European banks, Bretton Woods institutions, whatever. Just Acharya mentioned about the railway, Bandung railway project. They back and forth negotiated with Japan and China, and then eventually awarded to China. Earlier that project was actually, if I am not wrong, that project was already awarded to China and taken back, and then they started to negotiate with Japan, and then communicated to China that we are going to give it to Japan, and later on again they awarded to China. That's why we need the negotiation, very prudent mechanism is required to negotiate, and then terms and conditions, that needs to be negotiated very well. With these 4 points in our already been in place, BRI is an opportunity for us. This is a window for opportunity, and we need to prioritize the flagship project, game changer project, make powerful implementation plan, mechanism. The current mechanism cannot handle a mega projects and cannot finish in on time. That's why we need a separate mechanism for resolving every issue, whichever crops up, immediately resolving those issues, and the powerful mechanism is required for specific major projects, not for all. And then for all these, we need a political consensus. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for a wonderful presentation. So altogether we had 5 presentations, but at the moment we have 4 presenters with us. So now it's time for question and answer and discussion. We would really appreciate if you put some quick.
Would it be good for China to help Nepal to ensure keeping your own security too? You know, the way the gold war is getting, you know. So and at the same time, if you think that the amount of help that you're going to do, I mean, like in a grant or in a help either way. So you keep saying that, okay, you ask the other countries, European, USA, or the US, or anyone. So if it's not good for you, so don't take the help.
Yeah,
so
okay, fair enough. He wants to answer your question very quickly. Yeah.
Okay.
We know that China is not liked by, each and every country on the surface of this world. Go with the same logic. We are guarding your border. And we are standing guard of your national security, so you need to pay me, right? If you do not pay me, I will introduce hostile elements in this piece of land, and you will feel threatened. No, please, lady. The project doesn't go like this. Doesn't go like this. You are a sovereign country.
How our political party in our Nepal can give a message to the China that we have consensus, we are dealing with you, united voice from Nepal to the China. Thank you very much.
Okay, very clear.
$200 million चाहिँ एक्जिम ब्याङ्कबाट चाइनासँग लोन लिँदाखेरिमा तपाईँसँग सोधेको थियो कसैले? कसैसँग सोधेको थियो? नेपाल सरकारले सही गरे होइन? त गर्छ नि त बाबा। नेपाल सरकार मैले अघि नै पनि एउटा प्रसङ्गमा भनेको थिएँ, सरकार अगाडि बढ्यो भने राजनीतिक दलहरू कसैले चाहिँ विरोध गर्छ र निर्णय गर्ने कर्ता को? सरकार होइन? अब तपाईँले यस्तै प्लेटफर्ममा गएर ल्याउने कि नल्याउनेहरू बहस गर्दै जान्छ, बहस त त्यसभरि हुन्छ। त्यसको मिनिङ के होइन नि, वी आर नट डिभाइडेड, हामी डिभाइडेड छौँ भन्ने होइन, वी आर युनिफाइड। साइन गरेका छौँ, सरकारले चाहिँ दुईटा सरकारको बिचमा बसेर अगाडि बढ्यो भने त्यो अगाडि बढिहाल्छ। त्यसैले यसमा हामीले धेरै डिबेट गर्नुपर्ने केही जरुरत छैन। उहाँले कहाँबाट सर्वे ल्याउनु त्यो अर्को कुरा हो। यसरी सोध्दै हिँड्यो भने त सर्वे त अनेक आउँछ। फेसबुकमा लेख्न थाल्यो भनेदेखि सामाजिक सञ्जालमा अरू नै ओपिनियन आउँछ।
My question to Professor Yuval Wang. So will China be able to advance its relations with Nepal despite India's concern, considering its risks of hampering of 120 billion trade with India? That's my question.
Yeah. Will China be able to deepen its relationship with Nepal?
Sure, and probably you don't know, I have very frequent interaction with Indian colleagues during the past decade.
So, जस्तो नि कुरा गर्ने नेपालीहरु त कुरा गर्न मात्रै जाने छ। व्यापार व्यवसाय भने के पनि थाहा छैन। पुरै धेरै गर्ने हो कि त्यसैले यो र त्यो कुरा गर्छौं हामी। काम गर्नेले बरु बल्ल थाहा हुन्छ नि। प्र्याक्टिसमा काम गर्दाखेरि के प्रब्लम आउँछ त्यस बारेमा पो डिबेट गर्ने।
Really think about what's happening in this great country. I never expected that, my colleagues, my Chinese colleagues, may be held, in a very awkward position. It seems that we are the ones to be interrogated.
The People's Republic of China Association for Diplomatic History Studies and Executive Member of Council of China Association for South Asian Studies. So the floor is yours, Professor Wang.
So thank you very much, Chair, for the kind introduction of me. So I would begin by saying that after the end of this pandemic, 3 years ago, I became a frequent visitor of Kathmandu, and I maintain this, very good feeling about this great country, this great people, and I feel it's kind of my responsibility to maintain this high-level, communication with you, trying my best to explain what. Okay, I speak up. To explain to my friends and colleagues about what BRI is. As a matter of fact, this line of work I have been doing for many years, ever since 2014. In the first place, I was trying to explain what BRI is to Indian professionals and colleagues in New Delhi. But I finally gave up on that endeavor because I know it will not fructify. So let's forget about it. But when I'm requested to come over to Kathmandu to do my job, explaining to you what BRI is really about, I feel thrilled. I feel it's a privilege. It's kind of high-level trust between me and my friends here in Kathmandu. I really appreciate it, and I want to thank Honorable former Prime Minister Kanal for inviting me and talk to you about it. So, ladies and gentlemen, I will keep my speech short, and I know I'm kind of, sort of person that is known for being frank and forthright. Sometimes you may find my speech to be offensive, but that's not my intention. I want to say that I speak in my own capacity. That means I don't speak for my government. But I will share in a very frank sense about my understanding of what BRI is really about. So, today we are gathered here to address the issue of profound importance, to discuss on what BRI is really about, as well as the future of this great country, its economic survival and prosperity, and to assess a critical opportunity that's lying in front of you and you really cannot afford to ignore any longer. This is not just a theoretical discussion about international development. It is a matter of survival, a matter of whether Nepal remains trapped in stagnation or chooses to embrace the winds of change that are blowing across Asia and the world. Let me begin by framing the conversation under the BRI, which was launched in 2013. BRI is not a geopolitical tool. It is a fundamental reshaping of global development dynamics spanning Asia, Africa, and Europe. It is aimed to create a vast network of infrastructure, connectivity, and economic collaboration that has the potential to redefine the future of countries like Nepal. The Chinese government has already invested over 1.3 trillion US dollars in more than 140 countries through the BRI, with the projects that covers everything from highways, railway linkage, airports, ports, as well as energy and telecommunications. These projects are not about charity, please mark my words, it's not about charity. It is investment-driven initiative with the power to transform the economic situation of this country. But as we stand here today, Nepal finds itself at crossroads. Nepal has been an official partner of BRI since 2017, yet the country's participation in this monumental initiative has been marred by indecision, political instability, and an illusional commitment to misshaped neutrality in the face of, pressing choices. In fact, Nepal's future economic trajectory hinges on the decision it makes regarding the BRI and its ability to break free from the stagnation that has plagued this country for many decades. The first point I want to touch upon is the politics of stagnation. How Nepal's political instability is holding itself back. The first obstacle Nepal faces is political instability. In the past 15 years, your country has cycled through 10 governments. 10? This is a staggering number by any standard. And it is a major reason why Nepal has failed to unlock its economic potential. Political change in Nepal is not just about leadership turnover. It is about a complete reset of policy priorities sometime. Each government coming into power with its own agenda, its own vision, and often its own set of contradictions. This kind of constant turnover has paralyzed your development. the policies are never implemented consistently enough to create long-term structural change for the well-being of your people. And this political instability discourages both domestic and foreign investors, including those from China. Nepal's instability to focus on sustained economic growth is evident. Look at the country's GDP growth rate, which is forecast to be around 2.8% this year. This is far below the global average, especially when you consider the countries like Vietnam, the countries in Southeast countries. They are growing at faster pace. And this is there is a direct correlation between political instability and economic stagnation, in my opinion. Countries that have embraced long-term strategies, such as Ethiopia, Kenya in Africa, have seen their economic grow as a result of stable governance and focused infrastructure investment. They have commitments. For example, Kenya's Mombasa-Nairobi Railway, financed through BRI, have cut travel times by 70% and boosts the trade and economy within the region. In contrast, Nepal, with its unstable political environment, remains stuck in the mud, barely able to implement the most basic of infrastructure projects. In Nepal, development seems no longer a priority to some people. People are frustrated and care more about who is in power. The constant policy shifts have left this country unable to make the bold decisions necessary to transform your economies, your infrastructure, and a position on the global stage. This is not just a political issue. It is an existential issue. Nepal need to really think about it. To choose between continued political paralysis or an old, unified commitment to development. The second point I want to talk about is the misshaped neutrality. It's about Nepal's geopolitical paradox. Apparently, it is another key issue that continues to plague Nepal. Nepal prides itself on its position as a neutral country, which we appreciated very much, claiming it to balance its relationships with China, India, and the United States. However, this so-called neutrality is an illusion, one that is simply untenable in the current geopolitical landscape. In 2015, your country suffered from the blockade by your southern neighbor, which cut off the supply of essential goods. I think you have fresh memory about it. This blockade was not just an inconvenience. It was an act of aggression. It revealed that the true power of dynamics in South Asia. Nepal is caught in a tight grip of its southern neighbor. When it claims that it can maintain neutrality, it actually lends itself to over-dependence on and manipulation by India. This stance is simply not sustainable in the modern world. You're allowing yourself to be in a position like this. When Nepal engages in neutral diplomacy, it advertently subordinates its own interests to some other countries. By trying to maintain favorable relations with India and the United States and China, Nepal ends up conceding its sovereignty from time to time to the more aggressive powers. It is important to recognize that this so-called neutral stance has not led to a favorable outcome for your country. Instead, it has placed this country at the mercy of external forces, leaving Nepal with limited room for strategic choices of your own. Furthermore, Nepal has been hesitant to fully embrace Chinese investment, considering Chinese money to be red. What's wrong with being red? China takes, loans, investment from the Western countries. We don't care about it, these ideological differences. We don't care it's white or black, as long as it raises the living standards of your people and have your economy booming. What's wrong with being the color being red or white? That's nonsense. Meanwhile, the United States, I think largely due to the concerns over India's position, Nepal has been very hesitant to embrace our investment. But this is where the geopolitical miscalculation becomes evident. India has maintained an iron grip on Nepal's foreign policy and trade routes for decades, yet Nepal has remained dependent on India's goodwill, which is frequently withheld for political reasons. The United States, through MCC, has also offered aid to Nepal, but this comes with strings attached, strings that undermine Nepal's sovereignty. This MCC stipulates that any infrastructure projects funded by the US cannot involve China. Did China do the same thing to you? No. It's your own decision. We don't have strings attached to any investment. It is a classic case of aid colonialism, providing fund while imposing restrictions on Nepal's ability to chart its own course. The third point I want to talk about is the reality of BRI and what Nepal can really do about it. It is crucial to understand that BRI is not some evil scheme to impose China's dominance. Some people say that China is competing with the United States, with India, for influence on this piece of land. Yes, we're competing, but we're not competing for influence. We're competing for the sovereign independence of this country. We're competing for the economic prosperity of this country, and we're competing for the social welfare of people on this piece of land. It is crucial to understand these very basics. In fact, BRI offers Nepal the ability to break free from the dominance of other countries and become a key player in the global economy. We have this goodwill, but can you really understand us? You need to ask yourself. Nepal must recognize that BRI is not a threat. It is a lifeline. The debt trap narrative surrounding BRI has been widely misrepresented. This is not Chinese loans that causes countries to fall into trap. It is the mismanagement in most cases and lack of transparency in local governance that leads to financial instability and crisis. Nepal must avoid the pitfalls of mismanagement in this regard and focus on the long-term benefits of strategic infrastructure investment. Let's consider some examples. Nepal's infrastructure is woefully underdeveloped. The country has a road density which is very low, 0.3 kilometer per square kilometer, which is far below than that of Afghanistan, which has gone through years of war. What are you doing? To put this in perspective, Nepal's infrastructure needs far greater investment. They are not just a few road projects or small-scale projects that are currently on the table. What Nepal really needs is a comprehensive, integrated approach to development that focuses on long-term infrastructure projects, energy independence, and connectivity with global market. The BRI can provide you that. For example, you have significant hydropower potential with the capacity to power the whole Bangladesh. What are you doing with your treasure? You're not doing much. You're not doing enough. Moreover, a railway linkage between Nepal and China under the BRI would transform the trade routes, slashing cargo costs by at least 40% and bypassing India's blockades once and for all. Nepal's strategic location between India and China gives it a unique advantage, and by leveraging the BRI, you're able to act as a hub for regional trade and connectivity. The fourth point I want to touch upon is the path forward. The path forward for Nepal is clear. The country must prioritize long-term planning, development, over political short-termism. It must embrace BRI as an opportunity for growth and diversification. That is real neutrality. And it must break free from the cycle of political instability and geopolitical manipulation. You need national consensus rather than partisan fight. Nepal needs to establish a national BRI caretaker authority, one that is immune from political shifts and focuses on the long-term development of these countries' infrastructure. The authority should be led by professionals, engineers, technocrats, economists who understand the intricacies of large-scale projects. Countries like Ethiopia, Kenya have demonstrated the importance of this kind of authority, a centralized authority to execute BRI projects. You can follow suit. The other thing is the energy independence. By energy independence, you can really define blockades. Nepal should prioritize the development of its hydropower potential. It is time to stop relying on imports and start exporting power to the region, building a foundation for economic growth that will last for generations.
Can you finish in 3 minutes?
Okay, sure. I will conclude now. Right. And you need to reject aid colonialism. Don't say no to investment. Either it's loans, either it's aid. Embrace them all as long as it plays a beneficial role. To conclude, I would say that Nepal's decision on the BRI is not just an economic one. It is a decision about its future. It can continue down the path of stagnation, caught in a web of political instability, geopolitical manipulation, and aid dependency. Or it can seize the moment and embrace BRI as an opportunity, an alternative to break free from its historical constraints. Today's debate on the BRI should not be about how many Chinese projects to be included. It is Nepal's last exit from the poverty trap. I would encourage my Nepali friends to assume a more holistic and comprehensive understanding of BRI. Please build your roads, generate power, expel foreign manipulators. The 9 projects you're talking about are just a start. But only if you really stop counting and start constructing. So I will end up here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very precise and very commendable presentation. So let me introduce our third panelist, Professor Zhang Shubin, Economics and Business. He's also a research fellow at the Chahar Institute and Council member of Chinese Association for South Asian Studies. He has appeared on China Central Television News program Asia Today to make comments on local Nepalese elections. He had worked in Nepal for 3 years as a Chinese language teacher and Chinese director at the Confucius Institute at Kathmandu University. He has provided commentary for all affairs on international affairs run by Chinese Foreign Ministry, the Global Times, and www.guancha.cn. He has received numerous awards from HUEB for being excellent professor, including HUEB Boshan Prominent Teacher, HUEB Excellent Teacher, Distinguished Teaching Achievement Winner. He had been a visiting scholar at Campbellsville University, Kentucky for 1 year and Senior Research Fellow for half a year at Western Michigan University. He accomplished 10 research projects and published more than 30 articles. He has given many academic lectures throughout Asia and the US. I think that's all. You're very much welcome, and Professor Zhang, and we are also very old friends.
Okay.
So thank you very much to see you here again in Nepal.
Thank you so much. Now first, I would like to say namaste. You know, just in the year 2010, on August the 10th, I was just exactly in this regional hall to participate in the South Asia China Cultural Forum. That is the first time I came to Nepal, and worked as a Chinese language teacher in Kathmandu University, Confucius Institute, for 3 years. We have already organized several programs here in the Yakyati Hotel. So this time, when I was here yesterday afternoon, and yesterday evening, and this morning after breakfast, I revisited so many beautiful places and took so many photos, and make my cell phone does not work. So some of my Chinese colleagues asked me, Professor John, please tell me what is the meaning of Kasthamandap. So Kasthamandap, I searched it with AI, DeepSeek, Kimi. Kat means wood. Mandap means pavilion. Am I right? Yes. So that is another way of saying Kathmandu. More than 15 years ago, I was here promoting Chinese language and Chinese culture to Nepali students, Nepali, friends. So that is why I make my PPT in both Chinese and English. For your better understanding, maybe some of you are Chinese learners. They can, bridge the gap between Chinese language and English language, because even if I had, taught myself a whole book of Nepali language, but I cannot speak too much Nepali language. I only remember that more Nepali ho, more dimi lai mai good, Danny but thank you, so on, okay. How to use it? Oh, this is the picture. I was there. Can you find me? Just exactly this place. Okay. Now next. I can use this turner, page turner. So I think I should play as a bridge to make the Chinese better understanding, the Nepalis, and to facilitate the Nepali friends to better understand Chinese. And today is the Kathmandu dialogue about BRI. So, secondly, I would extend my sincere thanks to Right Honorable former Prime Minister Jananath Kanar. You invite me and other Chinese scholars here to share our standing about BRI. I think that is, how to use it? Okay. So I take much time to prepare the PPT for your better understanding. Okay, this way. This way? That's not the work. Oh, okay. The first part, I would like to provide you a bigger picture of China-US relationships. Now, in the year 2019, okay, President Xi Jinping paid a historical visit to Nepal and promote China-Nepal relationship to a new high level. That is the strategic partnership of cooperation featuring everlasting friendship for development and prosperity. Now next. Now, in the year 2023, when former Prime Minister Prachanda paid a visit to Beijing, to Hangzhou, to attend the Asian Games opening ceremony, and then he went to Beijing and had a talk with Premier Li Qiang. And in that visit, China and Nepal decided to build together the shared future for humankind. Which one? This way? Oh. This way? This is the communicate. Altogether, there are 13 articles of the communicate. The number 12 is about China and Nepal work together to build a community with a shared future for humankind, for mankind. Last year, in December, Prime Minister K.P. Sharma Ali visited China, and China and Nepal signed the framework for BRI cooperation. China Daily, the national English newspaper of China, interviewed me and quoted my opinion. You can read it. Okay, read it. This is the signing ceremony for the framework of Belt and Road Initiative cooperation. Now this signing, I think it has paved the way to implementing the BRI projects. Now, what is BRI? This morning, I heard so many distinguished leaders, especially former Prime Minister Janata Khanna's inspiring speech. Now, the distinct professors and leaders, they have made very deep research and analysis about BRI. Now here, I would like again to make you, all of you, to remember and understand what exactly is BRI. B stands for belt. What belt? The Silk Road Economic Belt. Now, the R stands for road. What road? The 21st century maritime Silk Road. Altogether, that is B and R. And then initiative. About 10 years ago, in the year 2016, I was in Kathmandu to attend a seminar talking about OBOR. At first, it was named as One Belt and One Road, OBOR. And then, now it is BRI. President Xi Jinping, during his official visit to Kazakhstan, on September the 7th, 2023, he proposed the Silk Road Economic Belt. Okay. This is what's wrong. This is what he is delivering the keynote speech in Kazakhstan. And then, less than 1 month later, when he was paying a visit to Indonesia, he proposed the 21st century maritime Silk Road proposal. Now this is the link. If you are interested to learn, to study the two initiatives, you can visit the website and learn more about that. Now in BRI, there are 5 connects. The first one is policy coordination. The second one is infrastructure connectivity. The third one is unimpeded trade. Number 4 is financial integration. The last one, number 5, is closer people-to-people ties. I think such a program is for bringing the Chinese people's hearts and the different people's hearts closer and together. So thank you again, Prime Minister Jananat Hotel, and all of you who are here present on this dialogue. Okay. Now, President Xi gave speech to the Indonesia's parliament about the 21st century maritime Silk Road. This is the picture. Now, in Chinese, when we study and read President Xi's books, there are 3 phrases. First, 读原著, read the original words. Second, 学原文, study the original texts. And the third, 悟原理, to comprehend the underlying principles. Now, in my office, I have the 3 versions of President Xi's book. The first one, Chinese version of the Governance of China. The second one, the English. The third one is the Nepali language version. I suppose most of you, perhaps each of you have at least 1 or 2 of these volumes about President Xi's book, The Governance of China. What's wrong? What's wrong? Huh? What's wrong with it? What's wrong? Okay, this is the Chinese version. This is the Chinese version for the first article, the belt, the road. The Nepali version, maybe you can take a photo about this. Read it carefully. This is the Nepali. This is the Nepali. This is the English. Okay, let's get back to English because I cannot speak too much Nepali language. You don't know much about Chinese language. Although we have been here for more than 15 years teaching Chinese language, I don't think many of you can understand Chinese. So I put here in both English and Chinese. Okay. What did President Xi say when he explained BRI's 5 connects for the first time? First, we need to step up policy consultation. Now, if you read it carefully, we can understand the original meaning and his profound thinking about China and the world. Okay, so for the time being, okay, I wouldn't like to read all of these. What's wrong with the PPT? Last time when I was giving a lecture in Annapurna Hotel, the power went off. This time something's wrong with that. Okay, thank you so much. Okay. Next. Second, we need to improve road connections. Next. Third, we need to promote unimpeded trade. Next. Now the fourth, we need to enhance monetary circulation. Take myself, for example, yesterday afternoon when I get out of the plane, if we can use, the e-pay without changing the money, it will be much easier, okay? Yesterday afternoon when I arrived at the Tribhuvan airport, to my surprise, I found there's no personnel helping us to get the visa, only machine. You can get it online, okay? The next. Now the fifth, we need to increase understanding between our peoples. That is what we are doing here today. Okay, next. Okay. Now this is a picture about the Belt and Road Initiative. This is the Silk Road Economic Belt. I think the picture is too small for you, especially those who are sitting in the back row, so no need to explain too much. Okay, this is the Maritime Silk Road. Next. This is a general picture. Next. Okay. When you read the picture, the maps, you cannot find South Asia. So in the year 2017, I visited Nepal and India. Now in India, I proposed to set up China, Nepal, India economics and cultural corridor. Not only economic corridor, but also cultural, because we have very deep cultural and historical connections. In China, we have more than 100 billion or more than 200 billion Buddhists. Take my wife, for example. My wife is there, okay? She is a Buddhist. After this conference, we plan to visit Lumbini, revisit Lumbini to worship the Lord Buddha, to seek wisdom from the great Lord Buddha, okay? Now, Lumbini is the birthplace of Lord Buddha. And, the Bodh Gaya in India is the place where Lord Buddha obtained enlightenment. In Chinese, we say, 菩提树下顿悟. Now, Sanat is the site where Lord Buddha teaches or taught his first pupils. And Kushnagar is the place where Lord Buddha renewed. These are all Buddhist holy sites. In China's Xizang autonomous region, there is the Mount Kailash and Lake Mansarovar. Now in India and in Nepal, most people are believers of Hinduism. Now if we three countries, China, Nepal and India, facilitate each other people's visit to their sacred
rather than play with one against the other and also not to be played by others. We hope that our joint efforts implementing the BRI projects with China's generous aid assistance will certainly push for new progress in advancing the Nepal-China strategic friendship, Nepal-China strategic partnership of cooperation featuring everlasting friendship for development and prosperity. In the end, we need to be serious. We need serious commitment and concrete content rather than just having lip serving or slogan mongering, what we have faced in the past. We should prove ourselves as a serious student doing his homework in a timely manner. not remain as a lazy, not remain and so serve as a lazy student. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That's how we have come to an end of the presentation, and I see they gave a very important take for us. Professor Boju emphasized research on history, and then only we can see today why this present context is made, and he was very elaborative for that. Professor Wang Yunsung suggested Nepal to think about itself, not others, and not to go beware in some kind of project assistance which also brings a chain to bind your feet. And he also therefore discussed a little bit about like BRI is not something that people think about, but this is a kind of a boon for Nepal to develop. And Professor Zhang Shubin, it's always, he explains a lot of things. He knows Nepal, and then hopefully Nepal's political parties and the government will fulfill his wish to see more work and exact work of railway coming from Kerung to Kathmandu. And Thankaji very much rightly said, we should not play cards, but we have to have a cooperative platforms. So there's a very good message passed to that, but unfortunately we don't have much time. So we probably can take only one question to all of them, a question without lecture. Nobody is there? Okay.
नमस्कार सबैमा मेरो जिज्ञासा अघि प्रोफेसर ले प्रस्तुत गर्दाखेरिको चाहिँ यो
कसले उहाँले ओके
उहाँले जुन हामीलाई यो रेलको चित्र देखाउनु भयो केरुङको रेल अनि यसमा अलिकति सानो जिज्ञासा छ मलाई बन्दरगाहको सम्झौता गरेका छौं तर त्यो हाम्रो चाहिँ मत के भने केरुङको नाका छोटो समयमा खुल्ने अनि बन्द हुने त्यसको उपयोगिता किन त्यस्तो भइराखेको छ यसको दोषीको हो है एउटा यो क्लियर गरिदिनु पर्छ हैन त्यसको नाकाको उपयोगिताको सन्दर्भमा अनि
I take only one question because we have no time. This question goes to Professor Shubin regarding rail connectivity.
I am honored to take over as your master of ceremony for the rest of the today's session. I am Sabina Zamarkatel and I feel honored to be the part of the research, prospect and possibilities of BRI implementation in Nepal. And to kick things forward, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Yuvraj Samrola. He is a senior advocate and professor, Kathmandu School of Development Investment Company Private Limited, to take a seat on dais. Finally, I'd like to call upon the stage Mr. Lilamani Paudel. He is a former ambassador of Nepal to People's Republic of China.
He is a senior advocate and professor at Kathmandu School of Law under Purvanchal University. र उहाँको परिचय मैले दोहोऱ्याइराख्नु पर्दैन होला बिहान हामीले सुनिसकेका छौँ and his presentation is on BRI Nepal China Agreement 2017 special feature. Please, sir.
Thank you, Professor Ruju. respected cheer former Prime Minister of Nepal, Chalnath Khanal, and everyone who is present here, and also my friend Wang Chongduo from Sichuan. I will be very brief, in the sense that there is a debate going in Nepal for a long time, and also often we do compare BRI and MCC. My very precise answer is that a donkey and bull cannot be compared. But if we compare a donkey and bull, then we create a lot of misconceptions. So it's not a BRI is misunderstood, but we have confused this idea. So it's very interesting. So many people talk whether BIR is a debt or it's a loan. It's neither debt, it's neither nor assistance. It's a model of cooperation. In this model of cooperation, what happens is like everybody puts some money or some resources, and they share. That's why it is called win-win cooperation. In the last presentation, Professor Zhang Shubin also showed 5 different parameters of BRI. So BRI has a long history, Silk Road and Maritime Silk Road, and the concept is based on that. So the very simple philosophy is that create one belt, and then create another road, and then create another belt. That's how connected. So with this word, what I say is like 2017 Memorandum of Understanding regarding BRI between Nepal and China is unique one. It's very special. But that's not properly understood, or not that is properly studied. This morning, Excellency Ambassador said that China is spending almost $400 billion in research. This is a country where there is no money for research, so we don't study anything. In this agreement, there are 4 things very important. What this agreement says is that if BRI project works in Nepal, the money definitely is a resources. Nepal can put money, China can put money, or Nepal can money fully, or China can do it. If China does it, and if the project relates to a hydroelectricity, the water that flows is our money. So it is equated. So price of per cubic water is counted on, and then that price of the resources is Nepal's investment. And very interesting point is there. What it says is like the environment is also calculated, and the cost of the environment is also the cost from the side of the Nepal. And most importantly, what this agreement says is that even the labor, the human resource, is also the investment from the side of Nepal. Though salary is probably paid by the project, but that much human resource involved, the brain and the physics both, that also is money. So therefore, there is support $1 billion investment from China. Now, what may happen is like the water, environment, and labor, these 3 things can be equated, and it can be said 75, or you can say little less than $1 billion. So that is Nepal's investment, and that's in China's investment. And so why do we talk about loan or debt? It's very interesting. So this agreement was not properly analyzed and not properly studied before the protocol was proposed from the side of Nepal. So people have been quite confused, and they say that, okay, with the new framework proposal, framework project, the previous agreement memorandum is gone. No, that's not. That's a foundation, and that's an elaboration. That's how we have to understand. So with these, I don't think that we have to much understand about it. If we see the cow, we understand it. But if we don't see the cow, then we will write 100 pages essay, but still we don't understand. So Nepal, what is problem of Nepal is like our Chinese colleague, they understand things in a precise, exact, objectively, but we try to understand subjectively. So sometime this morning I said that, okay, answer is accepted but not lecture, because Nepalese even cannot ask a question without talking 5 minutes. They don't have a question. We give a lecture to ask the question, and the people who answer, they don't understand what he meant. So that's a problem. Now, what I would like to relate with this is like talk to certain challenges and certain prospects or the benefits. यो स्क्रॉल करने दिनुहुन्छ भाइ मलाई? हेलो, यो स्क्रॉल करने पाइन्छ? खै त? ओके. सजिलो हो कि अप्ठ्यारो हो यो मेसिन लेख्नु? So what I would like to first share very briefly is there are certain challenges. त्यो त निक्लिँदैन त हो भाइ, त्यो सुरुमा आएनन्. ओके, यो यतापट्टिको थिच्ने कि यतापट्टिको? Right-तिर? Okay. Sure. I will just briefly talk about certain difficulties. Let's see. One very important difficulties that we may encounter is the difficulty in converting geopolitics into geoeconomics. We have not started talking geoeconomics until. We always talk about geopolitics. We have been so much fed up with this, so much, that we all the time talk about bhurajniti, geopolitics, but if we start thinking changing geopolitics into geoeconomics, then India and China will be our market. If we think it is geopolitics, then India and China will be our big two tigers who may kill us. But if we convert it into economy, then it becomes, both of them can be very friendly. So we should be able to negotiate that way, but we don't do it. So why this is becoming more problem now is like the context is shifting. Context is shifting in the sense that China is a big power now, and Russia has been emerged as a big political power, and it has a very strong control over Eurasia. So Russian importance now is being built on its political strength and military strength, whereas China's strength is built on its economy and cooperation. When these two powers have been emerging as a very strong power, then the Western countries, America and allies, have been feeling unsafe for them to keep Indo-Pacific area in their handle. So they are becoming more aggressive. And China and Russia both have to manage it. Therefore, there is a confrontation. So when that happens, what problem we face? More American presence in Nepal because of that shift has therefore changed the political dynamics of Nepal. So in the past we managed China and India. Both of them were not very economically powerful and also not very militarily powerful, and a small country could very easily manage them. But now both of them have become very strong, and then it is because of their strength America has arrived. So now we have three countries to balance. And we never had a practice and never have a experience of balancing three countries. Therefore, we are entering into the problem. And now Russia is also active. So now we have 4 countries. When you were quite habitual to understand and balance the geopolitics of 2 countries, now you have 4 countries. Will the policy be same? There is no resource and there are no people. Therefore, this is a difficulty. Whether BRI comes or not, if we keep this diplomacy in this stage, we fail again. And it is not the BRI what that will fail, but our policy will fail. So we have to understand that way. That is my one narratives. Okay. So, intensified American Indo-Pacific interests becomes bigger, and that escalates imbalance in geopolitical reality in Asia. This situation generates 3 sets of interest in Nepal: China and India, China and America and its allies, and America and India. So their dynamics are different. So there are 3 different types of dynamics here. Previously, we have only one dynamic, and then we could manage, but we cannot manage this dynamics by managing only USA, China, or America. Situation makes Nepal geopolitical extremely difficult today. And we have been talking about rail. We have been talking about Bhairava Airport, we have been talking about Pokhara Airport. But this shift in geopolitics, we never thought about it. Therefore, we constructed airport, but we never thought what problem we should encounter, because the country situation is the conflict of, we cannot say, we may not say conflict, but the competition of the 3 different interests. So we should have thought about it. We made a big mistake here. So Nepal is bound to navigate tensions posed by the changed context between China and India. Over-alignment with any country will strain relation with each other, potentially leading to reduced trade and investment. And that you can see, we import 15 billion worth of rupees today. And our trade has absolutely gone. Next is debt trap. No leaders of our country talk about debt trap, and they don't know what is the trap that means debt, and what is that debt trap actually composed by. See, Nepal already has debt of approximately $7 million US, comprising 80% belonging to ADB, 30%, and World Bank, IMF, and Western Development Agencies, 50. So that is 80%. But all the time what we talk, China debt trap, whereas China's loan in Nepal is 1.19 alone. Only 1%, 90, whereas India's loan in Nepal is 2.10%, and rest of the 2% is Korean loan. So whose debt trap we are already in? Because we already are in big debt trap of the Western country. So this attract risks of additional debt burden due to large-scale infrastructure project in this situation. In this situation, if we do not manage that debt trap and we start bringing big projects under BRI, and if we fail to manage it, and that will not actually create a prospect, but that will also create a burden of the, that create a stress on the existing burden. So without analyzing this existing debt, we cannot manage the investment from the side of the China. That's what we never thought about. So why that happens, therefore? My opinion is that Nepal lacks a long-term economic and development plans. What we want to be in 20 years, what we want to be in 5 years, what we want to be in 30 years, and what we want to be in 50 years. Is there any plan? The situation is becoming like in 10 years, we would be a country without population. So that is our planning. Shall we give a non-objection letter to every child to go to Europe? That's the situation. So another problem is transparency. I don't have to explain much about it. This factor makes the most serious risks, weak institutional capacity of the government, and corruption are common parlance in Nepal. I don't know, even in the last Prime Minister visit, there were anyone who was a very good development economist associated with that trip, okay? So, BRI projects may suffer implementation setbacks due to institutional weakness of the government, not because of the China side. So this is very important thing that we need to understand. Transparency on the part of the Nepalese government, the chance of elite capture of projects and misalignment with local needs is big. So what may happen? So our business people may develop a project not to produce goods but to create a cable car in Taplejo. It might be like that. So this is a very serious issue. Then another difficulty is land acquisition for projects may be challenging tasks due to government's lack of proper policies on the resettlement policy displaced by the project. We are not blaming the people. People are not bad, but they will resent taking of the land because there is no settlement plan. If you have a settlement plan and you say that these are the houses built for you, you give the land, you go over there, I think people will happily give you the land and there is no project difficulties. The last dip probably is the implementation delays, bureaucratic inefficiencies, and political instability are chronic problems, and the lack of adequate experts with most modern technology. This morning also, my colleagues also presented that you don't have good engineers because you don't teach people, you rot people. That's the situation. Now opportunities, infrastructure development, improve cross-border railways, highways, and China-Nepal Trans-Himalayan connectivity network. Nepal's internal transportation and airports will enhance inbound tourists, both from India and from Nepal. I don't want to explain. I have well explained these benefits of Nepal in my books, China, South Asia, China Geopolitics. And then Himalayan Economic Corridor will be a net result throwing Nepal into economic high. After BRI, improved connectivity in all aspects may be enhanced and will reduce dependence on India, enhancing trade and regional connectivity. We already have signed agreement and all protocols have been there, but the goods do not go by China to South Korea or Japan. Then energy production is another opportunity for us. Investment in hydro projects as well as renewable energy could harness energy surplus for export to China and South Asia, boosting revenue. Economic growth and trade is another, so enhanced infrastructure may lower the logistic cost, expand access to Chinese and Indian markets for Nepali goods, including agriculture and handicrafts, and attract tourism, creating jobs and reducing poverty. That is another greatest benefit probably we can exact from BRI. Strategic partnership. BRI offers leverage and international diplomacy, diversifying alliance between BU and India. Participation in China's digital Silk Road could modernize intercommunication technology infrastructure and regional connectivity, positioning Nepal as a transit hub between China and South Asia, could spur economic integration, benefiting from initiatives like the Himalayan Economic Corridor. Sustainable development potential for green energy projects and climate resilient infrastructure. Aligning with global sustainability is another. So there are 5 difficulties and 6 advantages, but these are completely indifferent. So I will just take 1 minute. Conclusion now, what I do often talk about importance of BRI in Nepal is like, BRI presents transformative opportunity for Nepal's development. It not only creates economy, but it will also transforms the model of development in Nepal. But it may fail if project management capacity of the public as well as private sector is not enhanced and effective governance ensured. But keeping this level of technology and the manpower, we will fail. Balancing geopolitical interest is vital. Ensuring projects' alignment with local needs and environmental safeguards should not be overlooked. And long-term development plan is vital to adjust priority of the projects. And that's how BRI is very important. So, BRI is not something China is going to give. BRI, if you want to take it, bring it. There is a honey hive. If you want to eat honey, bring it. If you do not want to eat honey, don't bring it.
Thank you, sir.
So question is not China. Question is Nepal. Let's think about Nepal and then China. We first think India and China and we think us. So that attitude is very, very bad.
Cooperation under this initiative. 1. The joint statement on March 23, 2016. We know we can see two pictures. In 2016, from 20 to 77. Then Chinese Premier Li Keqiang, Nepalese Prime Minister KP Chopra Oli paid an official visit to China. The state emphasized the alignment of development strategy between the two countries. The formulations of bilateral cooperation plan and the advancement of key projects under the BR framework. Next, the joint statement of June 21, 2018, Beijing, China. We see in this visit, 2018, from June 19 to 24, then Chinese Premier Li Keqiang met Oli, including a trip in Lhasa, a trip to Lhasa, Xizang region. The state reaffirmed both sides' commitment to accelerating the implementation of the MOU on BRI cooperation, stressing connectivity in ports, roads, railways, aviation and communication, and joint developing Trans-Himalaya multi-disciplinary connectivity network. The joint statement on October 13, 2019, Kathmandu, Nepal. This visit, Chinese President Xi Jinping paid a state visit to Nepal from October 12 to 13. The state reiterated the commitment to accelerating the implementation of the BRI MOU, stressing connectivity in ports, roads, railways, aviation and communication, and promotion Nepal's development agenda, including its goals of graduating from the least development countries status and becoming major economic by 2030. The first, we see the joint statement of December 3, 2024, Beijing, China. This weekend, the PPOLI paid an official visit to China from December 2 to 5, 2024. The statement underscored both sides' commitment to further a larger development strategies and deepen high-quality BRI cooperation. It also highlighted the intention to sign MOU on promoting the construction of the Trans-Himalaya Connectivity Network and Cooperation Framework Agreement on joint advancing the BRI. Joint statement. Notably, prepared to the first BRI Forum for International Cooperation in 2017, China and Nepal had already signed the MOU on BRI cooperation. The provisions in 3 of the 4 joint statements regarding BRI implementation were based on this foundation MOU. This joint status reflects the results of policy coordination and mutual concessions between China and Nepal, reforming their shared community on BRI. 2. Opportunities and prospects of the BRI in Nepal in starts from the 2024 joint states. 1. The 5 program operations in the 2024 joint statement. The December 3, 2024 China-Nepal joint statement represents the latest outcome of bilateral policy coordinating containing 12 provisions that address the deepening of 5-pronged operation under the BRI's sacred gold deed. Ample review, it can be observed that there is one provision directly related to the BRI, 9 provisions related to policy coordination, 2 provisions on infrastructure connectivity, 2 on unipolar trade, 1 on financial integration, and 1 on strengthened P2P tile. One might wonder, doesn't this exceed 12 provisions? Why? Indeed, it does. This is because the one provision most closely related to the BRI is also the longest in the joint statement, covering all the 5 program operations. This highlights that the BRI is the central focus of the joint statement. Over the past 80 years, under the guidance of these joint statements, China and Nepal have achieved significant progress in the 5 program operations. I think in policy coordination, China and Nepal signed agreements in 2080 on railway cooperation and goods transportation by Xizang. As for the high anticipated Chinese-Nepal cross-border railway, in December 2022, the 2 governments successfully signed the implementation agreement for the project. The first phase of feasibility studies was completed in early 2024. with field service expected to conclude by June and for feasibility signed by 2026. In infrastructure connectivity, the China and Nepal cross-border optical fiber link project launched in January 2018 has allowed Nepal to its Chinese internet service, offering faster and more affordable connectivity than before. 3. In unpeded trade, following the pandemic, the bilateral trade reached 1.8 billion in 2023, a 9.1% increasing from the previous year. From January to August 2024, trade volume hit 1.28 billion and 18 increasing. The national 14 transnational border trade points announced the Chinese-Nepal border returned and begin functioning smoothly, benefiting both trade and the local livelihoods. A report from the Kasthamandap Post on January 16, 2024 highlighted the reopening of the reservoir and Chagulat trade ports in Nepal's northeastern region on May 24, 2024. This reopening greatly facilitated the trade of transnational Nepali carpets. Local region reported that handmade carpets are highly popular in Xizang, and they are one of Nepal's fastest-selling exports. Carpets now sell for 1,800 Nepalese rupees, up from 3 Nepalese rupees 15 years ago. In terms of payments, border trade has proven more cohesion than the domestic sales. In Nepal, where transaction may require credit checks and pays can take years. In contrast, in Xizang-based markets are known for cash settlement and immediate invoicing, which increasing efficiency. In financial integration, WeChat Pay we officially launched in Nepal in June 2023, marking a positive and beneficial collaboration between Chinese tech companies and Nepali financial institutions. Financial on stressing deep to people tie, cultural and education exchanges continue to deepen, stressing the borders between the two natures. Given the framework of the 2024 joint state, the future of BRI cooperation between China and Nepal is promising. 2. The China-Nepal BRI cooperation framework. On December 4, 2024, China and Nepal signed the Cooperation Framework Agreement on joint advancing BRI, covering economic, financial, transportation, logistics, trade, industrial investment, and customer cooperation. This signing ceremony was attended by Liu Su-she, Vice Chairman of National Development and Reform Commission of China, and Emilio Banda Ri, Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Nepal. According to official statement from both sides, the agreement outlines 10 key construction projects in sections including transportation, energy, culture, and industry, now with details on project implementation and financials. The agreement is valid for 3 years and will be automatic. It tending for another 3 years unless as party decides to terminate it before expiration. It certainly makes a significant step forward in China-Nepal relations and lays the foundation for deeper economic cooperation under the BRI framework. Meanwhile, as reported by the Kasthamandap Postport, Chinese and Nepal also signed 9 agreement. Sorry. Yeah, the Chinese Nepal cooperation. Yeah. 3. The BRI was a YY cooperation model. The BRI embodies the spirit of shared prosperity and mutual benefit. Both the joint statement and the cooperation framework agreement contain numerous provisions on specific areas collaboration and projects that benefits both China and Nepal. To address Nepal's trade deficit with China, the joint states that Chinese grants Nepal as one of the latest developing countries zero traffic on 100% its traffic lines. Addition, Chinese welcome Nepal to expand its exports of high-quality agricultural products such as Sigla feed, medicine, herbs, and tea. Xizang, in particularly, has significantly benefited from participating in the BRI. All 4 of its land border ports now facilitate passengers and cargoes exchange with Nepal. The Keelung border, for example, Keelung border economic cooperation zone has been approved, and the Chinese Nepal Friendship Industrial Park is progressing steadily. At the same time, Chinese is actively promoting global green development through the Green Think route. Investment in green technologies such as economic wages and green energy reflect Chinese committing to small yet impactful and eco-friendly projects. Since Nepal launched its National Action Plan for Electronic Mobility in October 2018, its imports of Chinese electronic vouchers have stably increased in the 2023-2024 fiscal year. Nearly 70% of NIPER's imported EVs came from China, with brands like BRD. To meet the increasing global demand, Chinese automakers have begun investing in NIPER's manufacturing sector. In April 2024, Xiamen Gold Dragon Antibody Cooperation secured an agreement with NK Motors Private Limited NIPER to visit three billions Nepali rupees to set up an electronic plant in Nepal. The introduction and impulsion for electric will play a key role in improving Nepal's energy infrastructure and promoting green sustainable development. 4. ER cooperation under the BR. Companies such as DeepSeek, U3 Robotics.
Could you please summarize?
Okay, 1 minute. Yeah. For Nepal, Chinese can play a crucial role in equipping the local workforce with AR skills through the BR, helping create a sustainable technological ecosystem in regions traditional lagging behind in digital innovation. Recently, Challenges and the road ahead. However, while the BR cooperation between China and Nepal has shown great promise, it also faces several challenges. Nepal's lack of comprehensive development framework, difference in perspectives between the two countries, and the strong influence of Western geopolitical thinkers in Nepal's political discourse have posed obstacles. Additional domestic political depends on whether to fall in injury with the BR remain unresolved. So these challenges are worthy of our deep consideration and discussion. Overcoming these skills soon rather than later will be crucial to ensure the long-term successful in China-Nepal BR cooperation. If these challenges are addressed proactively, the BR will continue to yield substantial benefits for both nations. It's my speech. Thank you.
Well, I'll speak about BR implementation in Nepal, opportunities and challenges, and interestingly, it is a great deal of overlapping among the speaker of this session. So in a way, it's a very much easier task. So there might be some duplication, but still some different perspective. Bear with us. कॉपी कर दिया Okay, thank you. Sorry for your child. There are implementation in Nepal, opportunity and challenges. I'm affiliated with the University of Nepal. It is a newly established public university. So, okay, very briefly, this is the picture of my presentation. First, the why BRI. Basically, to understand the BRI and to understand all the issues, we have to start with what is this perspective, apparent perspective of the Chinese side, Chinese government. I'll start with that, and very burning issue in Nepal. The loan or the grant, that is still our politics is bogged down, and then opportunities and challenges and conclusion. The first, what is the apparent perspective from China? This is the why BRI. Basically, there are the three major things from the Chinese side. Number one is we can understand the center of gravity of the global economy is shifting toward the Asia. That is of the China-centric. It's a manufacturing hub. It's the biggest market. And then, as we hear, in the Roman Empire's time, all the roads ends to Rome. So in the same spirit that China wants all the supply chain logistic and the connectivities, they center around the China. So it's not unreasonable. Technically, it's not unreasonable. Even though it might have a very explicit geopolitical implication for the Chinese competitors. That's their job. But from our side, it's quite reasonable. And it's a technically rational thing, number one. Number two, second reason is, because China is from the past few decades, it's enjoying this trade surplus, and as a result, huge amount of foreign exchange reserve. It's over $3 trillion. So when you have a reserve in the dollars, one of the problem is, it's very vulnerable, and also, your dollar reserve is very lower return. The interest rate in the dollar is very less. So the second reason is the Chinese government want to diversify the huge foreign exchanges to fill up the funding gap in developing countries. In developing countries, there is not enough fund for the infrastructures, and that way, there is a two advantage for China. One is diversifying that reserve, and another is having relatively higher return. Because when the BRI investment is for the 2 or 3%, it's a higher return for China, and it's much lower for receiving country. Please make no mistake that 2% interest rate is not a high interest rate. If you started making noises for 2 or 3% of this interest rate is high, then there will be the question on your basic literacy and development finances. It's not high. Secondly, and third reason, number three reason is, in the past 20, 30, 40 years, Chinese construction industries, I'm an engineer by training, by the way. I lived almost 20 years in Japan. In 90s, when I saw the technology, engineering, civil engineering in Japan, it was very surprising. But early in this century, when Japanese civil engineering or the company, this innovation in China, they were surprised that you have over 40,000 of high-speed rail. High-speed rail is invented in Japan, it's not at 3,000 kilometers there. So this huge, massive construction industry's capacity, it's overcapacity. And the Chinese infrastructure is it's all building at the saturation. So you need to develop an overseas market for Chinese construction industry. In this point, country like Nepal has to be very careful. Because here from the Chinese side, their motivation might be to create a construction market. And if our negotiator, if our government is not very careful, or we might, over-dependent on their construction industry. So these are the three major factors. And others is, this is also not, though often in the Western media, the energy, this capture of these natural resources, or that it's in a trade, that it's always happening, that it's not a very serious stuff. So with this, the next issue, why we have this loan or grant debate? Just Republican newspaper, you can see in the left-hand side, I would call it unnecessary debate. It is not only unnecessary debate, it is embarrassing also. If your formal government, your foreign minister, your finance minister, your prime minister level, if you insist on that, well, we don't accept a loan. We only need please give us only the grant. This is the embarrassing thing for at least for educated people. That I would call it the very not only unnecessary, it's embarrassing. What we have to understand is, look, the BRI investment, it does not come from Chinese government budget surplus. How it comes is, it comes from Exim Bank or China Development Bank or Asian Investment Bank, whatever. These institutions raise the money from the local capital market and they give to us and they have to pay back it. That is, there is somebody's money. That. So it is very ridiculous in a way that you give us a grant is not a very practical and that. So we have to understand how this money comes. And by the way, again I'll underscore 2 or 3% interest rate in the loan is not a high interest rate. Even World Bank, IMF and World Bank, when we are graduated from the least developed country, 2 and 2.5% is the World Bank. That. So this is, we have to understand the context. So the question is, why such an unnecessary debate evolved globally? So very briefly, it is the politics, it's a geopolitics. Basically, the Western competitor of China wanted to build a narrative. It's a false narrative. So often, this cited report is, it's commissioned in 2001 with the USAID funded this study. So that put all the BRI project in a very bad light, and all the media picked up it. And you see, the Congress proposed $5 million for propaganda. For propaganda against this BRI. This is the American press, from the American press. And recently, this last October, $1.6 billion US Congress passed to have a propaganda against China. So, again, we have to understand as a Nepalese, this is not our business. This is two big powers fighting. But we have to understand the context, how it is happening that. So this is the news, you see. USAID funded 6,200 journalists for that, for this kind of the propagation. And you see, Associated Press, it's a very reputed news agency, international news agency. It is influenced by that kind of thing. The Guardian is, Britain is that, the Australian, the status. However, the propaganda and false narrative does not live a long life. That is, you might have in the Chatham House, is the think tank in the London. That is famous for very independent and neutral position. The Chatham House said that debunking the myth of the dead trap, it's already in 2021. The Atlantic magazine, this is the American magazine, very respected. It says the Chinese death trap is a myth. The Nikkei Asia, the Japanese newspaper, it says it's myth. However, as late as 24 December, the Kathmandu Post News is there, our Prime Minister saying, dropping the words in the death trap. The world has already understood this is a false narrative. But our politician, our intellectual and our media has to wake up. That is very unfortunate thing. So finally, now with this background, what is the opportunities? I don't want to repeat. Dr. Sangrola very eloquently put it the same thing. So it's important to fill up the funding gap. We know it already. And most important is the connectivity infrastructure for easy access to Chinese market. China and Nepal Railway, I have often in the public forum, as a transport planner and engineer, I have advocating along in the media and that it's a game changer. It's a truly game changer project. That. So we should have focused on that, do a homework and for this. And the leveraging BRI investment for Chinese investment and industrialization trade. Just last our distinguished Chinese presenter very rightly put it that BRI is not only particular or isolated infrastructure project. It has to look at in the ecosystem of promoting trade, promoting Chinese investment for the industrialization and so on and so forth. And most important opportunity is, as I mentioned, The China in the past 10 or 20 years have made a miracle in construction industry, especially civil engineering industry, and there is a good chances of getting benefit from that through the technology transfer. Training our young engineers, our construction company, our consulting company, we have not get benefited from that. So even in our all the agreement and that high-level exchanges and that, we have hundreds of people joining Prime Minister delegation, but not a single engineer, not a single engineer, not a technician. We have to change it, that, to reap that opportunity. And most important opportunity is, look, Dr. Sangraula just mentioned about it, our developmental problem is a wrong policy and an approach imposed by Western multilateral donor, mainly. And with the BRI, we have an opportunity to have a new kind of development framework. Our Chinese friend also should have understand that. Dr. Sangraula rightly put it, if you want to implement BRI project within the framework designed by our Western donor, there will be disaster. There will be disaster. So this is another opportunity to change our overall development or the infrastructure development system. One of the challenges is, the first is from the Nepal side, identifying the right project. You can see in the panel the photograph of the Pokhara airport, it's a wrong project. I have all along the right from the beginning. I have spoken in the media, this is my subject, I'm a university professor, I teach it. Such a kind of statement, I don't put without a fact and this analysis. It's a wrong project, and our Chinese partner also. We are weak, our system is weak. You should have allowed that. If this project is whether that can be, this operated effectively or not. So, first task is, challenge is identifying the right project, and another is, especially in Nepal, our economists, especially professional project economists, are doing the pretty bad job. Because whenever there is some project, our expectation is who pays it? Does the project generate the financial profit or that? The fact of the matter is, not all infrastructure projects that are economically feasible or socially desirable, not financially profitable. Our road, railway, port, airport, in no country, when you first build it, from next year it cannot earn a profit. That it takes some time, and some project is of the public nature, never generate a profit. But our discussion on the railway, airport, port, and all, our discussion is, it should generate a project. It's not like a building of cinema hall or the supermarket or like the private sector. So that is, we need to acknowledge at the policy level. That. So for instance, this China-Nepal railway, it's a game changer. But from the next 2 years or 3 years, it cannot recover all the investment. It might take some time. So those kind of acknowledgement in the policy level is important, and we need it. And already our system need to be fixed first. It's a broken system we do have. And negotiating to minimize this commercial interest of the Chinese side. So one of the big challenge for the Nepalese government is, because in the BRI, what I see is there is a different layer of this narratives or the agenda. In the political level, Chinese political level, we have a very historically, very friendly relationship. Chinese people and Chinese politician government want to have a really help to Nepal. But when it comes to your contractor level, the contractor's project manager is to maximize the project profit. So at that point, there might be two different, even though both are the Chinese government department and this contractor. So we should make a distinction. So at that level, in the project management level, the Chinese contractor may not be as sympathetic as their political masters. So that we have to be very careful. And finally, there is this technology transfer, and in the capacity building, the Chinese side can help Nepal in a great deal. Let me give you two examples in the BRI. Successful, both are railway. This is China-Laos railway. Why I am presenting this case is, in BRI discussion, we had to debate this kind of arrangement. We end up our discussion in loan versus grant and finished. That it's very polarized. Look, In China, Laos railway is 1,000, more than 1,000 long railway, 1,035 kilometer, $6 billion, $6 billion, huge money. And the burden for, and by the way, this Laos section is very difficult. Out of 6 billion, about 4 billion around is Laos side construction. But how much burden Laos is taken is only $730 million. And $250 is equity, and loan is only 480. So what matters is at the end of the day, what is the arrangement for the project that? We have not entered in that. We started fighting on the loan versus grant. That's ridiculous. And by the way, in this agreement, I find that China is very sympathetic to Laos, being as a poor country, small country. So we need this kind of the sympathy, Nepal also, we should ask. Another is Jakarta Bandung high-speed train. It's also very flagship BRI project. Look, the project started with the 6 billion this estimated cost, but it was delayed for land acquisition and that, and the cost remained 8.5 billion. Dr. Sangrola already pointed it out. I would like to draw attention of our Chinese friend. Be very careful. Our project implementation system is broken. And if we go that in this, because I'm a transport engineer, when I was in Tokyo, this project was developed by Japanese, you know it. And if the project cost is not escalated to $8.5 billion, the project is now in the break-even. Very successful project, but now in a big deficit. And there is an issue. The government has to subsidize it. So, having right kind of the implementation is very important. And another lesson here is, the Indonesian government is very smart to play against Chinese versus Japanese. And ultimately, until 1 week back, there was a news report that this project is going to the Japan and that or that, but then switch back. So this is the negotiating tactics. And Indonesian government was able to convince China on a very convenient term and condition. Number one, the loan is not guaranteed by government. It doesn't appear in the government budget, number one. And other is, there is a very significant element of technology transfer. That. 3 minutes, great. Let me tell you why technology transfer is very important. All along, in different forum, I am giving the example, and my colleague, even engineering colleague, again blame me. Oh, you are talking about Korea, you are talking about Japan, Europe, we are not that, we are not India. Now this time, I am talking about Japan, but not now Japan. Japan of 1870. My university, my alma mater, the University of Tokyo was established in 1876, 6 years after this project. So in this first railway line project, the Japan borrowed money from Britain with 12% interest rate, not 2-3, 12% interest rate, it's a fact. What they did, how Japanese Prime Minister and politicians thought it, how will we pay back? They said that, look, we don't have a university, we know nothing about engineering. What they said is, this project itself is our engineering. So they assigned young Japanese without engineering background against each British engineer and technicians and asked them, look, you have to learn this thing in 2 years without any degree, engineering degree. But they didn't. And in another project in 1880, after 8 years, 100% of new lines is done by Japanese, by themselves. Well, they didn't have engineering college. They didn't have. It's by learning, by doing, and technology transfer through the project. This project manager of the British project managers, he died without an illness, and his statue is in the Yokohama, you can see, as an honor. They helped, the British engineer helped Japanese young people to transfer, and they taught it. With this spirit, we have to run our project and then learn by ourselves, because you know, civil engineering is not a rocket science. It is a very conventional skill and techniques which you can do. What you see in the YouTube and Facebook, all the Chinese interesting bridge and all that, if our Chinese partners are sympathetic and helpful to us, I can say you for sure, I'm a professor teaching in the engineering. Our young engineers are smart enough to catch it in 5 or 10 years. Last time. So with the conclusion, finally, I agree that BRT is potentially a win-win initiative. However, both China side and Nepal, we need to make an extra effort. We need some reform in the both sides. Especially Nepal state machinery, we may not be very strong like Indonesia to give a very tough negotiation. But you, as our friend, you should be sympathetic to understand and teach our bureaucrats. Please ask this. This is this. For instance, in China, Nepal railway currently feasibility study is going on. But I don't know the information. In that team, you have not involved Nepalese engineers. It's very unilateral. Don't do that. This will not help to have a sustainable project and in the long run. So teach our people and involve us. So from the Nepal side, I already mentioned that we identify the right project and don't insist on the grant. From the China side, finally, again, my point is Nepal being a very close neighbor, use Nepal as an exemplary case. Look, the BRI went to Nepal or least developed countries. We build the infrastructure, we build the institution, we transfer the technology, and they are now in the Asia very competent in technology and infrastructures. That is the big return to China. Don't expect so much because we are too poor and too weak to run a business and to make a big profit. Not now. After 20 years, Chinese businessmen can make. So with this, please, thank you very much. Sorry, I skipped the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Suryadas Acharya. So we had 3 presentations. म यही आएर किन बोल्न चाहेको भने फेरि एकचोटि निवेदन गरौँ हजुरहरूलाई भनेर। अलि सन्नाटा हुनु पर्यो। अब 2टा प्रस्तुति बाँकी छ, 3टा सक्यो र यो पनि यहाँहरूलाई मैले निवेदन गर्न आएको हो कि यो 2टा सकेपछि प्रश्नोत्तर हुन्छ। सुरुमा पनि मैले यहाँलाई अनुरोध गरेको थिएँ हामी कमसेकम 5वटा प्रश्नहरू लिनेछौँ। हल्ला आइरहेछ है आज। इट्स भेरी अनफर्चुनेट। त्यहाँ पछाडिबाट हल्ला आइरहेछ, एकदम पछाडिबाट। हजुरहरूले अरूहरूलाई डिस्टर्ब गर्दै हुनुहुन्छ कि? यु हेभ नो राइट। त्यो 5वटा प्रश्नहरू यति क्रिटिकल होस् कि यसले आजको यो सेसनलाई साँच्चै नै उत्पादनशील बनाउनेछ। अब 2टा प्रस्तुतिमा म सुरुमा चिनिया विद्वान वै चिसोङलाई बोलाउँदैछु र त्यसपछि अर्का विद्वान भनौँ वा वरिष्ठ प्रशासक भनौँ अथवा कूटनीतिज्ञ भनौँ लीलामणि पौडेल हुनुहुन्छ। यहाँहरूलाई व्यग्रता पनि लागेको होला। So now we have 2 presentations more. To begin again, let me invite Mr. Wei Chisong. Mr. Wei Chisong, उहाँ पेसाले एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिभ म्यानेजर हुनुहुन्छ र currently he is serving as an administrative manager of SCIG. हजुरले सुन्नु भएको छ कि छैन? SCIG is an international investment company working in Nepal now. This company was established back in 2017 to develop, own, acquire and operate भन्छ है। Develop, own and acquire भन्छ hydropower projects in Nepal The company
that I mentioned about the railway, Bandung railway project, they back and forth negotiated with Japan and China, and then eventually awarded to China. Earlier, that project was actually, if I am not wrong, that project was already awarded to China and taken back, and then they started to negotiate with Japan, and then communicated to China that we are going to give it to Japan, and later on, again, they awarded to Malaysia, China. That's why we need the negotiation, very prudent mechanism is required to negotiate, and then terms and conditions, that needs to be negotiated very well. With these 4 points in our already been in place, BRI is an opportunity for us. This is a window for opportunity, and we need to prioritize the flagship project, game changer project, make powerful implementation plan, mechanism. The current mechanism cannot handle a mega projects and cannot finish in on time. That's why we need a separate mechanism for resolving every issue, whichever crops up, immediately resolving those issues, and the powerful mechanism is required for specific major projects, not for all. And then for all these, we need a political consensus. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for wonderful presentations. So altogether we had 5 presentations, but at the moment we have 4 presenters with us. So now it's time for question answer and discussion. We would really appreciate if you put some critical observation very shortly and a question. So just to remind you, we had 5 presentations. The first one was on BRI Nepal-China Agreement 2017 special feature by Professor Sangrola. And then we had a presentation on opportunities and prospects of BRI by Professor Yang Yapo. And then we had BRI implementation Nepal opportunity and challenges again by Dr. Sudiraj Acharya. And then a case study by Wei Chi-song, and finally a very thought-provoking presentation by Lilamani Paudel on the BRI wrong narratives and realities. So based on these, let's have 4 questions in the beginning. I think I should take the question 2 from this side and 2 from this side. The last one, 1, 2, sir, 3, sir, and then this side. No, ladies, okay, 4. 1, 2, Mandiraji 3, and then this lady in black sweater 4. Okay, please, you can put your question Nepali or English, but please identify who you want to question, okay? 1 question for 1 presenter. हजुर गरौँ हजुर त्यो होइन हजुर पहिलो हुँदा हजुरको लास्टमा है उहाँको लास्टमा प्लिज उहाँको लास्टमा ऊ त्यहाँ पछाडि 1, 2 हजुरको पछि होइन होला त्यहाँ एकजना थियो पहिले उठाउने एकजना हुनुहुन्थ्यो एकजना त्यसपछि मन्दिराजी अनि यता हजुर प्लिज एकदम सर्ट गर्नुहोस् है क्वेसन थ्याङ्क यू नो 4 क्वेसन नाउ सेकेन्ड राउन्डमा हजुर कहाँ हुन्छ
Thank you, Professor Bozu. My question goes to...
Please identify yourself.
This is B. Gokul Gautam.
Gokul.
And my query goes to Professor Yang Yabo. In the past decade, President Xi Jinping, not only BRI, he announced several series of initiatives, including Global Development Initiative, Global Security Initiative, and Global Civilization Initiative.
I don't mind the criticism on the BRI about the debt trap or the governance issues of the Chinese companies or government. But China time and again seeks Nepal's support for GSI, Global Security Initiatives. Within the bigger umbrella of BRI, I have heard that the GSI comes under the bigger umbrella of BRI. If it is so, then what is the difference between MCC and BRI?
Thank you so much. Wait a minute. First we take the questions, okay? Now the next question from that side. Yes, please. Leon, yes. उहाँलाई दिनुहोस् त भोलिन्टियर अलि त्यसपछि अर्को भोलिन्टियरले यहाँ मसँग माइक छ यता दिँदै गर्दा
धन्यवाद
हजुर प्लिज
म प्रेमल कुमार खनाल हो
के खनाल भन्नुभयो
प्रेमल कुमार खनाल
ओके प्रश्न कसलाई
म ट्रेड युनियनिस्ट ब्याकग्राउन्डको हो म विश्व ट्रेड महासङ्घ वर्ल्ड फेडरेसन अफ ट्रेड युनियन्सको पनि हुँ र यहाँ पेशागत महासङ्घ नेपालको पनि अध्यक्ष हुँ मैले दुईटा
होइन हजुर एउटा प्रश्न एकजनालाई हजुर
लीलामणि सरलाई भए नि भयो
लीलामणि
तब सूर्य सरलाई भए नि भयो
ल खनाल सरको प्रश्न लीलामणि पौडेल सरलाई
BRI-लाई गिजोलिएको छ आजको दिनमा यहाँसम्म आइपुग्दाखेरि मैले बुझेको हामीले बुझेको भनेको गिजोलिएको छ सबै शक्ति लागेका छन् र यो एउटा यस्तो एउटा माइलस्टोन प्रोजेक्ट पनि हो BRI अहिले विगतदेखि आएको चाहिँ त्रिदेशीय साझेदारीको पनि कुराहरू आएको थियो छ र BRI-का लागि चाहिँ नि भारतसँग हामीले संवाद गर्ने छलफल गर्ने कुराहरू गर्न सकिन्छ चीन नेपाल भारत भएर पनि र BRI प्रोजेक्टका कुराहरू जो छ कनेक्टिभिटीका कुराहरू रेलका कुराहरू यी धेरै कुराहरू छन् त्यसका बारेमा पनि के हुन्छ त्यो कुराहरू पनि आओस् र दोस्रो यसै सोध्छु म BRI ह्युज प्रोजेक्ट हुँदाहुँदै पनि नेपाल कृषि प्रधान देश भएको हुनाले हामीले स्टार्टिङमा एग्रो बेस्ड इन्डस्ट्री र एग्रिकल्चर फार्मिङको प्रोसेसबाट चाहिँ हामीले प्रोजेक्ट सञ्चालन गर्दै गयौँ भनेदेखि राम्रो हुन्छ कि भन्ने लाग्छ
हस् खनाल अध्यक्षजी धन्यवाद त्यसपछि थर्ड यता डाक्टर मन्दिरा त्यसपछि यता दिउँ माइक
Good afternoon and namaste. Thank you to all the presenters. Well, my comment was to Professor Yuvraj Sangrola. I beg
होइन होला एकैछिन है डाक्टर मन्दिर हजुरको पालो आएको छैन यता एकजना बहिनी हुनुहुन्छ कालो लुगा लगाएर बस्नु भएको छ यता अगाडि ल्याइदिनुहोस् त त्यो माइक हजुर मेरो हात हेर्नुहोस् न है यता अगाडि हजुर डाक्टर मन्दिरा
As I was saying, my comment was to Dr. Yuvraj Sangrola, and I think some others.
Oh, Madam, Dr. Sangrola is not here.
I know he's not there, but it's connected, so the question will go.
Please identify the presenter.
I will. Just listen to me, please.
No, so that the presenter will be more attentive. Yeah,
yes.
Please.
But Dr. Sangrola mentioned that we do not have good engineers in Nepal, so I beg to differ to that. Being an engineer myself, there are plenty of good engineers in Nepal, and that what is required is probably capacity building, strengthening of the capacity, and maybe more exposure and technology transfer. So that leads to what Professor Surya Acharya just mentioned, that BRI does offer an opportunity for technology transfer and capacity building. And then my question goes to our speaker from the Marshangdi corridor that you mentioned, Professor Wee Sisong. I very much appreciate your presentation on the cascades of the Marshangdi corridor. You have a lot of experience, and that you mentioned that there has been delays, definitely due to several reasons, policy for instance. But with the experience that you've gained over the last couple of years, what is it that you could transfer to other basins in Nepal? Because this was a demonstration project under the BRI. So is there an opportunity to take such projects to other basins in Nepal? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, good afternoon everyone. I'm Sabyata Nepal, an LLM scholar from Tribhuvan University. My question is directed to Mr. Lilamori Podel.
Miss, may I request you to direct your question to Dr. Professor Surya Raj Acharya?
Sure.
Yes.
My question is then directed to Dr. Surya Acharya. We did see so many of issues through your presentations about the debt And then the question is, given the fact that it was originally directed to Mr. Lilamuri, so yeah, the question is like, given the fact that you were actually the Chief Secretary of the government of Nepal back then, how do you think Nepal should have balanced its participation in BRI while maintaining sovereignty and avoiding excessive debt dependency, given the fact that you question so much about debt and the issues? So maybe if you were to highlight that, it would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss. Thank you very much. So we go to the presenters now. The first round, okay? Let me finish the first round. So first, let me request Professor Yang Yapo for the question by Gokulji. Yeah, you can take the mic there. Okay.
Okay, thank you for your question. I think the initiative about safe development culture just a vision, but the belt, but BR is the action. So my advice is in 2024 framework will be implementation. Yeah.
Okay, I think you can speak in your own language and then your colleague will translate into English. Is it okay? Yes.
Okay.
Please.
好，感谢你的提问。我想关于这个全球发展倡议、全球安全倡议、全球文明倡议，它只是一种理念。而我们的这个 BRI， 我们的这个“一带一路”，它更多的是这样的一个行动。我们要实现我们习近平总书记提出来这个人类命运共同体的这样一个理念，我们的这样一个中尼命运共同体的这样一个理念，那么它只有通过我们共同来推动“一带一路”的这个倡议的这样一个实施，才能够实现这样的一个理念。去年2024年，我们中尼之间发表了这样一个联合声明，在这个联合声明发表的同时，我们也签署了这样一个关于“一带一路”的合作框架协议。那么，我想着在我们这个共同推动这样一个“一带一路”的这样一个合作框架协议的这样一个落实以后，我们的这样一个理念，很多的这样一个理念才能够更好的这样一个实现。
Thanks for your question, and I think the GSI and GCI and the GDI are kind of source and idea, and the BRI is more about the implementation and the construction. So I think the future of the shared future of Oman and the China and Nepal must take joint step up to BRI cooperation, so we can achieve that idea ourselves. Yeah, and last year Nepal and China signed the joint statement and the framework of agreement about implementation of the BRI. I think if we step forward and do some practical work, maybe the shared future of China and Nepal will be achieved. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So one point, very short.
所以我反复强调这个协议的这个执行非常的关键。基于这样的一个认识，我很赞成上午黄永松教授提出来的，我们有必要成立这样一个委员会，独立的这样一个委员会来监督我们的这样一个 框架合作协议的这样一个执行。
I stress on the implementation about the joint statement and the framework agreement. So I agree with Professor Huang. Just talk about to build up community to supervise how the projects and all of the the framework to do some to implemented. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Now we move to another question and another presenter. So let's request Wei Chisong to respond to the question by Mantiraji.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. And I want to repeat the understanding from my side regarding your question. You mentioning that there's a lot of engineers in Nepal. You mentioned that there's a lot of engineers in Nepal. How is it your question, meaning that how to make them to contribute their function? Okay, and other part of the experience copy to other projects, right? Okay. First of all, as I mentioned, that Mashandi project is carefully selected and risk reviewed by the shareholders. That is a commercial decision to make. And also, at the same time, it's following Nepal's national electricity development plan. We have to check regarding this national development plan. What are those at front lines? And each project requires independent commercial risk and benefit assessment. That is the thing we do for business side. But for BRI, I think there is many things to do that we can share ideas. Whether the plan made by the nation is based on the hardship or made by some other factors, we can review the ranking of those projects, working together, make a discussion. And also due to technology relevant daily, every day there's new technologies. Sometimes we need to come back to review the plan we originally made, then to decide maybe there will be a way out and new solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chisong. Wei Chisong. And then let's move to Lilamori Borelji. He has two questions actually to respond. Okay.
If I understand correctly, you mentioned about being a chief secretary. How do you balance the relationship? How did you balance the relationship? Basically, the chief secretary's position is a non-executive post. That's why very little power to maneuver the government policies about the balance relationship. But as an ambassador, I could have thought about how could it be balanced, my perspective was very clear on those days and then now and then future also, because I am very much confident on what I believe, is that the Nepal is a small country compared to our two big neighbors. Although in the global perspective, Nepal is not a small country, it's a medium-sized country. But compared to our big neighbors, it is a very small country. And the economically, our economic development status is very, very low compared to China, and then low also compared to India, and our capability is limited. That's why our diplomatic maneuvering capability is also very limited. And our options are also limited. And then if we don't use judiciously, don't talk about balancing, even we would not be able to articulate our interest. That's why we have to use our all options most carefully and judiciously, so that we can maximize our benefits, and then we can continue grow our relationship or develop our relationship with mutual trust and the cooperation and the benefits for both sides. And for that, what I think is that we need to develop a very clear policies and then articulate and negotiate in a transparent manner, rather than making diplomacy in a dark room by some leaders, individual leaders, whatever they think, and they take a decision. That cannot, that would not benefit Nepal. And we must ask them, don't take any decision on dark, don't take any decision in closed door. Don't be tempted to personally appease the foreign leaders. Personal appeasement, that does not sustain and that does not pay for the country. And we must be clear and transparent enough to articulate our interest without jeopardizing their core interest. Don't enter into their core sensitive issues and interest. If we try to enter into their core sensitive interest, and then that will permanently jeopardize our relationship. We must know that what are their core interest. We must know their core interest. Don't intrude on that. Respect their core interest. Try to protect their core interest in our own soil. And then articulate our interest transparently, not in a dark room by a single leader, whatever they think on their whim, but by the collective decision. By deliberations, by discussions, what is right, what is wrong for us, why this is right, why this is wrong. And then communicate them clearly. See, this is our interest, we want to do this, and then while doing this, and then we are not going against your core interest, but this is our interest, and then we cannot compromise on this. I will give you one example. I will finish. This is very important thing. Maybe that गिजोलियो भनेर हाम्रो सरले भनेको यसको आन्सर पनि यसैमा आउँछ. I think that Premal sir's question would also be answered through this. When I went to Beijing, there was an intense debate about the negotiation on BRI. And then some of our friends, long-term friends, were saying that don't sign, don't sign, don't sign. We have an interest. We have a concern. If you sign it, it will be compromise our interest. That kind of message they have been conveying in our capital. And then one day the ambassador came to meet me of that particular country, who says that they have the interest, and then they wanted we not to sign this. And then he came to meet me and they says that, are you signing this BRI? And then I said, why not? Definitely we will be going to sign it. Government has not taken decision. And then he was surprised. I said, definitely we will sign it, because it is in the interest. I had the BRI's, the official document, and that copy, and then I forwarded him and then asked him that, what is wrong with this, tell me. What this document compromises on your security interest if we join. And then he gave him some example. These particular things would compromise our own interest. I said, no, it will not compromise on your interest. There's nothing to do with what you have given example by signing this, because he wanted to bring in third party's interest. I said that this agreement is signed, MOU will be signed between Nepal and China, and nothing binds us from what was signed between China and a third country. That never binds us. If you have the problem with China and the signing agreement with a third country, And then why you are talking this and then checking us to sign an agreement with China? Because that had nothing to do with that project. And later on he says that, oh, China pushes their things as if they granted, they have they wanted whatever they wanted to impose on us, and then we are not accepting their impositions. I said that this is your problem. Why you are bringing to us? That's why there is nothing wrong. If we sign it, it will be not against you. We are not bringing support from China and then making war with you, or you pushing you out from Nepal. Nothing that will be happen. This is for the prosperity of Nepalese people, and then we must do it. And this is for the development of Nepal, and we must do it. This is not a military alliances. This is not also buying warships. And this is the development, making roads and then irrigations, highways, or the generating power. That will benefit Nepal, and then that will benefit you also. Because we have a very close relations, and then the benefit for Nepal will trickle down to your benefits as well. This is how that we should negotiate, no? And whatever that we take a decision must be informed decision. Whatever we take a decision must be understood by all stakeholders in Nepal, maybe major political forces or the major bureaucrats, top bureaucrats who take decision. That must be a collective decision, and there must be a deliberations and discussions, and what is wrong, what is right, and then who says what. That must be discussed very honestly and very distinctly, very clearly, and then reach on a conclusion, and that conclusion to be negotiated with our friendly countries. That is only the options for us, the balancing relationship. And then while this is not that give project to one country and then give another project to one country and then make it balanced. Oh, this is a nonsense idea. Not like that. While working with the China and then focus on China and the development aspects, if some other countries argue against that, and then we must tell them that no, this is in the interest of Nepali people. And this is not a security pact, this is a development. We want to develop, and then tell us what is the alternative of this. Tell us, what is alternative of this? Can you provide alternatives? Fine. Then we will see that. If you cannot provide alternatives, then you don't have any right to check on our development endeavors. This is our right, fundamental right. That cannot be negotiated. If you say like that, and then I think, and then if we negotiate with India, and then negotiate with based on the Nepal's interest, based on Nepal's interest, if some other country say don't do this, and then we will say that okay, let us to deal on this matter. This is our own matter of our own interest. And then that Gijolio भन्ने कुराहरू, Gijolio त सरले example he has already given. 1.6 billion rupees was allocated for propaganda against China, and they are operating here. And then what they do is that either they try to derail the cooperation agreements or arrangements. If they cannot derail the cooperation agreements, then they try to target the individuals, people, and then who initiated, who pushed, who negotiated, who finalized these projects. That is happening, and then history is the evidence. There are, I can give you dozens of examples. What happened when that some people negotiated on the Nepal's interest, and then what happened later on to those people. That is quite open facts. Thank you.
So we are moving to the round 2, and I already have 2 questions in my hand. And एकैछिन हजुर, एकैछिन. 1 अनि 2 है, यताबाट 2टा.
I'm happen to be the former Foreign Service Career Officer. and currently I'm an academician teaching law. And I have been participating in this BRI discussion with the courtesy of invitation from Setubandh Institute. Professor Ananda and Rajesh Shrestha deserve my gratitude. Today I have been raising my hand since the morning because I have questions here. Because I'm a student of Nepal-China relations, I want to share saying the nature of the discussion and the points of the arguments and things going on some different way, rather than what is on the reality. In Nepal, nobody opposes the Nepal-China cooperation. That is taken here for granted. We have a very cordial, friendly relations with China and Nepal over centuries. Nobody objects here to China-Nepal cooperation in any field. And China has been very kind to helping Nepal. Over 70 years since we established the diplomatic relations, we have number of dozens of factories had been established in Nepal.
Dr. Tukal, would you mind to focus your question?
Yes, I am coming to point, sir.
And then
that's
also identify the presenter.
Of course. It is maybe related to Lilamani sir or maybe Dr. Surya Acharya. My question I have already handed to you, it has reached to you. It is about the projects, and take it for this way, reality. Nepal government or Nepal has already signed the MOU agreement 2017. Then we have last year signed another framework agreement. Nepal has already forwarded 9 projects for the consideration by the Chinese government for the investment or whatever the projects to be considered under the PRI. The point comes here, any country select the projects based on the cost-benefit analysis. And in that cost-benefit analysis, if the country considers that this project is beneficial, then the country commits taking any loan or any grant or anything. No any other country can simply impose that you can take this project in the interest of political, strategic or whatever it is. So why don't Nepal and China could offer very kindly a kind of cost-benefit analysis studies to be conducted on these 9 projects and make it transparent to all the Nepali people and Chinese people. These projects are beneficial to Nepal in the long-term interest, and then we are taking under the PRI. Thank you very much.
बुद्धिनारायण चाहिँ हजुरले लास्टमा हजुरलाई म बोलाउँछु हजुर पछि I will move to the lady and then you at the front. Okay, हजुर यता बहिनीलाई दिउँ त. And then I will come to you, sir, and finally our respected Buddhinarayan.
Thank you, sir. I'm Neetu Bandari, the student of first semester International Relations and Diplomacy. I have a point of view and a question, maybe that both delegates can answer. But if it is to be answered, I would love to be heard by Lilamani Gautam sir and our Chinese professor Yong Song. So my question is, me being the fan of our Chinese leader, Deng Xiaoping, the Nepal also wants to bring that prosperity the Chinese got in the era of Deng Xiaoping through the BRI, because it has such a connectivity, such a opportunities for the Nepal to get out from the mentality of the landlocked country into the landed country. Having said that, what are the programs of the Nepalese government to include the student like us, the university, the academia world, just like the sir said, to find out the cost-benefit analysis project which can harbor the prosperity of the Nepal, and along with that maintaining the Chinese, because there is nothing like a free cup of tea, you know. So ensuring the Chinese interest as well, because we being Nepal, we have never ever given any countries or foreign player the chance to use our territory against any of our neighbors. So ensuring that, I want Lilamani sir or Deng Xiaoping to talk on a question that how can China adopt its BRI financing mechanism in a way that gain the Nepal's debt sustainability threshold while ensuring project prioritizing Nepal's development need over geopolitical interest. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miss. And then यहाँ अगाडि ल्याइदिनुस् न, यहाँ अगाडि. हजुर.
नमस्ते, मेरो नाम प्रवीण काफ्ले, म पेसाले इन्जिनियर। मेरो प्रश्न चाहिँ डाक्टर सूर्यराज आचार्यलाई। नेपालमा चाहिँ हामी अलिकति ठुला आयोजना, ठुला प्रोजेक्टहरू, म्याक्रो लेभलको कुराहरू बढी गर्छौँ होइन। अब अलिकति यो स्थानीय तहमा हेर्नुहुन्छ भने यो म्युनिसिपल चिफहरूको लागि यो बजेट चाहिँ क्यापिटल एक्सपेन्डिचर यसै पनि कम भइरहेको, बेरोजु बढिरहेको र हाम्रो चाहिँ पुरो समग्र नेसनल लेभलमा हेर्नुहुन्छ भने पनि यो पुँजीगत खर्चहरूमै समस्या छ, बजेटहरू फ्रिज हुने, अब पेमेन्टहरूमा डिले हुने, अब लिगल कुराहरू छन् होइन। त्यसपछि तपाईँको टेक्निकल कम्पिटेन्सीका कुराहरू छन्, अब यो स्टेटले फेसिलिटेट गर्ने कुराहरू छन्। हामीसँग भएको बजेट यसै पनि हामीले एकदमै वाइजर वेमा खर्च गर्न सकिरहेको छैनौँ, एकदम यसको चाहिँ एफिसियन्ट वेमा हामीले यसलाई युटिलाइज गर्न सकिरहेको छैनौँ भनेपछि भोलिको दिनमा चाहिँ यो बिआरआई आए पनि यो क्यापेसिटी बिल्डिङको कुराहरू, टेक्निकल कुराहरू, कन्सल्टिङको कुराहरू, इभन हजुरको जेनरल पब्लिकको पनि यो एउटा अवेरनेसको लेभलहरू हामीले अपग्रेड गर्नुपर्ने हुन्छ। चाइनिजहरूले फर द फर्स्ट फ्यु इयर्स यो कुरामा चाहिँ अलिकति क्यापेसिटी बिल्डिङमा हेल्प गरेर त्यसपछि बिस्तारै हामीले यो खालको एम्बिसियस प्रोजेक्टहरू लग्दाखेरि राम्रो हुने थियो कि भन्ने लाग्छ मलाई। थ्याङ्क यू भेरी मच।
हस्, धन्यवाद। फाइनली लेट मी रिक्वेस्ट बुद्धिनारायण सर for his question to the presenters.
Thank you. My name is Buddhi Narayan Shrestha, border analyst. My short query to Dr. Suryadaraj Acharya. You made a very good presentation on BRI implementation in Nepal, and you also explained the technical terms on grant, loan, etc., etc., etc. I mentioned presently Nepal is connected to China through Kodari Highway, Raswagari Highway, Hilsa Taklakot Road, etc., etc., etc. And I guess in future they will be connected to China also through other highways such as Tomor Corridor, Arun Tomor Corridor, etc., etc., etc. On the other side of the coin, Nepal is connected to India through more than 10, 15 roads and highways. My query to you is whether it will be China's BRI and Nepal's corridor in terms to connect China and India by Nepal. If Nepal became a transit country between our two neighboring nations, how much Nepal will be benefited in terms of economic diplomacy, structural infrastructural diplomacy, or geopolitical diplomacy? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Hazur. Thank you very much. Hazur. All right. यसो गरौँ हजुर, अब चिया खाने बेलामा हामीसँग झन्डै आधा घन्टा 40 मिनट समय दिनुभएको छ। हामी त्यही बेला छलफल गरौँ है, बिकज वी हेभ बिन हियर फ्रम 8:30 इन द मर्निङ। त्यसकारण चाहिँ जो साथीहरूको मनमा जिज्ञासा छ पछि चिया खाने बेलामा छलफल गर्नु पर्ला, यति मैले हजुरहरूसँग क्षमा याचना गरेँ। अब क्वेसनको हकमा दुईवटा हाम्रो 4वटा प्रश्नहरू थियो। वी ह्याड 4 क्वेसन्स एन्ड all directed to the Nepali experts. सर्वप्रथम म डाक्टर सूर्यराज आचार्यज्यूलाई दुईवटा प्रश्न राखिएको छ, त्यो म भन्न चाहन्छु। मे आई रिड द क्वेसन फर यु? ओके हजुर, आउँछ, त्यो पनि आउँछ हजुर, म पढेर लास्टमा है हजुर। Dr. Acharya, number 1, this question is from Dr. Ram Babu Dekha. The question is like this: why don't China and Nepal conduct studies of cost-benefit analysis of each of 9 projects so far identified?
It's very interesting questions. The first, as a project analysis, we have to understand what is the meaning of the cost-benefit analysis and how relevant it is. I understand it. Our media and even our expert we give a lot of importance to the cost-benefit analysis. I teach that course. It's very messy thing. Don't get confused on that. It is a useful tool, but when it comes to the practical level, let me tell you in information. When Nepal discussed conceived East-West Highway, that project was left because it was not economically feasible. From the cost-benefit analysis, it was rejected. Not from this politician. It was from the RTO, the American expert was engaged. The Indian planner was engaged at that time. So we should be very careful. For your information, let me share you one important information. All these American, European, Japanese, Koreans, in 1950s, 60s, 70s, 80s, when they have a big infrastructure, it was not by cost-benefit analysis. It is very new concept and there is a relevance. More than the cost-benefit analysis, the financial analysis is very important. If the project is for direct financial profitability, that the financial analysis, that is what we do in the hydropower, that. If in the hydropower is not a direct return, nobody will invite you in that. But for the public, for the infrastructure of public nature, one of the tricky things in most of the projects, such as the China-Nepal, this railway, yes, if you run the cost-benefit analysis, it will be this less than 1. It's very obvious. But it doesn't mean that we don't need it, because to develop the demand for those kind of the infrastructures, we produce it for the future. Look, most of the road connecting to the district headquarters, I'm an engineer, I will do that. I'll tell you for sure, they are not from the cost-benefit analysis, not feasible. That means we don't connect the district headquarters. That is why some of the projects are of long-term strategic natures. That is the game changer. The meaning of the game changer is this is exactly that. The project is not to solve the current demand. The project has to generate the future demand, the connectivity, strategic, and that will change the whole structure of your economy. Look, the fast track. It is not from the cost-benefit analysis. This is not feasible. That is why the private sector asked, we spend a quite good deal of time. What at the end of the day? I told in the day one in the parliamentary committee that when we spend the time, look, this project is not financially feasible, and the private sector, sooner or later, they ask this guarantee. And what happened is, they asked for the 15 arab, the guaranteed by the finance minister. So this issue is, as the cost-benefit analysis looked very fancy, but when we come to the practically, it has a limitation. And the calculation is very messy. I've gone through the cost-benefit analysis done by the World Bank ADB project. What they do, in the first round of calculation, IRR is 5%. Then the team leader said, oh, we have to make it 10%. Make this production of this apple and this and agriculture small. Inflate it and make it the 10. That is exactly. It is not only in Nepal. So this is regarding the cost-benefit. What I would suggest is, instead of the cost-benefit analysis, for this kind of the project it's strategic and political leadership need to be engaged and very clear. After we build these projects, what is the ecosystem of economic development? How other components we are going to promote it? So that is more important. What we call it the cost effectiveness. That bring the cost down, and cost effectiveness analysis is, I think, the more important that.
Thank you. हजुरलाई अर्को पनि प्रश्न सिधाइहालौँ होइन हजुर एकैछिन I'm very sorry
I can't agree with Dr. Surya Acharya sir, because I am also a student of the project cost and benefit analysis.
I think
the financial part is that otherwise then we are leaving to the decision to the discretionary power of the politics.
त्यसो गरौँ न
Why do you comment on that? Then let the decision makers as a politician to take anything, and then we should not make any call.
हामी अर्को प्रश्न पनि छ हजुरलाई अर्को प्रश्न यो चाहिँ पछि छलफल गर्नु होला अर्को प्रश्न हाम्रो बुद्धिनारायण सरबाट थियो सो बुद्धिनारायण सर has asked a question we already have some connection with China on one hand and also we have some connection with India already so now we are bring in BRI as a connectivity. So what additional benefit or what additional contribution it will make? That was the question, sir. कस्तो भयो भने हाम्रो चाहिँ अहिले नै चीनसँग पनि बाटोघाटो खुलेको छ 5-7 ठाउँमा, इन्डियासँग पनि 10-12 ठाउँमा छ भने फेरि BRI थपियो भनेपछि अब के यसले कहाँनिर एडिसनल भ्यालु गर्छ भन्ने कुरा.
When it comes about BRI connectivity with the China, of course we have connected with the church. It's also very important. It's also very important questions. When we discussed about the China-Nepal railway, many, even the engineers, there is that the road is there already, why cannot? So our expert problem is, we don't understand what is the road reliability in Tibet. In the winter time, in the snowfall time, and how many days it takes a truck from, say, Chengdu to the Kathmandu, that days. So the point is, this new connectivity, China-Nepal railway, why we are calling it a game changer is, look, forget about other things. If a train leaving from this Kathmandu reach Chengdu within the 24 hours, that you cannot probably imagine what its impact would be. That because now the Chengdu and Lhasa is connecting with the new line. It's not going all the way up and it's down. So this connectivity, the current connectivity, look, Nepal is relying on the Calcutta port. The one thing is, it's a long debate, we need it, depending upon Indian logistic. That I'm not biased against the logistic. Depending upon Indian port and logistic, Nepal can never be a developed country. That there is a reason. There is a reason. If some foreign direct, some German company has to invest it, they will invest in the Calcutta. Why they come here and take all this the cost, transportation costs? That so by India, via India, logistic, our international trade and import-export is, we will never be competitive. On the other hand, now China is the biggest market. And if we have a direct access to the China, this is the new opportunity for our economic development. So this kind of debate need to be initiated in the top political level. We need to understand it's a very strategic. Existing mindset that will not give the answer for it. And it's, the questions of the comparison of connecting with the China with highway and railway is for an engineer like me. It's a common sense. It is, we don't need to debate it. In the supply chain logistic, the importance of the railway and highway is a very distinct and the long distance that. So it is not only what you call, we have already connected India and China. Why need the extra? It is not extra. It's a game changer and taking our situation into the upper level.
Thank you. अब दुईटा प्रश्न यताबाट आएको थियो लीलामणि सरको लागि हो. वेट अ मिनेट सर, एउटा अर्को थप प्रश्न छ हजुरलाई नै मैले त्यो राखेँ, त्यो म पढेर सुनाउँ. द क्वेसन इज फ्रम गोपाल बरालजी, होइन, म पढेर सुनाउँ है, सजिलो हुन्छ भनेर कि this question is also directed to Professor Yang Yapo. Mr. Baral has a question. This is regarding India has already constructed, using Nepal's land, a road to go to Mansarovar Kailash. While Nepal has not approved or given any permission to build the road through the land of Nepal. However, China has already accepted the route. So this is the question. It's a little political question. So this is a question to Professor Yang Yapo. Maybe Lilamani sir also would like to respond it. So Lilamani sir, you have altogether 3 questions to respond. Please come.
Can you repeat the 3 questions?
हजुरहरूको क्वेसन थियो है
Neetu Bhandari, you just, if I understand correctly, you said that if there is a need to conduct a feasibility study or Nepal-China cooperation arrangement mechanisms, why don't that students of the international relations are utilized? No, that is what I also advocate. What you said, that I have been advocating this issue also, and then just Santoshji this morning presented about the status of BRI challenges and opportunities. Some of the young scholars who have been studying now were engaged on that research, and some other scholars also returned from China after PhD or postdoctoral degree are engaged in a lot of research work, and then some of the students are Nepali students are working in China and then conducting research on Trans-Himalayan region, on biodiversity in the Himalayan region towards the Tibet side, and towards Nepal side also they come sometime. This has been growing these days, and then it needs to be intensified. There are a lot of young students who want to study more, learn more about the Nepal-China relations, how it can benefit for Nepal, how it can benefit both the countries, how we can contribute to the regional development and peace and security working together. That kinds of the questions that youth have been constantly asking, and then when I interact with them, that's a good idea, and then we should raise this voice. I join with you to raising this voice to the concerned authorities when they take up the projects, and then use your expertise and knowledge to analyze the projects, and then to propose the new policies, or maybe analyze the existing policies and projects and programs. All such debates and discourses also immensely benefit the students like you to understand the true perspective of the issues, and then make up your mind and contribute for the positive synergy in the relationship between two countries. That is, and then second was about the maybe Boralji asked about the road opened by China and by India towards Man Sarovar, Kailash Man Sarovar, and maybe this question I may not be able to answer this. Better put either Chinese side or the Nepali some authorities who are in power, who are in actual policy making position could answer this question. But what I think is that China should not or would not allow any kinds of the border crossing through the debated area between Nepal and India. If there is a unresolved border dispute between Nepal and China, and then allowing Indians to cross over that border through that debated area would definitely jeopardize the Nepal's core interest. That we should request China not to do any sorts of the things that jeopardizes Nepal's core interest. And then Nepali side also, Nepali side must also be articulative or put forward their proposals, or send protest if something that happens against the Nepal's interest through the diplomatic channels. This is they should use the diplomatic channels to resolve this matter. Border disputes if cannot be resolved quickly, and then that can be agreed upon, that a tripartite agreement for common benefits, used for common benefits, that are internationally accepted some kinds of the mechanisms in the other parts of the world.
if that border disputes are not resolved now, rather than obstructing the development, can be agreed upon for the tripartite benefits, not for the two parties only benefits, if there is a tripartite dispute. That is what we can pursue that Nepal's interest through that diplomatic channels. And what was the third question? Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah.
刚才这个提问者提了一个很细节的这样一个问题，我想呢，在这样一个这个问题上，我觉得我们是一个在这样一个签订的这样一个联合声明里面，把它作为一个双边的一个具体的这样一个合作项目来谈。那么针对这样的刚才提问的这样一个争议的这样一个问题，实际上我也认真学了。看了这个去年，中尼两个国家签订这个联合声明，联合声明里面的第3条，实际上有我们的这样一个非常明确的一个官方的这样一个立场。我们的立场就是坚定支持尼泊尔维护国家独立、主权和领土完整，尊重和支持尼方自主选择符合本国国情的政治社会制度和发展道路。
That's a very specific question, and I learned that from the joint statement. And the Changla Pass, to the open to the Indian pilgrim tourists. It's not a stand of China to recognize the Kalapani is the land of India. China make the stand that is firmly supports Nepal in upholding its independence, sovereignty and territorial integrity, and respect and support Nepal's independent choice of a political and social system. That is what Chinese stand. Okay.
Thank you very much. It was very political and very tricky question. Thank you so much for your responses. Praveenji, have you got your responses yet? What was the topic? Okay, capital expenditure. And the question was to Dr. Acharya, capital expenditure. BRI and capital expenditure, yes. Briefly. बोलिए बोलते हैं
Development related projects. So in case of Nepal, if we talk about national budget, so there is very less percentage of capital expenditure. There is a very large vacuum in payment of contractors, equally complex norms on legal issues for facilitating the payment for the workers. Maybe there is also a problem in time frame. So if we talk about large scale of development projects such as BRI, so in the future also we will be having such problems in executing the projects, maybe delay in the payments, maybe problems to make people understood well about the projects. Also we'll have a lot of complexities to facilitate legally so that the project will be completed in time. So that is our national problem, right? So why can't we ask Chinese to facilitate on, improving our capacity so that the development projects get completed on time, and then maybe large scale projects, monorails, roads and such big scale infrastructures also will be, completed on time in the future. So that would be the preliminary stage for this big level of project development, right?
Thank you, Praveen ji. उहाँको मुख्य भनाइ चाहिँ क्यापासिटी बिल्डिङ पहिले गरेर अनि पछि गर्दा हुँदैन भन्ने उहाँको कुरा हो। त्यसो गरौँ न त, maybe yes.
I agree with that. When it comes to Nepal, it's not only in the case of Nepal. I mean, when we look at from the Second World War onward, all the Asian and African countries, the challenges they faced is what European countries achieved in 100 years in terms of infrastructure, investment, growth and all that. The Asian African country has to achieve that, the same thing in 10 or 20 years. We need airport, we need a metro, we need expressway, we need highway. But if you look at the Western, this history, the 100 years they developed a railway, next 50 years they developed highway, and then come the airport and all that. So the key point is, in developing countries, in Latin America, Africa, Nepal, Asia, what we need is, we need our own way of development model. That is exactly what East Asian countries did. The Japan, Korea, China, Indonesia, they didn't follow American economists. They didn't follow European this model. Though they learn a lot from the World Bank and that, the technical thing they learned it that. So you are right. The point is what we need to be very careful. It's quite challenging. The capital investment, expenditure and funding availability is a big gap. So BRI-like things is rich opportunity in the sense that if we could utilize it, build our capacity, and that is what China did. You see, the China, our Chinese colleagues, I'm very sorry, they never share this secret. They never share here in the secret of their successful. For instance, when I was in Tokyo in my institute for this continuous 5 years, they used to organize Japanese engineers at the railway scientists and Chinese. They were debating. That time the China was considering whether to go for the conventional rail, high-speed rail or maglev. And Japanese scientists helped you a lot despite your political differences. And what you did is, you adopted the high-speed rail and transfer the technology. This is the key point. Look, if China had to rely on TBG French or German or Japanese Shinkansen, your highway length would not have been more than 1,000 kilometers. Now you have a 40,000, 50,000. So this is the key point. Look, I am an engineer, I am very sorry. I am sometimes very irritated. When you talk about we don't have money, we don't have money, we don't have money. You see, in 1978, when Deng Xiaoping had to travel to this UN meeting, he could not travel in executive class because of no dollar. Now they have a $3 trillion US. So politicians need to think that way. And you are right. This capital expenditure, all this investment, and that is this is a very technical, doable thing. Most important thing to learn from China is not only BRI. It's more than BRI. That is why I indicated, most important thing is when we discuss about BRI, there is one negotiation and conversation is in the political level. That is fantastic. We have a very good relationship. We have a huge goodwill from Chinese leadership. But when the same BRI goes down and down and down and project level, then we will have a Narang and Mongyang road line. When it comes to your contractor level, tendering level, making money level, then there is a problem. So this is two things we need to separate that. So your point is the policy level, that is, if we utilize BRI correctly, conclusion is, if we are smartly, like Indonesian did, if we utilize BRI smartly, it's not a problem. We can bridge up our gap and that. But if we are just fighting over it's a grant or a loan and this and that, even if it is a BRI loan, our thing will be messed up like this.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Acharya. Nilamani sir, could respond to the
Suriraj sir has been advocating that things, capacity building. No? He already mentioned when he presented about the how can we boost up our production, how can we boost up our economy through that railway, but you should have a proper planning. And not only that, we must have the proper human resources to handle those railway projects, not depend on a driver also. And then we bring a railway from India. And then 1 year that stayed in the station covered by tarpaulin just because we didn't have a driver. And then that kinds of the project definitely is not in the interest of Nepali people. But that we must have advanced preparation for operation, maintenance, modernization, upgrading. That human resource also simultaneously be developed, and the technology transfer should be also the one of the key points for the negotiation. And then we have to go simultaneously together. Then this is don't bog down on small or big the controversy that some people are trying to derail the very strategically important project through this debate. That is very dangerous. That's why don't bog down. Oh, let's start first small and then big. That is not the issue. And then we must find out a very game-changing project, a mega transformative project, but that project not on the conventional way of implementation. I mentioned that a very special arrangement for the implementation. That includes the capacity building as well. While talking with Chinese, and they were ready to build up our capacity on railways. I remember that I talked with our Secretary of the Ministry of Physical Planning that give 50 engineers. At least I will negotiate with China for the scholarship on railway, different disciplines of the railway systems, so that when we build up railway, we will have a chunk of staff on different diverse railway technologies, and then we can operate our railway on our own. And but there was no any kinds of the initiation from Nepali side. Only just 4 engineers went and came back. But even then, when they came back, and they are not in the railway department, they were some other places. Some that other engineers are in the railway department. That is the fate of Nepal's administration. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. So finally, it's my turn as the moderator and also the chair of this session. I have not much things to do and not much things to speak. Just 2 things, sir. Firstly, let's give a big hands to these 4 great presenters. And also, we really appreciate the patience of the audience, and also for the some of the participants who made very critical questions. So to them also, on behalf of the organizing foundation, we propose word of thanks to them. Thank you so much. Thank you, question raisers. And finally, the tea is waiting outside, but we made you waiting here at least for 30 or 40 minutes. For that, I apologize from my side. And finally, whoever are interested to get a group photo, please join us here. Thank you so much once again. Today's session is over, and we'll gather tomorrow again at 8:30 for the day 2 of the dialogue. Thank you so much. Surprise we have, that is handing over of the token of love, the souvenir, for which again I hand over this mic to Sabina, my student. Sabina.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you to all of our esteemed panelists and participants for such an interactive and insightful discussion. And we are very much grateful for our moderator, Professor Dr. Dinesh Raj Bhuju, for facilitating such a productive discussion. Moving onward, I would like to call upon the stage the chair of the event, Dr. B.K. Man Singh, President of Foundation for Peace, Development and Socialism, to present the souvenir to our distinguished delegate. And I would also like to invite our former Prime Minister of Nepal, Right Honorable Jhalnath Khanal, to the stage to present the souvenir to the distinguished delegate and speaker. I would also like to invite Ms. Shreya Shrestha upon stage to assist our esteemed chair. Now I request our esteemed chair to kindly present souvenir. I would like to invite Professor Dr. Huang Yung Song to come forward to stage to receive the token of appreciation. With this, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Dinesh Raj Bhuju to receive the token of appreciation. Please give a big round of applause. I would also request to present souvenir to Professor Jung Subin. Please give a big round of applause. I would also like to invite and request esteemed chair to kindly present souvenir. Please give a big round of applause. I would also like to request chair to present souvenir to Professor Dr. Jung Subin. I would like to request our chair to kindly present souvenir to Dr. Surya Chachere. I would like to invite and request our esteemed chair to kindly present souvenir to Dr. Lilamani Paudel. On behalf of everyone, I would like to extend our sincere gratitude to the chair of the event and Right Honorable former Prime Minister of Nepal to graciously presenting the souvenir. Please give a big round of applause for all our distinguished delegates and all our speakers. Thank you, Chair, for graciously presenting the souvenir. Likewise, I would like to invite Mr. Tonka Prasad Karki to request our esteemed chair to kindly present souvenir. I would also like to invite Dr. Sankar Katioda to receive the token of love. Likewise, I would also like to request and invite Professor Wei Jishong to receive the token of love. Likewise, I would also like to invite on the stage His Excellency Cheng Song to receive the token of love. Sorry for the delay. I would also like to invite Professor Dr. Yuvraj Samrola to the stage and to receive the token of appreciation. Please give a a big round of applause for all our distinguished delegates and all our speakers. On behalf of everyone, I would like to extend our sincere gratitude to the chair of event and Right Honorable former Prime Minister of Nepal, Chalnath Khanal, for graciously presenting the souvenir to all of our delegates. Please join us for a group photo session. I would also like to invite on the stage Ms. Patnita Singh to kindly receive the souvenir. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, the chair of the event. And I would like to request all of you to join the group photo session.
Deaf population in Nepal, and any country for that matter like Nepal, are always, if not always, in most cases, skeptical of foreign donations. Right? Basically, left had this tradition that foreign donations are always attached with imperial and colonial ambitions and projects and missions and ambitions. But is that the case with BRI? Is that the case with BRI? That's a very important question. And we need to, the first important question we need to answer is, if BRI comes with imperial and colonial ambition, we should certainly not be hesitating to oppose it. But is that the case? Like we have opposed many projects in that sense, because there are many projects that World Bank initiated, IMF initiated by USA and European Union agency. They had a very clear, explicit, unambiguous colonial and imperial ambitions. And that should certainly be something which we should resist. But is that the case with BRI? And I argue BRI is the global, the first thing is, what is distinctive about BRI is the greatest global project in human history. One of the greatest project was Marshall Plan, project of reconstruction. At least Marshall Plan did not have colonial or something ambition, people can argue, but that certainly had the objective of controlling Western Europe. Right, but that actually contributed to the development of destroyed Western Europe that was destroyed by the Second World War. But the project that we have, the BRI, the largest global project in human history, it doesn't have imperial and colonial ambition. If you look at the theories and philosophy of BRI, it is very clear. And if you look at the practice, that is also become very evident. And the second thing is, BRI transcends civilizations, nationalism, ideology, and political system. Any political system, whether it be a brutal dictator or a democratic or a communist or a non-communist, can be a part of BRI. So that is the theory, and that is also the practice. It is not based on superiority of civilizations and inferiority of others. Like, for example, all Western projects, without any exception, let me emphasize this, all Western projects funded by Americans and British and French and German have this implicit or explicit objective or articulations of being superior and then positing us as inferior. That was the civilizing mission of colonialism. The colonialism was rationalized in British political discourse by saying that colonization will civilize people, this uncivilized people. That's why the term Indian, if you look at the word Oxford Dictionary, the term Indian is used for uncivilized tribal people living in the forest without any human life. So they have this very evident, unambiguously clear intention of civilizing, means colonizing people, but I do not see any element of that in BRI. Right? So this is called, and then Western scholars and intellectuals and media have been emphasizing on class of civilization. And this is not a surprise that US has declared China as an enemy, Russia as an enemy, North Korea as an enemy and Iran as an enemy, but very interestingly, the BRI document does not mention any country as an enemy. Even the Philippines, which has frequent skirmishes with China, right, as you know, does not, they do not mention Philippines as an enemy. So even NATO countries have been the part of, part of the BRI. And then if you look at the distinctiveness of BRI and the Western donation, it's very clear. All Western donations come with a string attached, and these strings are so powerful. They actually are so much powerful, they actually want to suffocate your freedom. They do not allow you freedom. If you look at what are the conditions of MCC, they openly say that we cannot change even a comma and full stop in MCC document. But if you look at the BRI documents, there is ample room for negotiation. There is ample room for negotiation on any matter, on financial matter, on the design of project, and there have some Western scholars have even documented that even local governments, our municipality, can participate in negotiation. Okay, this road should go this way or that way, and the bridge should be constructed here, not there. They can participate in that negotiation process. That is one distinctiveness. And the BRI does not come with the idea of regime change. And if you look at the Western, the part of the Western foreign policy, if you do not like a government or a prime minister or a president, he must be overthrown. The regime should change. And if you cannot change the regime, assassination attempts should be made. That's a very open policy of the United States. They have been assassinating people who actually do not agree with their interests, who are bar on their interests. So assassination ranging from regime change to assassination and interference in the external affairs. So this is another distinctiveness. And if you look at the document, it is very clear. And I was studying how many governments, how many regime has been changed by the Chinese government. 0. How many assassinations have been attempted by Chinese government? 0. But if you look at how many assassination and regime change policy have been implemented by the United States, France, and the United Kingdom in last 30 years, you will be surprised to see the number, right? And this does not include soft coup, right? Okay, then that is very important. And then the flexibility, I was really surprised by the flexibility that the BRI promised, one of the largest global project in human history. I was comparing that, funnily, I was comparing that with my local cooperatives. They call themselves Ama Shangha. And they are not flexible. They are so rigid on their interest rate. They are so rigid on the terms of payment and repayment. And they have actually exploited a huge number of population in the local area. But they call themselves Ama Shangha, Ama Cooperative. But look at the flexibility that BRI actually permits, and you will be surprised, right? And then if you want to understand the flexibility that have actually been implemented in different parts of the world, you can Google that, right? So in this context, so BRI seems to be a very unique kind of project. And China is not the same country that it was 30 years ago. Nepal is not the same country that it was 30 years ago. And the world is not same it was 30 years ago. The world had changed, China had changed, Nepal had changed. And in this change context, BRI offers a tremendous amount of opportunity. And the opportunity are not limited to creating 1 or 2 industries, creating 1 or 2 infrastructures, opening of 1 or 2 universities. No, that is a very small thing that any country do in the world. If we implement BRI, it can bring about epochal change. I'm emphasizing epochal and historical change that can bring about. It can tremendously, enormously, structurally transform Nepalese economy and politics. That is the opportunity associated with BRI. One country, Japan can give us a 1 or 2 industries. Japan can establish 1 or 2 universities or colleges. But that's a very, if you compare that with the BRI, that BRI can bring, and I'm not saying that being biased towards BRI, but if you look at some African nations, Latin American nations, which have transformed in these 20 years with the Chinese investment, you will be surprised. Ethiopia, one of the poorest country in the world, like 20 years ago, Ethiopia was one of the poorest country in the world. But now Ethiopia is transforming so rapidly that its growth rate is 6 or 7%. And there are many other nations which have joined BRI and benefited very heavily. Oh, of course, there are certain criticism, and they have some merits. There are a few criticism about BRI. We should also look into that, but let's first start with what the prospects are. And the prospect that BRI bring to Nepal is not only economic, but it will have a very enormous, tremendous, and then very important political consequence. For example, Western countries and India have been exercising their hegemony for quite a long time in Nepal, right? Since the Treaty of Sugoli, and then starting from the Treaty of Sugoli, British India, and now independent India. Now all of us have experienced that, all of us are feeling that India dominates us as a big brother, calling us a small brother. But what happened when we start successfully implementing some part of BRI, not all 100% BRI, then there are colleagues, then there are scholars who do not call them Marxist or a left, but they have done the analysis that if we implement them very successfully, then what happens is Nepal's international status will be drastically changed. Once you start implementing BRI and then do your economic transformations, India cannot exercise its hegemony as it used to be exercising, or as it is exercising now. Western nations cannot exercise their hegemony as they have been exercising now. And Nepal should not be relying entirely on Asian Development Bank and IMF and World Bank and other capitalist institutions for the money that we desperately need. So we have alternative, we have more freedom, we have more flexibility, and by exercising more autonomy, our sovereignty will scale up. Sovereignty is not a thing like yes or no. Sovereignty is measured in continuum, like starting from 0 to 10 or 100. So our dependency, we can actually, our dependency can be countervailed. So let me now, with these two many things, then I would like to talk on or discuss why BRI has stagnated. That's what surprises many people. Okay, if BRI brings so much enormous amount of opportunities and prospect, then why is BRI so slow, so sluggish, stagnated? Then so I again want to see the things from the perspective of capitalist world system, dynamics of capitalism. As we know, India does not want China to be coming here and doing development work. It's not my accusation and allegation. If you look at the 2018 documents, they had a Parliamentary Foreign Affairs Committee, and the committee actually wrote this document and saying that China has increased its presence in our neighborhood, in our backyard. We are backward for India. We are not an independent sovereign nation. We are just a backyard. My gosh. So, and then has increased its investment in our backyard, so we should be increasing our We should be increasing our investment in India, Nepal and Bhutan. And they increased the investment by twofold in that year. So India is alarmed because China is coming here. India is alarmed because China is being a very close friend of Nepal. So that doesn't sound good. That doesn't sound like a good neighbor. That doesn't sound a neighborhood first policy. Because if someone wants to come here and help us, India is alarmed, and everybody knows that. I do not need to produce many evidence on that. And the other thing is, Western countries actually who have been exercising hegemony, even during Panchayati era and after the restoration of democratic era, then do not want us to be close to China, do not want us to be friend to China. The simple reason is they have declared China as their enemy. It's not my allegation. If you look up their security department, Department of Homeland Security and Department of Defense, it is very obvious. They have declared China, and they have a very explicit and open policy of encircling China, containing China, and restoring their own leadership in Indo-Pacific region. That's why they came up with the Indo-Pacific. That's why they come with the MCC to have some hold in Nepal. So if this is the case, my understanding is the BRI projects are stagnating, or they are sluggish in their movement. It's not because of other small things like bureaucratic delay or procrastinations, or some of our leaders are not interested. The principal reason, the fundamental reason, the decisive reason has to do with how India sees us, how Western power want to maintain their control, hegemonic control in Nepal. That is the first thing. And my suggestion is, if you want to bring BRI, right? Then you should prepare yourself, or ourselves, we should prepare ourselves intellectually and politically to countervail, my word is countervail, to countervail this Indian and Western pressure. So if we are ready for that, then perhaps the possibility for speeding of BRI will open up. Otherwise, we will end up blaming bureaucratic procrastination, or some leaders are not interested, or this leader does not have a vision. We do not understand the principal cause, the actual cause, and we deviate ourselves towards the minor cause, which actually are not the principal cause. So thank you for giving me time. I'm sorry if I have taken 1 or 2 minutes more.
Embassy of Nepal to China to participate in some of the important events, activities, also give us give our center some books, even include Nepalese language dictionary. Nowadays, I put this dictionary in a very important place of my office, and also he supports us to participate some of the seminars or conference which was organized by our center or some of my colleagues. Thank you so much. And today, my topic of my presentation is China-Nepal Belt and Road Cooperation in the global economic landscape. And I think the current global economic structure is that, in essence, this current global economic landscape is characterized by the fact that the whole world is striving to produce goods that can be purchased with the US dollars, while the United States is responsible for printing US dollars. And what's happened? Okay. And the US dollar is the world's most important reserve currency and the currency for international trade settlement. The majority of international trade is priced and settled in US dollars, especially for the international trade and financial transactions. As a result, other countries can only earn US dollars by exporting goods and services to pay for imported goods, repay foreign debts, or maintain their foreign exchange reserves. This model enables the United States to obtain global resources at a relatively low cost, while the other countries rely on exporting to the United States to sustain their economic growth. And the ways and approaches for other countries in the world to earn more dollars, the countries in the world can only fully utilize and explore their competitive advantages in natural resources, labor resources, and geographical location to participate in international competition and offer more competitive products and services to the international market so as to earn US dollars. The following as a main way for other countries to earn dollars. Just first, earn dollars through the international trade. Yes. Some countries export goods and services to the US or global markets by leveraging low labor cost or resources abundance. And secondly, through the trade of oil and other backed commodities. And the third is by attracting foreign investments. Yes, other countries acquire dollars by attracting investments from US and other foreign countries. And the fourth, I think, is through the security investment. Yes, foreign investors purchase financial assets like stocks and bonds of other countries, thereby generating dollar inflows to those countries. And fifthly, through international aid and international borrowing. Yes, into the sixth, through the tourism industry and the remittance from the overseas workers. Some countries earn US dollars by attracting international tourists. Moreover, in some countries, workers in the US Gulf countries in the remit US dollars back to their home countries, which serve as an important source of foreign exchange. And in the next, I want to hear how Nepal can take advantage of its comparative advantages to earn more dollars. First of all, Nepal is rich in natural and cultural tourism resources, including abundant cultural heritage and religious sites. Along with this, Nepal holds a unique position in the global tourism market as a popular destination for adventure activities. This generates a huge earning from the tourism industry. And secondly, I think exporting electricity with vast untapped hydropower potential. Nepal collaborates with China, US, and India and other countries to develop hydropower infrastructure and export surplus electricity to neighboring countries like India, Bangladesh, and some other South Asian countries, and even as well as China. Yes, certainly Nepal is located between the two huge markets, China and India, and serve as a bridge connecting the South Asia and East Asia. Nepal can make full use of these two advantages to develop labor-intensive industry and earn foreign exchange through the exporting with the labor cost, no labor cost. And fourthly, remittance from overseas workers. That's net number of Nepalese labor forces, because Middle East, India, Malaysia, and other countries which have become an important source of dollars. Fifthly, through the international aid, Nepal accepts aid program from the foreign aid program, such as the US funded 500 millions of dollars MCC grants. But nowadays, this is what's hot debate in Nepal and other countries. You know, well known that when the Trump assumed office as the prime minister of US, he suspended or the US aid to the world as well as in Nepal. So this have a very bad effect to the Nepalese people, and so there is an editorial of Kasthamandap Post that this editorial reminds that Nepal's need to rethink its old dependence on the external. It's time for Nepal to find a way for self-reliance. Yes. And next, I just want to share that China-Nepal BRI cooperation in conducing to Nepal's comparative advantage in the socio-economic development through the Belt and Road Initiative. China had helped Nepal to improve its infrastructure, expand its export market, upgrade its industrial capacity, and reduce its dependence on foreign exchange through the financial cooperation. Yes, and but in the trade partner, those measures has not only enhanced the international competitiveness of Nepal's goods and services, but also generates more foreign exchange in United States dollar and boosted its economic development. Yes, there are some ideas that former ambassador of Nepal to China, Mr. Lamani, said Nepal should look China from Nepalese eye, not from other eyes. Yes. Yesterday, the professor Sangrola also said Nepalese scholar, yes, prizes the Belt and Road Initiative as a model of economy development. And finally, next part, I just want to share some of my suggestions for China and Nepal cooperation under the BRI framework. And the first is, I think, is promotion the eco-industry cooperation. Nepal is located at the south part of the Himalaya and has a diverse climate. Such a climate and soil are suitable for the development of the organic agriculture and export organic products, and such as tea, coffee, and spicy. The Chinese government work reports in 2025 proposed to vigorously boost the consumption and expand the domestic demand in all aspects. And so, therefore, China and Nepal can further strengthen cooperation in ecological agriculture, provide modern agricultural technology, irrigation facilities, and agricultural products, precision technology to help Nepal improve the quality and added value of characteristics products, such as tea. Yes, and then exports them to the China. In the next adjustment to digital economy and e-commerce cooperation is supporting Nepal to build digital promotes cooperation and cross-border e-commerce platform, help Nepalese explore the Chinese market and help Nepalese high-quality products enter the Chinese market. This is very important as good products, a good platform to promote them to the world. And this is the last part, but I think it's also very important. The Chinese-Nepal cooperation to build a hydropower plus technology industry clusters. Nepal has abundant hydropower resources in the development of high technology industry with high power consumption, such as data center, cloud computing, semiconductors, manufacturing, battery production. Yes, can not only make full use of this clean energy, but also promotes the upgrading of its industry chain. The first is just like the construction of a stable and efficient power supply system. This is a preconditions for that way. It is necessary to speed up the hydropower development and the power grid upgrading. Yes, and through this cooperation, yes, give more construction of large-scale hydropower stations. Yes. And the next is that development, the hydropower class sign in the technology industrial clusters. The hydropower plus technology model is not limited to power generation, but can also be extended to smart grids, digital management, clean energy equipment manufacturing, and other fields which can promote the upgrading of Nepal's local industrial chain, create job opportunity, promotes technology transfer and talent training through the hydropower exports. Nepal can increase foreign exchange earning, improve the trade deficits, and improve the regional economic status. And next, I just want to share that the construction of green data center and arithmetic center, taking advantage of the abundance of lower cost hydropower resources. Super net-scaled data center can be built around Kasthamandap or Pokhara to meet the cloud computing and AI training demands of South Asia. China and Nepal can work together to transform Nepal into a green computing power center in South Asia, provide data hosting services for power deficient countries like India, Bangladesh, and some other countries by integrating into the China-Asia digital economy network through the digital Silk Road. The markets can be expanded. And developments of new energy material manufacturing rely on hydropower resources. The layout of the clean energy industry chain, such as the lithium battery and the hydropower energy equipment, is been made. Okay, let's see. It's been made. For instance, efforts are being made to attract Chinese battery enterprises such as Cantor to invest in building material production bases. And this is semiconductors in the electronic components production for the high energy consuming process of water cleaning and eating in semiconductors manufacturing. A pilot production line will be set up in Nepal to gradually cultivate a local technical team through joint research and development between China and Nepal. Special chips suitable for high altitude environments, such as low temperatures sensors, will be developed. Yes. Nepal can leverage its hydropower resources and adopted energy industry digital transformation strategy to transform from traditional agricultural countries into a regional high technology node. China can help Nepal achieve green industry value added through the technology exports, infrastructure investments, and market-oriented cooperation. At the same time, it is necessary to pay attention to local benefits so as to form a sustainable high technology industry ecosystem. Okay, thank you.
It was the academic research paper he has presented. Thank you, Dr. Tu. I would like to invite Dr. Mahesh Maske for the next panelist. Dr. Maske is a public health expert and a diplomat. He was a former ambassador of Nepal to People's Republic of China. Coincidentally, he was my predecessor of the ambassador in China. He studied medicine in India and public health in the United Kingdom. Earned a doctoral degree from USA. He served as a Nepal's ambassador to China from 2012 to 2016. And was chief advisor to the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister for Health from 2006 to 2007. Dr. Maske has chaired the South Asian Forum for Health Research and worked with international organizations like WHO and IPPNW. He founded the Nepal Public Health Foundation and has shared his knowledge on the Belt and Road initiatives at global conferences. Dr. Maske has traveled widely across China and visited more than 20 countries, and he has not mentioned, I would like to mention that he is the left scholar in Nepal and the editor of Bampanta, the leftist journal. With this introduction, I would like to welcome you, sir. Please, time is yours. Same to
Mr. Chair, सुनिने रहेछ मेरो स्वर अलिकति कमजोर छ So, distinguished speakers on the dais, distinguished participants, friends. This is my pleasure to be invited to this August gathering and the forum for discussion of Belt and Road Initiative. Actually, we have been discussing Belt and Road, since past 8 years, let's say. In 2016, when I was the ambassador in China, Nepali ambassador to China, and we signed a very historical, agreements. And there also the framework of BRY was mentioned. The MOU has not been done, but it was mentioned in that. If you look at the joint statements, it is mentioned there. So since then, many events have happened. MOU has signed, and very recently the BRI cooperation framework has also been signed. But still, there are lots of challenges. Therefore, I want to go through very quickly, because my distinguished speakers, former speakers before me, have elaborated, in a detail about the importance of BRI, and also I would try to tell you a kind of story of my own experience with BRI. So when I took office in 2012, it was the year of the dragon in China. And many Chinese believe that something great will happen in China in the year of dragon. And it's indeed, I think it was the coming of Xi Jinping, who became the general secretary that year, and then later the president, that brought a sea change in policies of China. And in 2013, it started. Sorry. It's okay, KYC actually. Okay, this one. So in Kazakhstan, there's Belt and Road Initiative. It was first called One Belt, One Road. It was declared there. And then, as Dr. Prasad has also said, it came as a development push in the history, which made the U.S. Marshall Plan of reconstruction of Europe after, Second World War pales into insignificance. It is such a huge project BRI is becoming that even the Marshall Plan pales into insignificance. So there's many economic and cultural cooperations, and BRI seems destined to play its role in making of Asian century. So we all know about the Chinese proverb, Tai Quang Yang Hui, that is hide your strength and bide your time. That was very popular in Deng Xiaoping's time. But with the declaration of BRI, it seems that China has now taken this step to show, to say that its time has come, and it is openly asserting many of the things that you have seen in global politics and geopolitics. About 150 countries have joined BRI, and interesting is that, as Dr. Prasad has emphasized, the BRI policy seems to be a win-win strategy. It wants to have cooperation with other countries, but both the countries has to have a winning strategy. If there is a win-lose, then the cooperation cannot last very long. That is the principle of BRI, and the BRI should be evaluated, tested, and judged in that principle. We also know that it is a rethinking of the ancient Silk Road, when you say Belt and Road Initiative. And if you look at this map, you'll see that this there's a, in that map, you'll see there's one line that goes, that's the ancient Silk Road, the red line. And there are smaller faintly red lines that goes, that is also ancient Silk Road there. But there is a line that also goes through Nepal from China, let's say. But if you look at the modern like map of Belt and Silk Road, there is the green line that is ancient Silk Road is going on. There are new 6 economic corridors are also there. You can see in the brown lines. But what we don't see is that line that goes from China through Nepal is not seen here, So this is something of an interest. I think our Chinese friends who have come here as a think tank organization with China, I request them to look at these issues and inform their government also, because we are thinking of Nepal-China economic corridor, which goes through that. And it's especially interest because with the recent research, it has been said that there are 3 branches of ancient Silk Road that passed from Nepal to sort of India, going through Kapilvastu. And this has been researched by Margaret Kleba and Susan Haidia of Cambridge University and Mukagawa University of Japan. They have done this research on the mummies of Mustang Cave, and they have found those dyes and silk clothes, those mummies have wore, and therefore they have inferred that the Silk Road trade was going through the Mustang and there, so that was very much evident. But they also said there are at least 3 roads that pass, as in the east, middle, and the west of China. It is in the internet, you can see this. So the southward branch of Silk Road is what we are all talking about between Nepal and China cooperation of Belt and Road. Now, I can also want to give a little bit of criticism of BRI, and this is a cartoon in which it seems like China's grand plan to conquer the world, and there's a string of pearls throughout the Indian Ocean and things like that. And the debt trap of Hamanatota, I heard it yesterday also being discussed and like that. But we also know that they didn't carry any weight of all this criticism. The Hamanatota, the Sri Lankan themselves are now saying what is the real story behind that. So what I want to say is that Chinese are acutely aware that if there is not a win-win cooperation between the two countries, then any cooperation will quickly, turn into a conflict. So therefore, I think Chinese are very accurate, very cautious about this, how to make the other country, the other partner, in equal footing, not to exploit them. So therefore, it is for the other countries to understand that situation and see what kind of planned proposals they put forward to Chinese. And that's where Nepal has also had to prepare itself to deal with China in that terms. So what are the opportunities and challenges for Nepal? So we have already taken 3 major steps. The first I have mentioned. The second, in 2017, the MOU was signed. And then also there were so many progresses in between. And latest, in 2024, a BRI cooperation was also signed. And in that time, if you remember, there was a big discussion in Nepal whether to take grant only or go for loans, and the Nepal government has apparently, it was taken a stand, when it was going to China for negotiation, to say for BRI, Nepal wants only grant, and if China doesn't provide grant, probably the framework cooperation cannot be signed. So that was the kind of debate at that time. But later on, in China, they negotiated and they came to the terms, they agreed to the terms AIDS financing assistance. So what is this AIDS financing assistance? And even then, when they came back, the delegation came back, there was some confusion. People were saying, oh, we have not talked about loans, and we have talked only about grants, and we are not going to take loans. We'll take only grants. Again, that sort of thing we hear when the delegation came back. But you see, one thing we have been telling throughout these years, that if Nepal wants to have cooperation with BRI, we have to prepare ourselves to take loans. We can negotiate the interest rate of the loan. We can tell them, give us the lowest interest rate. They have given in African countries. We are neighbor joined by our boundaries, and we are such a for ancient time we are such a close neighbors and friends. Why can't China give us a very low interest rate comparable to ADB and others? That is the kind of thing. But if you say we don't take loans, that it goes against the principle of BRI, and that means indirectly we are saying we don't want to participate in BRI. I don't think we should make that mistake. So with this AIDS financing assistance, now Nepal has taken a step, and there is the provision of loan, but Nepal has to negotiate that how much loan, what is the percentage, and now with the Trump coming in America, It is pulling all this, from USAID and others and so many, even World Bank and IMF, it is pulling out. Even from NATO, it may come out, So for Nepal, tomorrow, we have to deal with Chinese, and we cannot think of only grant for our development. We have to think of loans. So it should be our skill to negotiate in very low interest rate. That is what I want to say to the policymakers of Nepal. And I'm often asked also, what is the benefit of BRI to Nepal? With all these connectivities, train, road, fiber optics and like that. So my answer is, it depends on whether or not Nepal has a development strategy and plan to boost economy while preserving her environment and ecology, and has determination to utilize her comparative advantage. Do we have a plan? That has been my question throughout. I'm sorry to say that we don't seem to have a good plan to think that. And probably the think tank organizations like what Dr. B.K. Man Singh is heading, now the time has come to think about seriously what should be our plan and strategy to take advantage from BRI, keeping our fragile environment and ecology intact, okay? So what I think is that if we do not have an eco-friendly strategy, then BRI, all this infrastructure development may bring disasters also, environmental destructions and passing through all those. But if we have an eco-friendly strategy, then we can take every opportunity. And fortunately, BRI has a ecological principle, environmental principle to guide it. And China is going through what is called as ecological civilization. This is strongly advocating that. So we can bank on that, and we can say that, look, and we want to safeguard our fragile ecosystem of Nepal, and we want to get benefited from BRI. Therefore, let's do like this. So we have to present this strategic plan from our side to negotiate with China. And for that, I think we have to learn from Tibet, Autonomous Region of China. That's what I want to say. Because we have to strategize tourism, agriculture, our renewable energy, agro-based economy, our water resources, all these things, our medial economy, which should be benefited. Let's say water, I want to say to the Chinese friends here, China is going to have a lot of drinking water crisis in near future by 2030. There's a huge demand is coming, From where do they import water? They import water from France. They import water from Thailand. Why can't they import water from Nepal? There's something is nearby, and there's something, this kind of export commodity we can use as a water to China. This is very simple, And if you go to further than that, what Dr. Huang just said, if we think of the data mining in Nepal with the help of China, this is going to, utilizing our hydropower resources, it's going to be a huge advantage to Nepal. That is called comparative advantage. So these are the kind of things we should think of, and we have infrastructure for that. What we have is, I said learning from Tibet Autonomous Regions because, let me just briefly say that. What Tibet does, when I was there, is everything tied up with tourism, tourism with, let's see if I've written it here or not. Yes, Tierra has come out with a development strategy that revolves around tourism. Everything is tourism plus. There's tourism plus agriculture, tourism plus industry, tourism plus trade, tourism plus education, tourism plus health. They say it like that, tourism plus, okay? And what happened? Like last year, it was 55 million tourists in Tibet. And what is the population of Tibet? It's 6 million, you see. And so compared to that, what is the tourism that we have? Right, about 1 million we are getting one every year. So it is 55 times more Tibet is catering its tourists. And the interesting thing is that it's mostly domestic tourism. The Chinese people come there. And they cannot stay for a long time in tourism because of the high altitude and all. They have to, change the course very quickly. So Nepal is the best site for them to quickly move out of the Lhasa or Tibet. So therefore, this recent connection with Pokhara from, Chengdu and Lhasa flight, that will make very easy to have this kind of tourism, this thing. So yesterday when the Chinese ambassador was saying and how we can promote tourism, I think these are 3 minutes? Okay, so I'll move very fast. So this cross-border economic zone was there, and it is like in Russia, there are two Nepal side and the exact replica on the other side. So this kind of cross-border economic zone could be utilized to establish data centers, as what Dr. Huang has said, which has a great future for Nepal. And there are other opportunities also, especially if you look at it geopolitically. I slightly differ from what Dr. Prasad said about India, China, and like that. Yes, there is a conflict, there is a lot of competition between India and China, but we should also understand there is a cooperation also between them. And we have to take advantage of that cooperation. The India and China are having $120 billion US trade every year. And how much we do? We have a 1.2 billion trade between here. So if they can do the trade, why India should obstruct our trade with China? This is the question we should raise to Indians. And you can imagine a world in which, with the Trump coming, everybody is being suffered. India is also getting tariff slabs. So they are turning towards China for economic cooperation. So Nepal is in strategic, position to have again to bring this trilateral cooperation and making a transit route from Nepal to between the trade cooperation between India and China. This kind of things, we should have the vision to work for, let's say, 50 years from now on to make that world happen in which India and China can cooperate, So with these long visions, we should work. And another thing is that Asia Infrastructure Investment Bank is already, India is the second largest contributor and the first largest beneficiary. Most of the loan goes to India from Asian Infrastructure, which was supposed to finance BRI, infrastructure development. So without joining BRI, India is getting all the benefit from Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. And we are one of the founding members of AIIB. I was there when it was established. But we have not got a single project from AIIB until now. So these are the things, So I just want to say, because it's not so much, I just want to show this cartoon in which China seems to be, given these figures of what is its, annual income and like this. It is in better position than all these four joined together. If you look at the comparison between Indo-Pacific strategy, which is $2.2 billion in 2022, and China spent $74.5 billion in 2022 in BRI. So you can see the difference of what is the investment going on there. So finally, what I want to say is that this realignment between US and China, Cold War, recently China has given that statement that it is ready for any tariff war or trade war or any kind of war with US. You see, this is a very serious statement, China has said. And so with that, what is happening is that the BRICS and India and China are also coming closer, I think. So Nepal has to be aware of this situation and try to develop a strategic plan thinking about this. And because we do not have any enemies, we have enmity with none and friendship with all, Nepal should have a very strategic diplomatic skills to change the situation in favor of world peace and Nepal's development. So for that, Nepal need to develop a sound, eco-friendly development strategy and utilize cross-border economic zones to produce goods needed for its domestic needs as well as for the markets of China and South Asia. This, so in this context, what I'm trying to say is that again, we may have to think of the trilateral cooperation. And this Nepal government, if we want to make a strategic plan, the Nepal government has to support think tank organizations in Nepal, something like the organizers of this event, and it has to bring in all the people, experts who are thinking seriously about BRI cooperation with China and to develop into a strategic, because one thing I have learned with that, if you want to talk with China, you have to come with facts and figures. You have to come with a vision. You have to come with a plan. You just can't go there and say, okay, do this, do that, present a shopping list of, things that you want from China. And they want to know what you really want and how do you want, how do you justify that? So we have to be prepared at least with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Maske, for your wonderful presentation. As you shared that Nepal has no one enemy, but all are friends. Enmity to none and friendship to all. With this, I would like to once again thank all the three panelists. We have received, if you have any question or the remarks or your suggestion about the presentation from Dr. Maske, please write down and provide us as early as possible. First of all, I would like to request Dr. Persai to respond on the queries, and then rather than taking much time to read out the question and the name from myself and the repeating same to Persai, I would like to directly hand over my microphone to Dr. Persai. He will read out question and the name of the person who has raised the question and the answer of that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Hello. Thank you, Lila sir, and thank you everyone for actually praising or creating. I prefer to use the word creating questions, and then this question actually will help us move forward for better and deeper dialogue. And I really appreciate, even if I'm unable to answer some of the questions, which I think I'm unable because I'm not expert. I do not know everything about BRI. I know a few fundamental things, and from a certain theoretical point of view. So nobody knows everything about BRI, by the way, because BRI is one of the largest thing in the world ever existing. So there are certain things, a lot of things that we do not know about BRI. So Anjana, but ask how to reduce debt that we already have, because people have been talking about loans and grants and things, but nobody talks about how to cut down or reduce debt that we already have. And the best way, the very, very quick response to this very important question is, the best way to reduce debt is to create more wealth so that we can pay our debt. And the one best way to create more wealth is to invite a productive investment in a country. Like Western countries have been investing basically in finance capital, which has not become productive. On the contrary, it has become unproductive or anti-productive in a number of cases. So the best way is to invite productive investment and create wealth and pay your debt. That is the first thing, and I think the most important thing. And the other one is by Asses Gemire, who is interested to know why Nepalese politicians and policymakers are not interested to push BRI forward or BRC forward. And I actually, if Osis remembers my analyzing why BRI has stagnated or has become sluggish in its movement in Nepal, I have clearly pointed out, and then we should first put the blame on the world system and some countries' interest to maintain and continue their hegemonic position, which they have been exercising for quite a long time. That, I think, is the most important factor for hindering the rapid development of growth. So we should be able to we should theoretically inform ourselves about the situation and then prepare ourselves to countervail these pressures from India and Western nations. That is my quick response. And the other question is by Purushottam Shahi. I think if I got your question right, then you are asking prescription if development policies, steer Nepal's development policies free from Western and Southern policy prescription. So yeah, I think it is possible. It's not possible. It's impossible to totally free ourselves from Western pressures and Indian pressure, which is not possible at this moment of time. But what is possible is to at least countervail some of the pressure or some amount of pressures that is coming from India or Westerns. Like and I'm just not being utopian in this entirely. If you look at some African nation which used to be the poorest, desperately the poorest nation in the world 30 years ago, have now countervailed Western pressures or pressures coming from Western institutions, capitalist Western institutions, and there are dozens of African countries, and there are many other Latin American countries who have successfully countervailed the pressure coming from Western, and they have said goodbye to IMF, goodbye to World Bank. Yes, they have said that very effectively and by participating in BRI. So. And the other question is by Gokul Gautam, and it's a very important question, I guess, and I do not have a very, perhaps a good answer to this, but at least what I can say is, yes, Chinese side is also responsible. Some of us think that isn't Chinese side also responsible for sluggish movement or stagnation of BRI? On the face of it, prima facie, it looks like that. But do we want Chinese side to pushing us hard to implement BRI? Is that exactly what we want? And doesn't that make it a colonial project? The Chinese side pushing to do this and do that, do this on time? So if you do not want a colonial project or an imperial project, which BRI is not, then we should not be expecting Chinese side to be pushing hard. Perhaps, I don't know the details of every BRI or a Chinese investment in Nepal. And cannot say for sure what exactly the position is, and we should not be making comments on those things which we actually do not know. But I appreciate Chinese not pushing hard enough. Initially, I used to believe that, Chinese comrades are not pushing it hard. Then later on, I realized that it's not an imperial and colonial project. Then Chinese side should not be pushing us hard to do this and that. So that's a good side of a BRI, I guess. And the other one, perhaps the second last, is about interest rate. Again, if you look at MOU and other the documents following MOU, there are different kind of loans. There are loans, there are grants, there are concessional loans, there are interest-free loans, and there are commercial loans, by the way, and they have different interest, right? So the important point here is everything under BRI is negotiable. It's not just about interest rate. Interest rates are negotiable. Everything, literally everything is negotiable. Then from that point of view, interest rate are, if you look at World Bank and IMF and ADB, they start with a 1% interest rate. And at that time, when 1% interest rate is decided, the exchange rate for the dollar is like $75 or $80, right? So 80 rupees per dollar. Now it is almost around 140, I guess. 140. So even if there is no interest rate, and if you have to pay back your loan in dollar, then the interest rate actually amounts to being like 200%, I guess, something like that. It's a funny figure, not the exact figure. So, but one of the very interesting side of the BRI is, actually many people are not aware of this. If you cannot pay your loans back in cash, then interestingly, you can pay that in kind. which practically means if we cannot pay like $100 million to China, which we have taken as a loan, then what we can do is after 5 years, we will repay our loan with potatoes and tomatoes and beans and rice and grass and whatever we have. So that I think is a very unique part of the BRI, which you cannot do with IMF, which you cannot do with India, which you cannot do with World Bank or the brother of the World Bank, ADB, right? All of them have the same system. So the last question, Yogendra Saiji asked, Marxist interpretation was based on capital accumulation and certain peripheries. It is very good that Marx interestingly saw Indian railway development as a very positive phenomena, and also as a, Marx saw Indian development as a very, very positive phenomena, because Marx was assuming that the development of productive forces in India, including the railway, will dismantle the old traditional Indian society and revolutionize Indian society, but that actually did not happen. Because the Indian railways and transportation and everything that British setup in India was to exploit and appropriate surplus from rural Indias to the hub of Britain. So that actually, so instead of like contributing to development of India, railway system actually were appropriating and exploiting and impoverishing India. And there are many books and papers about that. You don't have to be a Marxist in order to make such kind of claim. If you have read Shashi Tharoor's The Dark Age, then he's very explicitly and very clearly make it very clear that British investment in India was impoverishing India, making India poorer and poorer. And when Britain came to India, the share of India in world GDP was 22%. And when Britain left India, the share of India in world GDP was merely 2%, right? So that was the situation. So every investment is not an opportunity. Every road is not an opportunity. Every railway is not an opportunity. It depends how other systems are set up, right? Thank you. But I'm sure I'm unable to answer all the questions, which is very normal. Thank you, Leela sir.
Thank you, Professor. I would like to request Dr. Tu from your parts, please respond as briefly as possible because we are running out of time.
I have three questions, and I answer the first one. Thank you for the good question. The question is that how does China ensure that its engagement with Nepal under BRI respects Nepal's sovereignty and independence in foreign policy decision? Yes, this is really a good question. We know that China has this foreign policy philosophy, just like that amity, sincerity, mutual benefits, and cooperation. So Nepal is our good neighbor in good battle, good friends. So we always play in Nepal in our good positions of our neighboring country, neighboring foreign policy. So we always hope that Nepal to be a prosperous country, to achieve its prosperous Nepal and happy Nepali, because we really, if Nepal can be a strong, rich, and prosperous country, that means there are so many the Nepalese people are rich, and Nepal can be a more beautiful country. That means we can have more cooperation in the many fields, just like infrastructure or some other fields, trade fields. Nepalese side can buy more commodities from China. Also, China can buy more commodities from Nepal, which was with high quality, with very good, just like some high valued products. Yes, so I think yes, China always has this idea that when China and Nepal has made some agreements, we always do not attach only political conditions, yes, purely for the economic development, yes, cooperation. So we never interfere that Nepal's domestic issues. So we always respect the only country, whether it's a big country or small country. Yes, so that is my first answer.
There are two more questions. While reading question, I would like to hand over to Dr. Maske, and then I'll come back to you. Please, there are two more questions for you. Two more questions for you. Please read that.
Yeah, you can speak later. Okay, I have three questions. And the first question, I would respond. I'll read it out. Dr. Maske, praised for your thought-provoking ideas. BRI has numerous benefits, as we have learned. Why have the political parties in Nepal not working in favor of these sort of projects, only bargaining? Dr. Kripa Ram Vishwakarma from RR campus. Thank you for this question. What I think is that our political leaders have a short-sightedness of not understanding the opportunities that is right in front of us, how to utilize that. If you look at the whole world, it seems like, all rivers are flowing towards the ocean kind of thing, All countries are looking towards China for trade and cooperation, and especially after Trump has arrived, even its closest allies are coming to China to do trade with them, to have some kind of, mutual cooperations. But Nepal, since last 8 years, we have been talking, but not delivering any concrete things. And I see it's like, as I said, short-sighted vision of Nepali leaders, in that they work under pressure. It is not that they do not have a common sense, They also see, yes, there is a benefit in having cooperation with BRI, but under certain pressure, they don't take that kind of opportunity, it seems, to me. That's the only interpretation I get. And that's where Dr. Kharendra Prasad's observation is correct. That there's extreme pressure from India, not to go into that. That's the only viable reason that we can think of. And you see, as I told you, India does trade with China, by itself, bilaterally. They are doing a lot. But they do not want it through Nepal. And it's because Nepal is the captive market of India for a very, very long time. They don't want to lose that market. And they fear that if there is a more and more interaction with China, they might lose that market, probably. That's the kind of thing that I understand. But as I said, if we think of, a grand vision of India and China cooperation, probably we can work towards changing this concept. The second question is, Dr. Maske, what may be the underlying reason that Nepal, being the founding member of AIIB, didn't have a single project? Very interesting question. Yes, we were the founding member, and there's a very interesting story, but because of time, I won't be able to say that. But I would just tell you that the AIIB also charges an interest rate. That is my understanding. Now, India is paying that interest rate and getting all the projects for that. But Nepal is not in a position to pay that interest rate. Probably that's the reason why it has not done a single project. But I don't think Nepal has even negotiated with AIIB for a lower interest rate because it doesn't have the kind of project that would go for AIIB to ask for a loan. That's my second. The third question is, there's a Marxist writer, Dr. Yogendra Sahi, and a very interesting presentation of the digitalization as a major productive force, how Nepalese Chinese Marxists can understand and could develop a Marxist framework from a Marxist framework. Very interesting. Actually, the Chinese and Nepali Marxists are cooperating together also, you know. There is a journal called World Marxist Review, which is the editor-in-chief is Chung An-fu, you know, and I'm also one of the editor of that. And Chung An-fu is also the editor of Bampant to the Left, you know, the advisor of the Bampant to the Left. So that sort of communication is going on between Chinese Marxist and Nepalese Marxist circle. But we have not developed a kind of Marxist framework of development between Chinese and Nepal. But that is possible. And I think with the interaction with our think tank organizations, especially Sichuan University and Hubei University and all, I think we can really go into that direction. Thank you for this suggestion.
Thank you, Dr. Maske. There are certain questions or queries not targeted to anyone else. I would like to request one of the three panelists to respond to this question. One question was from Brigadier General Kesar Bahadur Bhandari. What do the panelists think on the idea of Nepal being the linchpin between China and India through BRI as tool, so that the process of 21st century being the Asian century is expedited? I think I would like to request him to personate. How can Nepal be a linchpin between India and China, so that the process of 21st century being the Asian century is expedited?
Yeah, that exactly is a very wonderful and a great idea. This is exactly the 21st century. If India and China can cooperate in a very friendly way, in fact, they have a very deep relationship in terms of trade. They have a huge amount of trade going on, as Maesar pointed out. But yes, BRI could be a link between India and China. Already have their own link. They don't need Nepal as a link between themselves. So, but the important thing is, India so far has not prepared itself for BRI. And how can you even think of BRI being a link between China and India? That's a problem not from Chinese and Nepalese side, but that's a problem from Indian side. So I think this question had to be answered by, if the right answer should come, then it should come from Indian side, I guess. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Another question is from Rupesh. Is there a financial risk for Nepal in entering into this BRI? How Nepal can be beneficial from BRI? What are the counter strategies for global powers like USA and EU? He's from Youth Federation Nepal, Rupesh. I think we a lot of discuss about the benefits of BRI and the financial risk. Definitely every project has financial risk, and then before implementing it, we must be careful about the financial risk, and the mitigation measures must be adopted. Regarding what are the counter strategies for global powers like US and EU? Actually, what sort of counter strategy? Rather than adopting counter strategy, what we should have our own strategy, how to cooperate with China and the benefit from it, rather than countering them. They have their own strategy, and then they will counter. Big power will counter each other, and we should not fall in between them. We should have our strategy to foster relationship with EU, with US, with China, with India, rather than that countering their strategy to BRI and then countering their strategy to other countries like that. That is what I understand. One question is directly asked to me. That was from Neeta Sharma, from some Youth Federation. There is an illusion and provide China's I think illusion and what is that? A provoke. Okay, there is a illusion and a provoke. China invest only in their interest and makes economy destroyed like Sri Lanka and Pakistan. Oh, illusion. Promote China's interest only in their interest and then make economy destroyed like China. I think Pakistan, Sri Lanka and Pakistan. I think Nita yesterday in my presentation have said that look China from your own eyes, not from others' eyes. This is exactly what happens in your question, and then you are looking at China from the other sides. What others say about Sri Lanka, what others say about Pakistan. Have you heard any Sri Lankan or the Pakistani about what they say and then whether they destroyed economy, China destroyed their economy? Have you heard any? I'm quite doubtful on that. And then don't heard the third country or some other people and then what they say for about Sri Lanka, and then don't borrow at the face value of what they say. If there are really a problem between Sri Lanka and China, they themselves will deal. Focus on your own issues and own problem rather than bog down on others' matters. That is what I would like to clarify on this. And the cooperation, all type of cooperation has opportunities and risk as well. If you cannot properly manage any kinds of the foreign cooperation, and then you have to bear the consequences of that cooperation. That's why it is a question of proper negotiation and then articulating your interest and then specifying what actually your needs are and then what actually you want to achieve through that cooperation. This depends upon our own preparation. There is one suggestion from Dr. Rambabu Dhakal. He acknowledges the practical suggestion given by Dr. Tu, and then he says that such suggestions could, this kinds of seminar should have discussed more on such kinds of the suggestions and practical cooperation measures and the consequences of such cooperations that could have been much more beneficial for the national development efforts. That is what he suggested. And then he also suggested that how their such suggestions could be incorporated in Nepal-China bilateral framework of cooperation under BRI. This, I think, the organizer of the seminar definitely will produce a report, a comprehensive report, and then maybe forwarded it to the government agencies so that it can be a reference document for the future cooperation. With this, and there are two more questions to Dr. Tu. I would like to hand over Max once again. Please, very brief, because we are already out of time.
Here is a very interesting question, very interesting. And in the pragmatic conclusions that hydropower plus technology and digital is basic of Nepalese development is similar inspiration of Lenin's hydropower plus American scale in the Soviet socialism. It's really an interesting question. I think that we need to learn from each other, no matter and don't emphasize the different value, different political system or different ideology. And as long as this successful experience is helpful or is a benefit to a country's development and social development, so that learn from each other is a very good way.
के भन्नुहोस् न Okay.
I related to a Marxist school and very interesting. And I linked with Marx's interpretation of Siberia Railway, Indian Railway, that we should look, because sometimes peripheral strategy, Nepalese interpretation is exploitive measures, yeah. There was some sort of interpretation in 80s. And especially Dr. Maske's interpretation regarding Tibet, we need to link up the spatial economic development in regards to Marxist interpretation. We really need it in 21st century. And Professor Wang's the further question, what Deng Xiaoping understood properly, the technological revolution, the further follow-up question. And then sees that he told in many times that AI and digital could be more this productive force. Deng told technology, not only labor, when he was talking with Husserl. Then Xi Jinping told, no, AI. If we couldn't lead in AI, we'll fall backward. That's why your interpretation here linked with Lenin, then the technological revolution, then AI.
Thank you. Thank you. Rather than question, you have already answered that how we can link with the technology, with the Marxism and the Marxist philosophy or Marxist socialism or these two kinds of development. And then China has already been evolving through the process of technology transfer and then Marxism economy and socialism. We are also evolving through our own processes, and thank you. We have to look after. There is a need for more interpretation and study about how we can further improve the economic policies, and so that we can actually achieve the goal that our constitution has mandated for the socialist economy. Is there any, you are out of time, then we can discuss on the tea time as well. There is one question about from Premal Kumar Khanal. He has asked question to Dr. Tu. BRI नेममा नेताका जिल्लामा खेल मैदान र सभा हल बनाउने परियोजना समावेश गरिएको छ। यस्ता परियोजनाबाट उत्पादन रोजगारी कसरी वृद्धि हुन्छ के नेतालाई खुसी पार्न यस्ता परियोजना BRI मा स्वीकार गरिएको हो? I think your question is pertinent, but the panelist, he is not the government official who negotiates this project. That's why it might be injustice to ask an answer from the question from him. And then this question we have to raise to our leaders, why they propose this, no? Rather than that, this is the integrity and honesty of our leadership, and then prioritizing the project, as I said yesterday. With this, I would like to thank you all the panelists and all the participants for your very lively participation in the discussion and question answer session. Dr. Persai mentioned about the look after BRI from the historical materialistic perspective. Your questions answer also lied on that statement. And Mr. Maske highlighted about the historical perspective of the Silk Road and then connectivity with Nepal. We should look after on that perspective, and then also suggested Chinese side for incorporating those ancient Silk Road in the economic Silk Road map or or the programs or project. And Dr. Tu has given a lot of suggestions about how Nepal can benefit from the Chinese technology and investment and knowledge and market. With this short kind of summary of the presentations, I would like to thank you all and would like to conclude the first part of the today's panel discussion. Thank you. Dear participants, and then we have successively another panel discussion.
Just a minute, sir.
That's right.
We would like to present token of appreciation to our panelists. So if you could still remain here, and while Sabina brings in the token of appreciation.
Please.
I'd like to request Chalanath sir.
Bear with us because this is a long session. Half just finished, we have the panel discussion.
So our first token of appreciation to Dr. Mahesh. To Dr. Khagendra. To Professor Da. We can have a quick joint photo of the panelists, please. Quick photo for the panelists, please. Sir, quick photo for the panelists. Sabina, you can join.
सम्झौता भएको छ। इन्डो पेसिफिक स्ट्रेटेजीको अब्जेक्टिभ के हो त भन्दा आतंकवादी चुनौती विरुद्ध हतियार बन्द, कम्ब्याटिङ टेररिस्ट थ्रेट। यो मेरो कुरो होइन, आईपीएस को त्यसको निष्कर्ष हो। प्रमोशन स्टेबिलिटी एंड पार्टनरशिप अथवा स्थायित्व र साझेदारीको अभिवृद्धि, फ्री एंड फेयर ट्रेड, खुला बजार, खुला र स्वतन्त्र व्यापार, इनर्जी लिंकेज, ऊर्जा सम्बन्ध, कोअपरेसन, सहयोग, सबैभन्दा महत्त्वपूर्ण के हो भन्दाखेरि स्ट्रेन्थन एलिज एन्ड आर्म्स, हतियार सहितको गठबन्धनको मजबुतीकरण, ग्रोइङ डिफेन्स पार्टनरशिप, सुरक्षा साझेदारीको विकास। यी दुईटा आईपीएस का महत्त्वपूर्ण कुराहरू हुन्। नेपाल इन्डो पेसिफिक स्ट्रेटेजीमा 2018 को अन्त्य डिसेम्बरमा सामेल भएको छ। अब तत्कालीन सरकारले दुईवटा कुरामा सहमति जनाएको देखिन्छ। सरकारको नेतृत्वले एउटा आईपीएस इन्डो पेसिफिक स्ट्रेटेजी र अर्को एसपीपी स्टेट पार्टनरशिप प्रोग्राम एग्रीमेंट। यो मैले मसँग दस्तावेजै भएको कारणले म यी कुराहरू राखिरहेको छु। यी दुईटै प्रोजेक्टहरू अथवा यी दुईटै अवधारणाहरूले चीन र नेपालको बीच हुने साझेदारी विकासका सम्बन्धमा दुवै हर्डल क्रिएट गरिरहेका छन्, दुवैले समस्या सिर्जना गरिरहेका छन् र ती दुवैका कारणले नेपालको आर्थिक विकासमा अवरोध सिर्जना गर्ने, हामीले आफ्नै विकासका निम्ति निर्णय गर्न नसक्ने स्थिति बन्दै गएको छ। यो केही यसका तथ्यगत कुराहरू पनि छन्। आईपीएस रिपोर्ट को इंडो पैसिफिक स्ट्रेटेजी रिपोर्ट 2019 जून 1 को रिपोर्ट को एउटा यहाँ भनाइ म राख्न चाहन्छु। The national security strategy and the national defense strategy articulate our vision to compete better and win this environment, achieving this vision, combining a more lethal joint force with a more robust constellation of allies and parties. Increased investment in these imperative will sustain American influence in the region to ensure favorable balance of power and safeguard the free and open international order. यो रिजनमा नै आफ्नो वर्चस्व कायम गर्ने उद्देश्यका साथ अमेरिकनहरूको लगानीको प्राथमिकतालाई सधैँभरि कायम राख्नु पर्ने थुप्रै भर्सनहरू हामीसँग आएका छन्। त्यसले गर्दाखेरि हामीले हाम्रो छिमेकी मुलुक सीमाना जोडिएको मुलुकसँगका द्विपक्षीय विकास सम्बन्धहरूलाई पनि अगाडि बढाउन नसक्ने स्थिति भएको छ। अब यी कुराहरू कूटनैतिक रूपले हाम्रो आफ्नो राष्ट्रिय सार्वभौमिकता र अखण्डतालाई मध्यनजर गरेर गरिनुपर्ने कुराहरूमा पनि हामी आफ्नो संविधान विरुद्धका सम्झौता र सहमतिहरू गरिरहेका छौँ। जस्तो आईपीएसमा सामेलिए हाम्रो संविधान, हाम्रो फरेन पोलिसी र हाम्रो पञ्चशीलका सिद्धान्तका विपरीत आईपीएसमा हाम्रो संलग्नता छ र सँगसँगै एमसीसीएम एग्रिमेन्ट पनि त्यसैको मूल कारण हो। किनभने पहिलेदेखि नै रहिआएको नेपाल एउटा स्ट्रेटेजिक लोकेसनमा रहेको कारणले नेपालको सभरेन्टिमाथि च्यालेन्ज गर्दै ग्लोबल पोलिटिक्समा अमेरिकाको सधैँभरि एन्टी चाइना इन्सर्कलमेन्ट पोलिसी चीनका वरिपरिका 14वटा मुलुकहरूबाट प्रवेश गर्ने आधार नहुँदा कमजोर कडीको रूपमा नेपाललाई प्रयोग गर्दै आइएको थियो। 2030 सालमा मुस्ताङ अपराइजिङ, खम्पाहरूको अपराइजिङ यसैको एउटा नमुना हो र यस सन्दर्भमा मुस्ताङ अपराइजिङ बारे अर्फन्स अफ कोल्ड वार भन्ने के नाउस, जोन के नाउस, जो त्यति बेला CIA को प्रतिनिधिको रूपमा यस क्षेत्रमा काम गर्थे, उनले लेखेको एउटा किताब छ। त्यसमा मुस्ताङ अपराइजिङ भन्ने एउटा ठुलो लामो च्याप्टर छ। यी थुप्रै कुराहरू यसमा उल्लेख छन्। त्यसकारणले हामीले हाम्रो आफ्नै सभरेन्टीको रक्षा र सम्मान र हैसियतका आधारबाट द्विपक्षीय सम्बन्धका साथ आर्थिक लगानीका क्षेत्रमा गर्नुपर्ने विकास पनि अवरुद्ध भएको छ। त्यसकारण यसको मूल कडी के हो भन्ने कुरालाई हामी थुप्रै बीआरआई सम्बन्धी, बीआरआईले गरेका ग्लोबल डेभलपमेन्ट सम्बन्धी, इन्भेस्टमेन्ट सम्बन्धी थुप्रै उदाहरणहरू हामी सुनिसकेका छौँ। मैले त्यो दिशातिर दोहोऱ्याउन चाहिन्न। म एउटा राजनीतिक कार्यकर्ता भएको कारणले यसको मूल जड के हो त भन्ने कुरामा मात्रै मैले आफ्नो विचार राख्ने प्रयत्न गरेँ। धन्यवाद।
Thank you very much, sir, for your timely presentation and time management.
Cooperation must remain a channel for strengthening mutual understanding. I'm not lecturing. I'm not patronizing. This is a harmful suggestion.
Practical cooperation between China and Nepal mainly includes the following aspects. There are three aspects. The first is tourism cooperation, just like Muskie mentioned earlier. The tourism Xizang attracts more than 15 million tourists last year. For both Xizang and Nepal, tourism is a partner industry and an important driving force for economic and social development. The cooperation and the development of the border tourism, mountaineering and trekking, and pilgrimage tourism are the main aspect of tourism cooperation. I think it is possible to create one-day tours in border counties such as Geelong and Rosuva, Zhongba and Boston, etc., relying on China-Nepal border ports such as Geelong, Rosuva, Gandhi Port and Jammu Kodari Port, and Pulan Yari Port and Liz Naichun Port, to create 1 hour visa-free travel at border ports and build a China-Nepal border tourism cooperation zone. Last year, our team just do the field survey along the border, China-Nepal border. We already know that, the Geelong County and the Zhang Port is ready to plan to do this. The second is mountaineering and trekking. Mount Chumlama in the border area of China and Nepal is a destination of mountaineering enthusiasts from all over the world. Nepal has a world-class trekking roads such as Solomkimbo Trekking Road, Taplachung Road, and the Great Himalayan Road. And tourists mainly from India, Europe, and the United States. Xizang is also a place of demonstrating interest. We can make use of our comparative advantage to strengthen cooperation. In terms of pilgrimage tourism, Lumbini, Nepal is the birthplace of Buddha. Is very attractive to Chinese Buddhist believers, and can even create, I think, that's even my version, create China, India, Nepal, Bhutan, Buddhist tourism circle in the future. And Kailas in Pulan County of Xizang are considered sacred mountain by Tibetan Buddhism, Hinduism, Jainism, and more. I have done research maybe a few years ago. I know that Apinampa Conservation Area in Darchula district is a famous gateway of to Kailas and Yari Port, also the village of Hilsa. In Humla district and the Rusugandi port in Rasuva district and the Kodari port in Sindu Chapok district are the main entry points of pilgrims and to and from Mount Kailash, all of which attract tourists from Nepal and abroad. Many pilgrims from India enter Xizang through Nepal for the pilgrimage, and I think the potential for future cooperation is very huge. And the second aspect is trade. The broader prospect of trade. A broader prospect of trade between Xizang and Nepal are reflected, in the following aspect. Firstly, Xizang has obviously geographic advantages. Nepal has always been the largest trading partner of Xizang, and Xizang has always occupied the position of the main province in the trade between China and Nepal. For example, in the last year, the total import and export value of Xizang's goods trade reached 12.67 billion yuan, and the import and export value of Nepal reached 5.12 billion yuan, accounting for 32.7% of the total trade value between the two countries. Second, is second, the trade prospect between Xizang and Nepal abroad. For example, the importance of more than 600 tons of Nepal silage in last year, and it will have great room for growth, as well as the herbal medicine and agriculture products. Third, the Chinese product can enter the broader South Asian market through Nepal. For example, new energy vehicle, lithium batteries, and photovoltaic products exported to Nepal through Xizang ports are highly suitable for the South Asian market demand, with a total export value of 330 million yuan in last year. Fourth, it will bring more benefits to the border resident on both sides. Border trade with Xizang is the most main ways of the residents of northern Nepal to obtain basic necessities and make money. In this regard, China has always paid attention to Nepal's concerns. On May 25th last year, 14 traditional border trade points between China and Nepal were reopened. At that time, our team is just, at one traditional trade point of Rongshatang. Yeah. Eligible residents of 15 northern border districts of Nepal can apply for a 5-year permit to enter Xizang within 30 kilometers from 14 designed ports on the border of China and Nepal for maximum stay of 1 month, which fully demonstrated the brotherly friendship between China and Nepal, with the construction of Jam Port, Jilin Port, and other ports. The border resident trade zone standardization construction continue to advance. The border resident on both sides will benefit more in the future. This is where we went to before, the one of the traditional trade points in the Rongsha Township. Yeah. The last one is Poverty Alleviation Corporation. China and Nepal can implement this is my suggestion, Himalaya Poverty Alleviation and Development Program in the Nepal border areas, especially in its northern mountains, as part of the China-Nepal BRI cooperation. Xizang can play a unique role in the poverty alleviation cooperation between China and Nepal. The 15 districts in the northern Nepal border in China are geographically close to Xizang and has a close people-to-people connection with Xizang. Therefore, the mountaineer areas in the northern Nepal can learn from the poverty alleviation experience of Xizang and realize independent development in the light of their own reality. Xizang can also learn from the experience of previously agriculture technical assistance project in the northern Nepal and continue to implement assistance project that meets local needs to help the northern mountainous areas of Nepal to get rid of poverty as soon as possible, so as to realize national vision of progress in Nepal and happiness as soon as possible. And this is two pictures I took last year in the China only Tamang village. Yeah, I have been there more than five times. I have witnessed the changes in that village. You know, it's a very, now, just like Maski mentioned earlier, this village now become a very popular tourist destination, attracting all the tourists from China. And their house now is rebuilt for tourism, and it's very beautiful. And they now they only have less than 200 people, so now they have a better and prosperous life. And thank you all, and long live China Nepal friendship, and thank you.
There is one remarks only. There is no question at all. There is one question for you, sir. यो समय डिस्कसन गरौँ के भावना Okay, there is one question to Prakash Subedi. I will hand over the mic to him.
Okay, I have one question from Indira Sreshta. It is very interesting question, but Indra Sreshta, sorry sir, I'm very sorry for that. From Mr. Indra Sreshta, he has said, he has asked me, it's a very pertinent and very timely question, but I don't know how much justice I can do to your question. Nepal is recently enlisted in grey list by FATF. What at present that we can do regarding anti-money laundering and proliferation financing than waiting faraway BRI projects? Well, thank you for the question, but then again, the first part of the question is far beyond the framework of today's discussion, and we all have read in the news that Nepal has been put in the grey list. What, in my understanding, the BRI said that is that while we are doing joint project, we will respect the international framework against money laundering and terrorism financing. Now, Nepal is in grey list or not in the grey list is another question beyond the framework of BRI. But what BRI has accepted is that no project within the BRI may be questioned within that framework. So let us just, this is the only weak link that we can establish between your question and BRI. Thank you.
Lilamari Pukhrel, sir.
धन्यवाद. मलाई सोधिएको प्रश्न हो BRI को इम्प्लिमेन्टेसन इमानदारीपूर्वक गरिन हुन MCC को सम्बन्धमा नेपालका राजनीतिज्ञहरू र तिनका पार्टीहरूले देखाएको हात्तीको खाने दाँत र देखाउने दाँत अर्को जस्तो राजनैतिक चरित्रको कस्तो दूरगामी प्रभाव पर्ला यहाँको भनाई राखिदिनु अनुरोध गर्दछु. पुरुषोत्तम शाही BRI को परियोजनाहरू सञ्चालन गर्न नदिएको बारेमा त मैले भनिहालेँ. सम्भावनाहरू ऊर्जा क्षेत्र, एग्रिकल्चर कृषि क्षेत्र, शिक्षा, पर्यटन यिनीहरू हबका रूपमा थिए. MCC सफल पनि हुँदैन र MCC ले नेपाललाई कोलोनी बनाउँछ. यो मेरो निष्कर्ष हो. त्यसकारणले म पार्लियामेन्टबाट पास भए तापनि MCC कार्यान्वयन हुनु हुँदैन भन्ने मान्यता राखिराख्ने मान्छे हो. त्यसकारणले राजनीतिक चेतना र राष्ट्रिय सार्वभौमिकता माथिको चाहिँ नि सर्वोच्च चेतना जनतामा रह्यो भने इट क्यान बी फेल्ड. यहाँले राजनीतिक रूपले निचोडमा व्यक्त गर्नुभएको समस्याको गाँठो फुकाउन के गर्नु पर्ला? दुर्गाम मोहन श्रेष्ठ। गलत राजनीतिका विरुद्ध, गलत निर्णयका विरुद्ध नागरिक चेतना नै सबैभन्दा ठुलो कुरो हो। रातभरि करायो दक्षिण हरायो भन्ने नेपाली उखान चरितार्थ हुँदैन। बिआरआईमा भएका बाधकलाई के उपाय छन्, मैले के कारणले रोकिए भन्ने कुराहरू मैले अघि मेरो एसेसमेन्ट मैले राखिसकेँ। त्यसका विरुद्ध आफ्नै मुलुकको सार्वभौमिकता र आफ्नो विकास आफैले गर्ने र यति बेला एउटा नेगेटिभ टिचरका रूपमा एउटा इन्सिडेन्ट हाम्रो अगाडि आइपुगेको छ। अमेरिकामा भएको राजनैतिक सत्ता परिवर्तनले एउटा अवसर हामीलाई फेरि दिएको छ कि हामीलाई अधीनस्थ गर्ने सम्झौता कार्यान्वयन केही समयका लागि रोकिएका जस्ता छन्। तर बिआरआई बारेमा अझ कडा ढङ्गले आउन सक्ने सम्भावना मेरो प्रेडिक्सन हो। किनभने जुन बेला बिआरआई सम्झौता बिआरआई भन्नु आउँछ एमसिसी सम्झौता भयो, त्यो सम्झौता गर्ने नै त्यति बेलाको सरकारको नेतृत्व गर्ने अहिले सरकारमा आइरहेका कारणले बिआरआई एमसिसी ग्लोबल्ली पावर कन्फ्लिक्टको निम्ति नेपाललाई नेपालको स्ट्रेटेजिक लोकेसन प्रयोग गर्नको निम्ति गरिएको सम्झौता हो। हस्, धन्यवाद।
Dhanyavad, sir. I would like to request Mr. Chan to answer the question raised to you.
Okay, I got two questions. The first one is, given the political rivalry between the USA and China, is BRI only focused on economic matters, or also geopolitical interests in Nepal? For this question, my take is that I think BRI is not only economical or political matters. I think it's a comprehensive project that China, to provide to all the world. And of course, there is Chinese. There have China's concern in import, like security and other things. Also have an interest in Nepal. But I think China and Nepal have shared more than thousands of friendship, and have very close people-to-people connection. And Nepal is our neighbor. I think BRI cooperation is more than that, more than economical or political cooperation. That is what is my opinion. And the second one is what is my feeling about what's my feeling about political cooperation is a different political ideology in Nepal. Chinese diplomacy to other countries is now it's never the ideology. It doesn't matter. I think it's not the environment. And just I mentioned before, China and Nepal are neighbors and friends, and even brothers. I think ideology is never matter to China's, the cooperation between two other countries. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Zhang. There is one question not intended to any panelist. I would like to read out it. How China is, can volunteer assist? Okay, no more question, please. We have already a lot of questions, and we have to manage time as well. One question for you, okay? There is a justice to you. Anyway, there is one question, one remarks that how China is dealing with spread misinformation regarding BRI projects, especially in Nepal and its partner countries by the West and India. Santosh Bhandari, International Relations and Diplomacy Studies. This question could have been pertinent for the Chinese authorities. I think Mr. Zhang is a scholar, may not be able to answer that. What are the strategies to counter this relationship? We Nepalese, the panelists are not appropriate person to answer this question. And the second is पोखरा विमानस्थल ऋण नभएर BRI को एक अङ्ग हो भनेर नेपालको लागि चिनिया राजदूतले भन्नुभएको थियो। सम्झौता त ऋण थियो। Yes, it was Exim Bank's loan, the Pokhara airport is, and then government agencies has responded on Chinese ambassador's remarks. That's why we don't need to more debate and argue on this matter. There is one more question to Pokhrel sir, and one is madam, and then I will hand over mics to them, and then we will conclude the discussion session. Thank you.
धन्यवाद। विकास BRI को विकास को मोडेल के हुन्छ? उदाहरण चाइनाले पुनर्निर्माण गरेको दरबार हाई स्कुल परम्परागत नेपाली शैलीको सट्टा चाइनिज मोडेलमा बनाइएको छ। के यो ठीक छ? के तपाईं सहमत हुनुहुन्छ? त्यो दरबार हाई स्कुल बनाउनका निम्ति सम्झौता प्रस्तावमा सही कसले गरेको छ? कुन मोडेलमा बनाउने भनेर सम्झौता भएको छ, त्यही अनुसार बन्या होला नि त। सम्झौताकारी पक्षहरूले आफ्नो शैली, आफ्नो पुरानो जुन मोडेल थियो त्यही मोडेलमा बनाऊ भन्या भए त सायद त्यो दाताले पनि त्यही मोडेलमा बनाउँथ्यो होला, र हाम्रै मोडेलमा बनाऊ भनेर भन्या होइन होला कि मलाई लाग्यो। BRI ले त्यस्तै गर्ने त होइन। मैले यस विषयमा अहिलेसम्म BRI का कार्यक्रमहरूको मोडेलको कुनै पनि त्यो नआएको कारणले कसरी गर्छ भन्न सकिँदैन। जबकि MCC मोडेल मैले हेरिसकेको छु। MCC सम्झौता जुन मोडेल इम्पोज गरिएको मोडेलमा अझ हामीले त्यसमा तपाईहरुले अध्ययन अवश्य पनि गर्नु होला। अमेरिकन कानुन हामीले पालन गर्नुपर्छ। मिलेनियम च्यालेन्ज एक्ट 2003 को आर्टिकल नम्बर 607 हाम्रो कानुनको पार्ट एन्ड पार्सल बनिसकेको छ, जसमा हाम्रो मिक्स्ड इकोनोमी मिश्रित अर्थतन्त्रलाई त्यसले इन्कार गरेर बजारमुखी अर्थतन्त्र मान्नुपर्ने भन्ने त्यसमा समावेश गरिएको छ। सँगसँगै त्यसले केही डिक्टेट गरेको छ। हामीले राज्यले के गर्नुपर्ने, हाम्रो सोसाइटीले के गर्नुपर्ने भन्ने त्यो कानुनमा डिक्टेट गरिएको छ, जो सम्झौता अनुमोदन गर्दाखेरि हामीले त्यो कानुन पनि अनुमोदन गरिसकेका छौं। त्यसकारणले सायद BRI मोडेलमा त्यस्तो नहोला भनी अपेक्षा गरेका छौं। त्यो हुँदैन नै हामीले विश्वास गर्नुपर्छ। धन्यवाद।
Yes, thank you, madam.
Finally, I got a question as well. I thought I was so loud and clear that nobody need to question me. But still, it's, the question is asked by Mr. Lal Bahadur Pakrin. It is about the concept of India over BRI, which is which is antagonistic toward Belt and Road Initiative. So, how could we make India being a protagonist or being a positive view regarding the BRI? Neither Nepal nor China could change their view, but of course it would change regarding the contextual development of geopolitics. As we know that India and China has a bit bitter relation in some years ago, but now it's being sweeter. Hope it will change conveniently in future as well.
Thank you, madam. Let me, before concluding this session, there was a request from the organizer that the Vasudev Mishra, former ambassador of Nepal to Sri Lanka, would like to just share the story about Hanban Tota. Just one participant has raised about the question about the Hanban Tota, and then the organizer has requested we have 3 or 4 minutes time. That's why I would like to invite Ambassador Mishra. Just you will have 2 to 3 minutes only, okay? Then we will conclude the session.
सम्पूर्ण इन्टेलेक्चुअल्स तथा लरेट्सहरू र साथीहरू, म श्रीलङ्कामा 2022बाट 2024सम्म नेपाल सरकारको प्रतिनिधित्व गरेर राजदूतको रूपमा कार्यरत थिएँ। म त्योभन्दा पहिले यहीँ नेपालमै रहँदा अथवा नेपालभन्दा पहिला म बेलायत बस्दादेखि नै यो हम्बान टोटाको बारेमा धेरै नै ब्रिटिस पत्र पत्रिका पश्चिमा मिडियाहरूमा आइराख्ने भावनाले असाध्यै क्युरियोसिटी थियो मलाई त्यो ठाउँको बारेमा जान्नको लागि, र कुनै दिन म त्यहाँ जान्छु भनेको थिएँ। अब इत्तेफाक मलाई श्रीलङ्काको पोस्टिङ मिल्यो र त्यसपछि म त्यहाँ जाने मौका मिल्यो। मलाई तपाईहरुको 2 मिनेट 3 मिनेट चाहिँ सम्भवतः यति भन्दै जाला भन्ने मलाई डर लागिरहेको छ है। कोलम्बो श्रीलङ्काको दक्षिण पश्चिम भागमा पर्छ र हम्बान टोटा दक्षिण पूर्वी भागमा ठीक अपोजिट साइड बाई साइड पर्छ। धेरै र तपाईहरुले श्रीलङ्काको म्याप हेर्नुभयो भने दक्षिणी भाग फुकेको भेट्नुहुन्छ, उत्तरी भाग सुकेको छ। त्यसकारण कोलम्बोदेखि हम्बान टोटाको दूरी लगभग 260 किलोमिटर छ। 260 किलोमिटर छ र हम्बान टोटामा चाइनाले ग्र्याब गरेको भनिएको ठाउँ ब्यारेन ल्यान्ड हो। त्यहाँ कुनै ठुला रुख पात पनि छैन, ठुला हार्डवुडका जङ्गल पनि छैन त्यो ठाउँमा, बुसी एरिया हो त्यो, र इरिगेसन के पनि छैन त्यो ठाउँ। जमिनको क्षेत्रफल भनेको 11.51 वर्ग किलोमिटर हो जम्मा त्यो ठाउँ। अनि चाइनाले हम्बान टोटा बन्दरगाह विकास गर्यो र मात्ताला एयरपोर्ट बनायो। अनि हम्बान टोटादेखि कोलम्बोसम्म, कोलम्बोबाट क्यान्डीसम्म लगभग 500 किलोमिटर यहाँको जस्तै हाम्रो ठुलो मोटरवे भनौँ न, मैले ब्रिटिस भाषामा भन्दा मोटरवे भन्छु म चाहिँ त्यसलाई। 4 लेन 6 लेन कति भन्नुहुन्छ तपाईँहरू त्यही भन्नुहोस् है। त्यो ठुलो बाटो बनायो। पहिला 260 किलोमिटर पार गर्न दिनभरि लाग्थ्यो, जस्तै नेपाल काठमाडौँबाट काँकडभिट्टा गए जस्तै थियो। अहिले त्यो सानो गाडीमा 3 घण्टामा पुगिन्छ, बसमा 5 घण्टामा पुगिन्छ, जम्मा जम्मी समयको उभो। अनि त्यसपछि त्यो ऋणमा थियो, यो बिआरआई सिआरआई केही पनि होइन, त्यो बिआरआई भन्दा पहिलाकै प्रोजेक्ट हो, त्यो ऋणमा हो। ऋण तिर्ने बेला आयो, आएपछि श्रीलङ्कामा फेरि रिसेसन भयो, आर्थिक मन्दी आयो, के गर्दाखेरि होइन उनीहरूको उनीहरूलाई चाहिँ जे भए पनि तिर्न सक्ने अवस्था आएन। नआएपछि श्रीलङ्कालाई चाहिँ नि हङकङ बेस्ड चाइनिज कम्पनीले के भन्यो भने हामी तिमीहरूको ऋण तिर्दिन्छौँ, एक्जिम ब्याङ्कबाट लिएको पैसा हामी तिर्दिन्छौँ, यो ठाउँको विकास गर्न हामीलाई देऊ भनेर मातला एयरपोर्टबाट 20 किलोमिटर टाढा समुद्री कोस्टमा उनीहरूले एउटा बनाए, पोर्ट बनाए, समुद्रलाई रिक्लेम गरेर हो त्यो। अनि समुद्रलाई घेरेर पोर्ट बनाए। त्योभन्दा पहिला दक्षिण पूर्व एसियाबाट जाने जहाजहरू 100 किलोमिटर टाढाबाट घुमेर जानु पर्थ्यो। अनि उनीहरूले त्यहाँनिर बनाएपछि त्यहाँ अब कोइला सोइला भर्ने व्यवस्था पनि त्यहीँ गराए। अनि त्यो 11.51 वर्ग किलोमिटर क्षेत्रमा त्यहाँ चाइनिजहरूले विभिन्न देशका मल्टिनेसनल कम्पनीहरूलाई बोलाएर याच फ्याक्ट्री, सिमेन्ट फ्याक्ट्री होइन, अनि त्यसपछि होटलहरू, ठुल्ठुला होटलहरू बनाउनलाई उनीहरूले सब लिजमा अरूलाई दिए। त्यो 79 वर्षको ठेक्का हो। 85% त्यसको सेयर चाइनिज कम्पनीको उसमा छ, 15% श्रीलङ्का सरकारकै छ। मैले श्रीलङ्कन सरकारको तर्फबाट गएको प्रतिनिधिलाई नि भेटेँ, उसँग राम्रो कुरा गरेँ, सबै कुरा गरेँ यो बारेमा। चाइनिज प्रतिनिधिलाई नि भेटेँ। हो त्यहाँ जाँदा हामीलाई पर्मिसन चाहिँ लिनुपर्छ, त्यो हो, जो पनि जान पाउँदैन त्यहाँ, त्यो चाहिँ हो। अनि सेक्युरिटीको जिम्मा श्रीलङ्कन सरकारकै उसमा छ। चाइनिज सरकारको चाइनाले सेना राखेको पनि छैन त्यहाँ, केही पनि गरेको छैन। खालि त्यो ब्यारन ल्यान्डको युज गरेर त्यसलाई चाहिँ नि 79 वर्षको लागि ठेक्कामा लियो। अब हो त्यहाँ काम गर्ने 15 जना चाइनिज छन्, 1500 श्रीलङ्कन छन्। टप म्यानेजमेन्ट, स्ट्राटेजिकल म्यानेजमेन्टका मान्छेहरू चाइनाबाट आउलान्। तर तल्लो लेभलका, स्ट्राटेजीदेखि तल ट्याक्टिकल लेभलका, अपरेसनल लेभलका मान्छेहरू त जम्मै श्रीलङ्कन छन्। ब्लू कलर लेबर त जम्मै श्रीलङ्कन हुन्। काम त श्रीलङ्कनलाई मिलेको छ। चाइनिज त 15 जना हुन् जम्मा। अनि कसरी चाइनाले चाहिँ नि अनावश्यक उ गर्यो त? त्यो गर्दा गर्दै के थियो भने हम्बानटोटादेखि कोलम्बोसम्म फास्ट ट्रेन बनाउने भनेर जापान सरकार तयार भएको थियो। तर पश्चिमा देशहरूले चाइनिजहरूलाई निचा देखाउनको लागि त्यो जापानलाई भड्काइदिएछन्, त्यो पनि क्यान्सल भयो। होइन भने हम्बानटोटामा त्यो मातला एयरपोर्टमा ल्यान्ड भएका यात्रुहरू 1 घन्टामा कोलम्बो पुग्थे। कोलम्बोको एयरपोर्ट पनि यत्तिकै टाढा छ, कोलम्बो सहरबाट 35 किलोमिटर टाढा छ। यत्तिकै तिनीहरूको नि 1 घन्टा लाग्छ त्यहाँ आउनलाई। तर हम्बानटोटाबाट त्यहाँ कोलम्बो पुग्न 1 घन्टामा पुगिन्थ्यो। तर पश्चिमा देशहरूले, जापानिजहरू, उनीहरूको एलाइ भयो, यो नगर भनेर लगाइदियो, उसले गरिदिएन। अनि मातला एयरपोर्ट पनि डेजर्टेड छ। तर अहिले रसियन प्लेनहरू, चाइनिज प्लेनहरू त्यहाँ आछन्। म वास्तवमा कुनै डेटा सेटा लिएर आएको छैन अहिले। त्यसो आउनाले म कुनै प्रश्नोत्तरको मुडमा छँदा पनि छैन। अल अफ द सडन मलाई समय मिल्या हो र जे कुरो हो त्यो कुरो बताइदिनु पर्छ। हाम्रो नेपालमा चाहिँ नि नेपाली मानिसहरूले सदैव त्यो पश्चिमी मिडियाको प्रभावमा परेर हो कि के हो, सदैव चाइनाले ग्र्याब गर्छ, ल्यान्ड ग्र्याब गर्छ, यो गर्छ, ऊ गर्छ भन्छन्। मैले चाइनाको तर्फबाट पैरवी गरे पनि होइन। वास्तविकता जे हो त्यो कुरो आफूले देखेको बताइदिएको मात्रै हो मैले चाहिँ।
थ्याङ्क यू मिस्टर सर, थ्याङ्क यू भेरी मच। We have come to the end of this session. Principles and cooperation mechanisms, and he exclusively mentioned that this project is not mutually exclusive agreement. This agreement allows the opportunity for negotiating and cooperating with other countries as well. Madam Leela Nyai mentioned that the BRI has raised the aspirations of people, but still questioning after 10 years of this implementation. We spent a lot of time on talking, but it has strengthened the relationship between our two countries. But now realization is growing, she says. She termed this BRI as a source for humanity. And she mentioned that we possibly will have the opportunity to connect with China and India through this. And he highlighted 3 problems for the implementation, namely the sensitivity and the topography, Tibet, and transparency. Leela Pokhrel sir mentioned about that the BRI is against the conventional, the Western imperialist, colonialist mindset development project. And he highlighted the objectives of the BRI. And he mentioned that there are a lot of problems in implementation because of the lack of vision and the lack of the bureaucratic hurdles, political apathy, Western inclinations, state mechanism, and weak diplomacy, Western pressures. These are the reasons for why we've not been able to implement. And he highlighted some of the parts of the IPS and IPS and SPP. Okay, SPP, IPS and SPP, and also talk about the MCC as well. Mr. Chang, I earlier also mentioned that he suggested 3 cooperation areas: tourism, trade, and poverty alleviation. With this summary, once again I would like to thank all the panelists for being with us and strictly maintaining time protocol. And I also would like to thank all the participants for your patience to continued 3 hours session. Thank you very much. The now session is
moderating the discussion so effectively. Now I would like to request Right Honorable Jalnath Khanal, former Prime Minister of Nepal, to come on the stage to present the souvenir to our panelists. Likewise, I would like to request Dr. B.K. Mansingh, President of Foundation for Peace Development and Socialism, to present the souvenir to our panelists. Now I would like to request to present the souvenir to Dr. Jiang Jianghong. Likewise, I would like to request to present the souvenir to Mr. Prakash K. Subedi. I would also like to present the souvenir to Dr. Leela Nyai. Let's give a big round of applause. I would also like to request to present the souvenir to Mr. Leela Pokhrel. Let's give a big round of applause.
नमस्ते आदरणीय दर्शकबिन्द, आज हामी एकानैति होटलमा छौँ। यो बीआरआईको सिरिजको डिस्कसन भइरहेको छ र हामीसँग अत्यन्त पूजनीय हाम्रो सम्माननीय भूतपूर्व प्रधानमन्त्री श्री झलनाथ खनालजी हुनुहुन्छ र हामी केही जिज्ञासा बीआरआई सम्बन्धी केही जिज्ञासा राख्दैछौँ। सर, जस्तो चाइनाले बीआरआईको स्थापना 2013 मा गर्नुभन्दा अगाडि यस्तो खालको इन्टरनेसनल लेभलको कुनै प्रोजेक्ट गरेको पनि थिएन, तर अल अफ सडन कसरी यो 150 वटा देशमा त्यसपछि गएर 3000 जति प्रोजेक्ट चाहिँ गर्ने कन्फिडेन्स कहाँबाट चाइनालाई आयो जस्तो लाग्छ हजुरलाई?
चीन एउटा समाजवादी मुलुक हो हजुर, र उसले आफूलाई नै पहिला चाहिँ नि रूपान्तरण गर्ने काममा लामो समयसम्म त्यो केन्द्रित भएर लाग्यो हजुर। र अलि बढी मात्रामा जब समाजवाद निर्माण गर्ने सिलसिलामा उनीहरूले आफूलाई पनि बलियो बनाए, आफ्नो आर्थिक स्थितिलाई बलियो बनाए, फाइनेन्सियल स्थितिलाई बलियो बनाए, त्यसपछि उनीहरूले विश्वका अरू देशहरूसँग पनि सरसहयोग गरेर विश्वको विकासमा कसरी मद्दत गर्न सकिन्छ भन्ने हिसाबले उनीहरूले सोच बनाएपछि यो अवधारणालाई विकास गरेको देखिन्छ। यद्यपि यो अवधारणा चाहिँ उहिले नै धेरै प्राचीन कालमै भनौँ त्यो यो जुन सिल्क रोडको कन्सेप्ट हो त्यो कन्सेप्टमाथि आधारित भएर त्यति बेला पनि विभिन्न कन्टिनेन्टहरूलाई जोड्ने हिसाबले ट्रेडको हिसाबले गरियो, त्यति चाहिँ वस्तु विनिमयको हिसाबले गरियो त्यति बेला। तर अहिलेको अवस्था भने चाहिँ वर्ल्डमा कनेक्टिभिटी कसरी डेभलप गर्ने अनि ट्रेड कसरी डेभलप गर्ने र चाहिँ नि एउटा इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चरहरूलाई कसरी डेभलप गर्ने र वर्ल्ड इकोनोमीलाई कसरी डेभलप गर्ने, ग्रोथलाई कसरी डेभलप गर्ने भन्ने कुरामाथि केन्द्रित भएर यो अवधारणा आएको देखिन्छ।
हजुर, जस्तो अहिले चाइनाले जुन खालको सपोर्ट गरिरहेछ नि सर, त्यो खालको सपोर्ट जस्तो तिब्बतमा त्यसपछि ताइवानमा त्यो खालको मतलब छैन, एक किसिमको डोमिनेसनै छ नि त हैन। भनेपछि त्यो करुणा कम्प्यासन कहाँबाट आयो र नेपालमा पनि कतै त्यो कम्युनिस्ट डिक्टेटरसिपको चाहिँ यसले चाहिँ लङ टर्ममा त्यतातिर लैजान्छ कि देशलाई भन्ने खालको शङ्का छ नि, यसमा हजुरको के भनाइ छ?
अब मलाई त त्यस्तो लाग्दैन, किनभने त्यो डिक्टेटरसिप होइन। चाइना अहिले एउटा समाजवादी मुलुक हो। समाजवादी मुलुकमा समाजवादी लोकतन्त्र हुन्छ। पुँजीवादी लोकतन्त्रभन्दा समाजवादी लोकतन्त्र आधारभूत रूपले नै भिन्न हो। अब पुँजीवादी लोकतन्त्रमा हामी एउटा पार्टी आउने अर्को पार्टी आउने यही चेन्जको कुराहरूमा मात्रै हुन्छ। उनीहरूले सामाजिक आर्थिक रूपान्तरण गर्न सकेका देखिँदैन, खास गरिकन वर्गीय हित गरेको देखिँदैन। तर अहिले उनीहरूले चाहिँ जसरी सिङ्गो चीनलाई विकास गरेका छन् त्यो सिलसिलामा तिब्बतको पनि विकास तपाईँले यो विगत 30 देखि 40 वर्षको अवधिमा हेर्नुभयो भने आमूलचूल परिवर्तन गरेको देखिन्छ त्यहाँ है। तथ्यहरूको विश्लेषण गर्दा हामी त्यही देख्छौँ। त हिजोको एकदमै ब्याकवर्ड तिब्बत अहिले एउटा एडभान्स तिब्बतमा रूपान्तरित छ। हाम्रो बोर्डरहरूमा हेर्दाखेरि वारिपट्टि हामी धेरै कैयौँ दशक पछि छौँ, तर उतापट्टि हेर्दाखेरि बेगल ढङ्गको स्थिति देखा पर्न थालिसकेको छ। त्यसो हुनाले त्यो अधिनायकत्व होइन। हाम्रो देशमा पनि उनीहरूले तपाईँहरू आफै छान्नुहोस् आफ्नो प्रोजेक्टहरू, केमा सहयोग चाहिन्छ तपाईँलाई, हामीले इम्पोज गर्ने होइन र त्यो ढङ्गले छान्नुहोस्। हामीले चाहिँ नेगोसिएसनको आधारमा चाहिँ तपाईँहरूलाई सहयोग गर्छौँ।
जस्तो सिल्क रोडले नि सर, जस्तो अब भगवान बुद्धको टिचिङ फेरि संसारभरि एकचोटि चाहिँ ग्लोरिफिकेसन भएर जान्छ। उतापट्टि कैलाश र मानसरोवरको त्यो शिव सभ्यताले पनि एउटा गरिमा पाउँछ भनेर हामीले बुझ्यौँ भने त्यो राइट बुझेको हुन्छ यहाँ के भन्नुहुन्छ?
होइन, यो त हाम्रा चाहिँ नि पुँजीहरू हुन्, यिनीहरू एउटा सांस्कृतिक पुँजीहरू हुन् होइन। कैलाश सभ्यता आफ्नै ठाउँमा, शिव सभ्यता आफ्नो ठाउँमा छ। शिव सभ्यताको पनि भूमिका छ जसले हामीलाई यो ठाउँमा चाहिँ ल्याइपरेको छ। अब लुम्बिनी सभ्यता अथवा बौद्ध सभ्यता भन्ने हो भने त्यो सभ्यताले त अझै व्यापक रूपमा हाम्रा चाहिँ नि एउटा मनस्थितिहरू निर्माण गर्ने काममा समेत धेरै ठुलो भूमिका खेलेको छ। र अहिलेको विश्वमा वास्तवमा यो दुईटै सभ्यताले विश्व सभ्यता निर्माण गर्ने काममा महत्त्वपूर्ण योगदानहरू पुर्याएको छ र त्यसमा हामीले गर्व गर्नुपर्छ। बुद्ध जन्मेको देशमा हामी छौँ र बुद्ध दर्शन, बुद्ध सभ्यता भनौँ होइन, अथवा हामी बुद्ध धर्म भन्ने गर्छौँ। धर्म रिलिजनको अर्थमा होइन। बुद्ध धर्म भनेको चाहिँ बुद्धले देखाएको बाटो हो। वास्तवमा चाहिँ त्यो प्रकृतिको विकासको नियम, ल अफ नेचर। धम्म भन्ने पाली शब्द हो। त्यो पाली शब्दको अर्थ चाहिँ ल अफ नेचर भन्ने हुन्छ। त्यसो भने हामी चाहिँ धर्मको रूपमा बुझ्छौँ, रिलिजनको रूपमा बुझ्छौँ, तर त्यो अर्थ होइन। बुद्ध धम्मको अर्थ चाहिँ बेग्लै।
सर अब लास्ट एउटा प्रश्न, जस्तो केही क्रिटिक्सहरूले चाहिँ जस्तो बिआरआई र एमसिसी भनेको इट्स जस्ट अ डिभ स्टेटको गेम मात्रै हो। जसले ट्रम्पलाई चलाउँछ उसैले पुटिनलाई चलाउँछ, जसले मोदीलाई चलाउँछ उसैले सी जिनपिङलाई चलाउँछ। इट्स एमसिसी र बिआरआई भनेको उनीहरूकै खेल मात्रै हो, जस्ट नथिङ डिफ्रेन्ट पनि भन्छन्। यसमा यहाँको के भनाइ छ? यो
बुझ्न नसक्ने र कुनै पनि विषयहरूलाई गहिराइमा गएर अध्ययन गर्न नसक्ने, सतहमा पौडी खेल्ने त्यो बुद्धि विलासीहरूको कुरा मात्रै हो। यो नितान्त गलत, 100% गलत कुरा हो यो। अब के अरे चीनको दर्शन नै बेग्लै छ होइन। उसको एउटा वर्गीय दर्शन हो। सिङ्गो विश्वलाई समाजवादतर्फ जानुपर्छ भन्छ उसले होइन। समाजवादी व्यवस्थाको पक्षमा छ। अब अमेरिका भनेको चाहिँ पुँजीवादको पक्षमा छ। पुँजीवाद र समाजवाद आधारभूत रूपले भिन्न चिजहरू हुन् होइन। एउटाले पुँजीपति वर्गकै मात्र हित गरिरहेको छ, हामी अमेरिकामा देख्न सक्छौँ होइन। अमेरिकामा जुन भाग एकदम विकास भयो त्यहाँ स्वर्ग हो भनेर हामीले भन्ने गर्छौँ नि, तर त्यो स्वर्ग छैन त्यहाँ। अहिले पनि त्यो पुराना थोत्रा कारहरूमा सुत्ने मान्छेहरूको ठुलो सङ्ख्या छ। त्यसो हुनाले तर चीनले त गरिबी उन्मूलन गर्यो होइन, सारा संसारका सामु प्रष्ट छ। त्यसो हुनाले समाजवाद र पुँजीवाद भिन्नै चिज हो र त्यो कसैले चलायो भन्ने कुरा होइन, त्यो वर्गीय शासन हो। चीनमा श्रमिक वर्गको शासन छ, श्रमिक वर्गले चलाउँछ त्यहाँ। अब अमेरिकामा या भारतमा पुँजीपति वर्गको शासन छ, त्यहाँ पुँजीपति वर्गले चलाउँछ। पुँजीपति वर्गका नायक हाम्रो ट्रम्प र मोदीजी हुनुहुन्छ। अब समाजवादी श्रमिक वर्गका नायक अहिले सी जिनपिङ हुनुहुन्छ। त्यसो हुनाले अलग अलग देशको चाहिँ यो व्यवस्था नै आधारभूत रूपले भिन्न छ।
हस्, धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद। उहाँ हुनुहुन्थ्यो आदरणीय सम्माननीय भूतपूर्व प्रधानमन्त्री श्री झलनाथ खनालज्यू। हामी हृदयदेखि नै सरलाई धन्यवाद दिन चाहन्छौँ। थ्याङ्क यू सो मच।